Welcome back, everybody, to the LCK Spring 2021. It is me, Valdez, joined by Chronicler once again here on this lovely Friday afternoon. We have a bunch of great League of Legends here today, starting off with KT up against Liv Sandbox, a couple of teams with strong upper bodies.
Yeah, they skip leg day. We don't talk about the bottom lanes, but when it comes to what both these teams are going to want to be doing today, it's going to be looking towards the jungle matchup, right? You can't really get away from that one. And as a whole, these matches super important because both these teams still in the play of runnings. They have opposite momentums though, because whereas Liv Sandbox have been doing very well, KT not so much.
Yeah, KT on a bit of a losing streak, I believe, 3 matches in a row now. And Liv Sandbox, although they're on the up and up, it's just from that one win over Gen G. Other than that, they're still in 10th place. But they're still potentially in playoffs, especially now with the new format where the 6th place does get a chance. And we'll have to wait and see if they can make that miracle run maybe starting today. But we do have the points of the match ready to go, so let's hop into those and talk about the matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, and as you said, it feels crazy that a team that's currently 10th can still make it, but it's because that bottom half of our standings at the moment is so consolidated with very similar match scores, meaning that if KT don't win here, Liv Sandbox actually do keep their dreams alive, and KT, they need this desperately because they want to secure that 6th place, and at the moment, it's shaky at best.
Definitely shaky for both of these teams, so again, you know, we're down to week 8, I believe, here, and there's not a lot of time. There's not that many matchups left for these teams, and basically, for the bottom half, if you want to make it in, you got to win pretty much every match that you have left. KT trying to secure that 6th place spot. Yukal was voted solo POG in the round 1 series between these two teams. Will he get his memory back and save KT from a losing streak? Obviously, the same meme from before where he was able to carry score onto the victory and then, of course, lost his memory since then. But he's trying to get it back. Here are the team's stats. Nothing really to write home about here, Chronicler.
No. Interestingly enough, KT's stats in round 2 are actually worse than Liv Sandbox, which kind of points out to what I was saying earlier. Of course, Liv Sandbox, like, the win that they got against Gen G was incredibly dominant, but it also feels like a little bit of a fluke, and you see that reflected here in the stats as well. When it comes to their overall performance, they seem like a team that's very hit or miss, whereas KT roster overall seem a little bit better in round 1. In round 2, this team just, it doesn't feel like they're cohesive, it doesn't feel like they have a certain voice, a direction that they want to go in, and they're just kind of there, and then they try and play, they make a mistake left or right, and just slowly lose the game. And you can't afford that, right? This is the type of matches that you 100% do need to win. I am happy, though, that Yukal's back in the mid lane.
Yukal's back in the mid lane. We'll see if that does remain for the entirety of the series. And, of course, other than that, same roster here. Gideon still in the jungle. Doran recently hitting 1st place on the solo queue ladder in Korea. Always something we like to mention because it is so incredibly difficult. And Doran has been one of those shining lights for the side of KT. So we'll see if he can carry a little bit here up against Summit, who did have a fun series on Aurelia the last time out, but not necessarily the reason they did win that series. And we'll have to wait and see if they can, you know, continue their winning streak after defeating Gen G.
And it's about Summit, Croco, and Fade, right? We already mentioned it. You're going to be looking towards this top side. Neither of these teams have shown that they're particularly good at playing from behind, but Liv Sandbox, more so than KT, do have a very strong tendency to just go all in and go aggressive and then win from there, snowball that lead. But you do need to have a lead to be able to snowball it. And as you say, I think Summit has improved tremendously over the course of the split. Fade, even though they lose a lot, has also been consistent, and Croco is seemingly now really finding himself. Then when you look at Prince and Affid, Prince, of course, coming in midway through, has just been subpar. It's not been amazing, and that's why we are focusing on that mid lane matchup, because Yukal, when you think about the performance of this player, you might remember a few teleports that don't really go the way that you want, but when push comes to shove, he is still by far the strongest team on this roster. I'd personally say for KT, he is kind of the shining light, and you can see that as well in the damage share. It's just, that's way too high. Like, yes, it's good to have high stats, but you shouldn't do this much damage as your sole like carry threat on your team.
Yeah, and KT overall, we were talking about this. They're a relatively passive team, but you're doing the most damage per minute difference. He's in second here. He's one of the best, right, in the entire league, which is just insane. Third in terms of damage per minute straight up. Another funny stat here also is that Fate has the second most solo kills out of any mid laner, and his team is in 10th place. So talk about, trying to figure out what's going on with your team. He's experiencing a little bit of that here and trying to carry as hard as he possibly can. Obviously, Fate hasn't been pristine, but has been one of the shining lights of his team.
And coming into this draft, I want to see both teams kind of identify and recognize that it is a matchup that's basically, you're going to flip a coin on top side, and if you win the coin flip, you have a good chance of winning the match. If not, I don't see this game go any other way than win lane, win game, with both teams, lack of direction, and just general kind of weaknesses when it comes to figuring out macro, figuring out their win conditions. So I want to see early aggression. I want to see both teams try and look for a strong top and jungle duo and play from there. Yeah.
Would definitely agree with you, Chronicler, as we do see the Udyr band here. Kroko gaining his own Mad Movie spotlight the last time around. That was played yesterday, actually, on the Udyr, where he dodged everything and then he smacked a couple of people in bear stance and made it look very fun. So they're going to deny that from him this time around.
We also see some bans coming out here, and Doran, as you've already pointed out, has been one of the highlights for this KT roster, but even with him finding a lot of solo kills, finding a lot of pressure, it hasn't really been able to then turn it into something meaningful. Regardless, banning away power picks like the Renekton on the side of Liv Sandbox and also banning away Summer's Gnar, I think are pretty good choices. I think the Zoe one is really interesting because to me it signals that KT want to try and put UCAL on something like a Straightmore Victor or maybe an Azir, right, where the Zoe actually does get to provide a lot of threat. Lilia would make it through here, and that's a great start from the draft here. I said I want to see jungle matchups and top lane matchups that are in favor for one of the teams. Lilia has a really good start. If Dorian can then combine it with something aggressive, you get a lot of pressure on that top side.
Yeah, and we'll see what aggressive pick he does go for here, because the Renekton taken away, the Gnar also off the board. And you see that Liv Sandbox are going to go ahead and pick up the Cinder early here. They don't want to deal with that getting snatched away or any shenanigans. Also, the Gragas comes through. A very safe, overall, flexible pick that we see a lot of teams grabbing nowadays.
Happy to see the Gragas picks up here, because you can do one or two things. You can put Summit on a more neutralizing matchup, right, once KT show their hand. Or you can decide, listen, we're going to find a counter pick. We're going to use our R5 and keep it, which was what I hope is going to happen here. For either a support counter pick, as that is the Azir, as we mentioned previously. The 2v2, not the greatest. Syndra is going to be able to stack up on the Verdant Barrier and then kind of disregard a lot of the damage coming through, although you always need to respect that Emperor's Divide. And Liv Sandbox would love to see an AD carry pick up here. Like I said, I think that keeping the support pick kind of in the dark would be really good for the overall strength of that draft and making it hard. And they will be picking up the Kai'Sa here. So thus far, Prio in mid lane for Liv Sandbox, which I'm happy about, but a stronger jungler already locks in for KT. Lilia, of course, arguably the strongest jungler at the moment. I think Udyr might, have something to say about that. Hecarim also justifiably so has been rising in priority, but the Lilia also incredibly strong, and still a lot of uncertainty here with Liv Sandbox draft, which I quite like.
Yeah, they haven't really revealed too much about what they're going to be throwing out here so far. Would like to see what they round it out with. And you mentioned the Hecarim, he was banned. We're going to see 280 carries taken away. A couple of popular picks. The Aphelios and the Jinx now that is coming through after some of the buffs. We will see those two taken away from Hybrid. So, the Kai'Sa taken away, which is his second most played after Samira, which is not really a champion anymore. He's been leaning into Aphelios and Jinx as well. So now what is he going to play?
Yeah, it's a tough one here. I really like, especially the Jinx. I think Aphelios, to a lesser extent, could do well into this comp, but also might have the risk of just getting blown up instantly. But the Jinx, with a long-range team composition, right, with the additional support that an Azir provides, could actually be a problem, especially if KT lock in something tanky in top lane and provide it with a strong front line. And this is something that normally I'm not the biggest fan of. I don't think mid lane is in the greatest of spots at the moment, but this does still keep in the dark what you're going to do on your top/jungle. It combines decently well with the Gragas. The setup is okay, but of course it's a bit of a yeah, just one-sided damage profile. I mean, yeah, oh no. Oh, no.
This is what I was wondering.
Oh no.
Does he go back to comfort? Does he dig the
better.
Samira out of the grave? It looks like the answer is no. Tristana will be the choice here into the Kai'Sa.
And now KT are kind of in a tough spot because they can lock in a tank or do a blind pick. But Summit has shown before that he will lock in an aggressive counter pick, right? If you go for something like the Simon, we might see Irelia again. The Camille is interesting because it is something that I think is definitely strong, but it's not without counter picks. And if Summit wants to go for that, they can. Otherwise, they can opt into something a bit more passive. And this would still create like some uncertainty as to what goes well, though I'd imagine this would be the set coming in for effort. Don't necessarily think that matchup into Camille is the most amazing. This I would quite like, but you do need to pay a lot of attention to the top side, right? Because this is the bare bones foundation of a nice poke composition with good disengage with the Gragas, right? A lot of pick potential. But it's also something that post 6, if Gideon visits top side and you have Hextech Ultimatum, that's going to be a rough one.
Well, we'll see how often Krako's going to be leaving the top lane. I feel like that's really the emphasis should be on the leaving, because he might just set up a tent up there and say, you know, let me make sure that they're okay. We talked about this in the beginning. You know, this is a couple of teams with strong upper bodies, we joked. That's kind of what we got on the sheets, and it's not wrong, right? Because the bottom side of the map is generally underperforming for both of these teams, so much focus going to be on that top side, as you mentioned. The mid lane, you know, we got a couple of control mages, as we always do. So really looking forward to the fireworks in the top lane specifically.
Yeah, this is a matchup that's very flip. You can go both ways very quickly. This has been Summit, who of course has had a great last couple of games. Going up against Doran, who's, as we said before, like his solo kill stats are insane. Even though his team has been underperforming, I think especially in a 1v1, 2v2 scenario, he has not. It's been more the team fights where he's had a rough go. As a whole, I think I prefer KT's comp if it's played to the peak, right, to the utmost potential, because you have so many different things you can do. You can play aggressively, you can play very far forward, you can dive, right, with the Tristana, with the Azir, with the Camille, but you can also set up a 1-3-1. It's hard to engage into. You have a lot of safety with the Tristana and the Azir. They can peel back. You can play 4-1 versus a composition from Liv Sandbox that is basically snowball early game and win or not win. And that is the crux of this matchup, right? So kind of the direction that we expected. And if Liv Sandbox can find the aggression that they found against Gen G, I could see this be a very, very quick series. Or match, at the very least. Not want to be too premature. Not series, but match.
Yeah, perhaps the first game leaning that way. But we will have to wait and see. Of course, Summit and Krako going on a little walk up to the top side. They're going to spot Doran and walk over a ward, so wow, that was actually on point, even though he had no idea where Gideon was exactly. And just gonna put a ward down, you know, nothing crazy happening here. We also got a ward on the red buff though, so they're really looking at where Gideon is starting and how he's going to path exactly in the early game.
We also see the adaptation from Gideon that we've been seeing more and more with the Predator Lilia, which has been, kind of rising. Personally, I think it can provide a lot of value when you have good setup in your lanes, which you most definitely do. And in this specific instance, the tracking provided here by Liv Sandbox should make sure that Prince and Effort can kind of play defensively, right? Make sure they don't get all in, then keep the lane in a safe space and play from there. With not too much opportunity for Gideon, and of course Kroko is pathing from bot to top. He wants to be looking to pay attention to that top side.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if he just full clears it out and Tills on the top side.
Yeah.
Doesn't do much else. This is actually the first time that Effort has played the Gragas. He said himself, actually, in a recent interview that, you know, he knows he's underperforming, he's trying to do his best, and he wants to put on some flashy plays and brilliant highlights in order to kind of gain the trust back of the fans. We'll see if he can do that here. You know, I kind of, you know, want to rethink trying to make the highlight, you know, the YouTube highlights that I kind of joke about sometimes with you, Cal, because that can sometimes get you in trouble, right? When you're trying so hard to make something happen that you just go all in, sometimes without your team, and it just totally flops. So I hope Effort doesn't try overly hard and make some mistakes in that facet.
I think Effort has been kind of similar to a LCK Hillisang, right, which is also a support play that's known for his like super aggressive play, and then sometimes it doesn't look great, but when it looks good, it looks amazing. And let's not forget, Effort is indeed, he's the one who got that 3-man catch last game, right, against Gen G, which was one of the pivotal points. And then at other times, you know, he gets caught randomly, he goes in without the rest of his team, so definitely, I think consistency is currently his weakness, and if he can actually find that, might be in a really good spot. As we do see Croco towards that top side, Effort and Prince should know that Gideon is here, so they should play respectful, which it looks like they're doing.
Yeah, they're playing very far back. Even the Void Seeker are going to be used on Minion. Croco up on the top side, gets even more information that Gideon's probably down the bottom side. And so he'll be fine. That Gragas skin looked pretty interesting. Entirely green. I don't think I've seen that one before. That's
I think it was it Scuba Gragas with like a chroma? No,
maybe
100%
it was.
Sure. I didn't check it out. A nice defensive player from Doran. Even though he falls behind a little bit, we'll be able to pick up the next wave.
I don't think that's Scuba Gragas.
No, I don't think it is.
What is that thing?
We are at a loss here.
It's Green Goblin Gragas. It's kind of what it looks like.
That would be so cool if we can get those kind of crossover skins. Would love that. Although I don't really, Gragas seems too friendly and nonchalant to be Green Goblin. It's more of a Shaco thing, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Will work. But good defensive play from Doran there, had the ward available as well, making sure that he needed those. If Summit can get a big stacked wave there, then Croco can just dive in and you're basically mincemeat. So good on him for avoiding that. We see that Fate has been harassing UCal, but hasn't been able to find an actual lead. Whereas the bot side, the attention from Gideon, even though he was just in the general vicinity, has been paying off. And Prince, his troubles in the LCK kind of continue. He, of course, came in as a sub, and yet again, it looks like his laning prowess just not really up to par with a lot of the other players we have seen thus far. Hybrid and Zeus putting down a lot of pressure there.
Croco is speeding up the river here. He's going to be able to clear out. Yeah, you know, not a surprise. He's set up a little tent up here. He's building it out as much as possible. And you see Gideon down towards the bottom side once again, but there hasn't really been too much action. You know, there hasn't been any early ganks really that have come in. The teams have played respectfully. They're not going full ham in the lane, so the junglers just farming it out as much as possible.
And that does provide us with a nice setup going into what should be a dragon fight coming up. It is a Cloud Drake, right? So we're spared from Atlas's tomfoolery. We actually get relevant Drakes here. And Liv Sandbox, they need to start Drakes with this kind of composition, right? We already pointed out the scaling on the side of KT is pretty disgusting. So as Liv Sandbox, you need to be looking for these proactive objectives. You have the ways to get power in your lanes. Both Jace and Syndra should have no problem there. And then you can maybe punish the overextension from Hybrid and Zeus if they don't respect. Or you can set up shop in the river, poke them out, and then pick up this first couple of objectives. Something you really need to do, because if you go into the mid to late game on an even footing against this composition by KT, you're not in for a lot of fun time. So Liv Sandbox, they do need to start upping the ante, right? Like actually look for plays, and hopefully that's what we're going to see here with Croco moving towards a Drake.
Yeah, one of the stats we had before the game started was the Dragon percentage from both of these teams. They were 9th and 10th. Neither team really makes big moves onto the Dragons, at least in round 2, I believe those stats were. And we've seen a lot of teams have success, just slowly building up Dragons. We've seen a lot of Udyr, Olaf, teams that pick these junglers that show a lot of priority onto those Drakes, but neither of these teams have really been making big moves towards that, and even Kroko is going to delay that. He's not going to go for the Cloud Drake just yet. And just continue farming it out.
Yeah, I don't love that as Kroko goes in, but I'm not actually going to go for something, just trying to scare Fate. Maybe if he's really spooked, you know, maybe you get a summoner if you're lucky. Not the case. Fate is very, very chilled out. It's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
But the problem with this is that Liv Sandbox's composition, as a poke composition, just is generally going to have a problem later in the game when the flanks are available. You know, any of the carries on KT can just blow you up as soon as they get on top of you. So this is the type of plays we need to see.
All right, here we go. Doran has no idea, and that's going to be the body slam. He used the Hextech ultimatum and actually tries to flash as the hook shot is denied. But do they have the damage? Yes, they do. As the Jace is going to get that last auto and pick up the first blood in the top lane onto Doran.
As well as possibly could be played there from Doran, the interruption from Summerdale with the hammer on that hookshot was pivotal. Otherwise, Doran would have just gotten out of a free-man gank, and then you pay so much attention and it doesn't work out. Fortunately, in the end, it is enough. If you have a cask, he's 100% dead here. But as you can see, first he dodges with the Hextech ultimatum, and then without this interrupt, 100% he lived. The sidestep on the spear as well. Just mechanically beautifully played, but there is only so much you can do when there are 3 people hammering away at you, whereas Prince and Hybrid say, you get my flash, I get yours, and then that's it. Okay.
The heals, yeah.
Sorry, the heal, yeah. Yeah.
Trades there looked a little bit funky. Hybrid's like, oh, the trade's over, let me throw my heal in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's not fair if only you use your heal. But scared a little bit of a follow-up perhaps from the rest of the team. And just from that one first blood and the nice CS lead that has been gained here by Summit in the top side, Liv Sandbox do open up a nice little window here in the early game.
And I was about to say, they looked like they were going to rotate towards the Herald. Instead, though, Prince is going to go get back to bot lane. He's going to catch this wave. Otherwise, would have definitely been lost if they had gone for the rotation. And there is a sizable gold lead here for Liv Sandbox, but it's still something that needs more pushing. I want to see them go for this Drake, right? Like, yes, it's hard to get bot lane prio. Prince has kind of been left alone. Effort's roams thus far have been very successful, and if they can keep that going well and actually get this Herald, I think they can snowball. But they need one of these objectives, right? And KT's defensive play thus far has been pretty good, as Prince is roaming up as well.
Yeah, here we go again. This time the back timing from Hybrid might open up a bigger window, but actually Prince just hits the mid lane and backs off. So not going to commit 5 players to it just yet. Prince will just run down to the bottom side as fast as possible. Even though they get total control of the river, Liv Sandbox say, you know what, actually, nah, we're not going to take the Rift Herald.
It's interesting. I'm not entirely certain. I feel like it's not an overreach to try and go for that with the power you have. A single shock blast, especially empowered, or a spear would be enough to kind of disincentivize anyone from coming in there. You know they have to kind of funnel into you, right? They don't have vision. It should be free real estate for you, but instead they respect a lot. And normally I wouldn't mind it, but with this comp from Liv Sandbox, even though it might backfire, even though it might kind of, you know, blow up in your face, you still need to try and make these plays. You still need to go for it. They do still have a little bit more time, but I would like to see them go in aggressively.
UCal just going to face check the brush, has to flash away from the cask. They had no vision in there, and they must have stayed in that brush for a while because the mid lane was there, but KT seemed to have no idea that they were actually sitting in the brush. So they get the flash into UCal, but KT is starting up this Rift Herald, and Summit with teleport available looks like he wants to use it right in the front lines. Liv Sandbox not just going to give this objective away for free, but you can see that the Lilia passive getting in there. Zeus has to flash away, and a lot of poke damage is coming out from Liv Sandbox. KT just running with their tail between their legs, not even going to stick around for the smite. And that is going to be Liv Sandbox picking up that very important first objective.
Super well played there by Liv Sandbox. They played slow as possible. Kite back from the engage from Zeus. Don't overextend into a Magnet Storm, which might blow you up in that situation. Throw out a couple of skill shots, you know. Play proactively with this teleport from Summit. And this is the kind of capitalization that we were looking for, as they are not going to go for first, but here comes the sleep.
Yeah, the sleep comes in, but I don't know if they have the damage. They're going to try for it, and immediately Doran just gets blown up, and an electrocute proc just kills the Lilia as well. That was really forced, and Liv Sandbox just laugh at them, take the double kill, and they're going to take the turret too.
I can hear the confusion in your voice, Valdez, and I agree with you. I don't know what that was. Doran, you're like on 40% health. You can't just go in like that, even with the Hextech Ultimatum to give you a little bit more tankiness with the dodge. Summit has now built up to an insane CS lead. The Herald was taken. I was gonna say, you know, they go a little bit they go for like the aggressive, we want gold now choice. They don't go for first turret blood just for the plates. But if then two people funnel into you and just die, then you can go for the first turret blood as well. And now the gold lead that Liv Sandbox needed to get with this composition has actually been found, right? Like, they've been able to find two back-to-back plays that are super successful. The first one due to their setup. This one just... No, you need to back off. They don't get first turret blood here, right? Like, you can play this defensively. There's no need for you to go in this aggressively and try and risk it all. And then the flash with the electric proc still coming down is just painful to watch. Dragon now presumably also on the menu, and this is a snowball that Liv Sandbox needed. This is what they've been looking towards, and I love it when we go into a game, we say, you know, you need to look at the top side. Is the coin flip going to go well? And then with 30 minutes in game and Summit and Croco have like a 3.5k gold lead.
Yeah.
Like, yes, very good, Liv Sandbox.
You guys passed the test. A+.
You did it.
Thumbs
Nice.
up. Great job, guys. Yeah. And we've seen a little bit of this from Gideon and just KT in general, just trying to force these plays that are like, you know, I don't know. You know, Lily is a great pick. Gideon has tried many times, but if this is going to keep happening, I'd say maybe, you know, throw in a Sejuani from time to time. I'm not 100% sure because, you know, the sleeps have been very underwhelming to the point where I have to mention it very directly here.
Yeah, I think it's just the entire top side. I also think Doran has looked dicey at best, like, especially that engage just now. As you say, just reeks of desperation, right? Like, you get hit by both those skill shots. Yes, it's a bummer. Maybe give up more plates, but Bulwark will kick in. You don't necessarily have to lose your turret there, and you definitely don't have to give up 2 kills while doing it. And this is the problem that we've seen with KT coming into the second round. It just looks like they're playing really frustrated. They don't really know what to do. They don't really know how to play their outs. You have a composition where you can just play it slow as it goes in.
We're going to try to get in there. Hybrid takes a lot of damage, but not as much as they're giving, as the Tristana will hop on over and pick up the kill. So this time around, Gideon does set up the nice gank. And Liv Sandbox are not able to respond in time.
And KT, while we're talking about what they're doing wrong, they also find the weak spot of Liv Sandbox. It has been this bot side rather, that historically has not performed super well. In this instance, 2 of your strongest members, where all the gold is focused on your team, are pushing on top side. Just play it back. Don't try to 2v2. Don't try to like make any plays, go in aggressively, because now you've used the teleport, you've given over 2 kills. And KT is not out of this game yet, right? We, I think, justifiably so criticized them, but they still have a composition that skills insanely well. They will be able to kind of stall the game naturally with playing 1-3-1 or 4-1 compositions with the Camille on the sideline. And even though there's a huge deficit here, Doran inevitably will reach a point where he can actually pressure Summit in a side lane. But then you do need to play it slow, right? And KT, their play in bot side is good. And if all plays are as well thought out as that one, you play away from Summit and Croco, I'm on board with it. No more trying to 2v2 the Fat, Nidalee, and Jace, though.
Yeah.
That is not what we need to see. But only a single Drake been taken, and it's not Liv Sandbox.
It's not Liv Sandbox. It's just the one Cloud Drake, and it's taken very late compared to a lot of our other games. Actually,
oh, yeah.
After the Rift Herald take even. And, I mean, yeah, that was taken at about 14 minutes into the game. So definitely a very late one here. Probably won't see an Elder Drake in this game unless KT get 4 in a row and the game does go that long. But not looking super likely here. Summit is going to spot Zeus up in the top side, so they're just going to wait here for reinforcements. Not overcommit.
Over than just standing there like, are you going to move? Are we going to move? Who's moving? No one is moving in the very end. There's no objective at the moment, although Harold is spawning soon. First item spikes have been hit across the board. And yeah, SKT, I think once you hit that 2-item breakpoint, you're going to be looking at situations where you actually can get stuff done. Until that, you just need to play it slow. And as I said, Prince, Effort, you're up very far without any real help available to you. Clump up as well, which is basically the dream, right, for a Lilia and a Rel. You jump in, you Magnet Storm them, they're clumped up. Teleport comes in.
Effort in a wonky spot here. We even have the Predator coming in from Gideon. Effort looking to flash the wall. He's going to get slept. The cast comes in, but man, you've got 2 other people that are jumping on you, so not actually going to amount to much. Does Gideon find, or rather KT find another pick here? And now they're looking for some more. If they can get some of the takedowns here, the shutdowns onto these 2 would be pretty massive. The flash comes in from UCal. They're going to shut down Summit, and they will absolutely get this Nidalee on top of it. As the Azir, UCal is going to pick up the shutdown. So that is a pretty nice turnaround now for KT.
And while Liv Sandbox has snowballed their top side, this historically has been one of their problems, actually maintaining this lead and knowing what to do with it. The composition that they have is not an easy one, but I would much rather see them like actually group up instead of trying to play the split push kind of style. Even though in a straight up 5v5 it might be rough for you, right now you still have an item lead, you have strong poke champions, need to do something.
Oh, they find Hybrid here. Not the first time that they've done that. He's just on vision trying to clear a ward, and a max range scatter the weak gets him in a lot of trouble. Prince gets in there, and that was actually a really good read by Prince to just say, oh, the rest of the team is up north killing the Rift Herald. I can come in here and pick off Tristana. So nice little pick off here.
Yeah, this is just disjointed, right? Like, Croco and Summit are very far up. Summit has no mana, so you can't really commit to a fight here. Yeah, as Effort, I think you're always dead there. Not a lot to be done. And here you try to peel away, but there's no way that you ever get through this unscathed, right? Like, this is just the moment that you see that. I don't like the flash from Croco there either, because it's just not happening. And here, yeah, you know the backs have come through, as you said. Just a really nice scatter from Fade. And Fade is one of the guys that we highlighted, right? He needs to get it done. This is the first impact he's made this game. Hasn't really been... He's been there in the general vicinity, but not actually making any plays thus far. Yeah. Second Herald going to Liv Sandbox is a really good one. If they can then also pick up a Drake, if they can take down that mid lane turret and start clearing out vision, actually making their poke comp work for them, instead of being off in a side lane, one member getting collapsed upon, and then another member getting collapsed upon, and then everyone getting caught slowly, is really not doing it for me. I would love to see Liv Sandbox actually try and leverage the spike that they have hit, and this is looking good.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and drop down the Rift Herald. We got 15 seconds until the Infernal Drake, so they just say, go ahead, Zerling, hit the turret, buy us some room and time, and maybe we can just burst down this dragon. It doesn't look like KT want to challenge this at all. They're actually running up to the Baron, so this is forcing a couple of members of Liv Sandbox to kind of hang around the mid lane, just in case, get some vision down, but it's very early on, 20 minutes in, so KT not going to make a foolish maneuver onto the Baron at this point, and the Infernal Drake will just be Liv Sandbox's.
And Mountain Soul gracing the Rift here. As Liv Sandbox, Mountain... Oh, guys. Oh, you guys
losing my mind, man.
You can't see it, but Veldes was very, very frustrated with that. Understandably. That's not really reason to let that ward live. Rather unfortunate. You know, maybe they were like, this ward seems friendly.
They gave it a name.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you get attached, right?
That's the mistake, right? You can never do that. Like, that ward pops up, immediately take it down. You can't, you know, think of an elaborate backstory. Maybe the ward's name is, I don't know. Can you back me up, Brendan? Just name the ward Brendan as
generally
well.
we don't name the non-control wards, so it's kind of just like nameless ward 995.
I mean, Liv Sandbox clearly has in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, they did, but I don't want to put names on what they named it, you know.
Fair enough.
That was their mistake, right? We don't want to...
We don't want to repeat that.
Yeah. Don't want to humanize the ward. Then you get attached. But, yeah, I think he was just trying to hand over the ward kill to Prince, but Prince was a little bit slow. He's like, whoa, what are you talking about? It's like... And then they missed it because the scanner ran out.
Yeah.
So.
It happened.
Anyway, the ward is dead now, so...
That's all that really matters. And as I was saying before, we were both getting, I think, justifiably so distracted by the ward staying alive. The Mountain Drake is a win condition here for KT, not necessarily for Liv Sandbox. Liv Sandbox just need to deny it, right? Because I don't think it works super well with their comp. They don't have any really tanky members. It's just going to be effort, but he's not building full tank, right? It's not like a top lane Gragas who gets the resource to make that work. But if KT stack a couple of Mountain Drakes, or God forbid get Soul, then as Liv Sandbox, like, the game is just over because your poke comp is just not going to really do anything at all anymore. Now, of course, you can make the argument and say if Liv Sandbox get to a point where the Soul is relevant, they've lost either way, which, you know, that might be fair.
Maybe. I mean, they have gained enough of a lead here, even though there was, you know, 2-3 minutes where KT were making some big maneuvers to try to come back in the game. Liv Sandbox still have a pretty tight hold on this one. And they've been trying to push the issue, push the envelope from here, you know, picking up the Drake right when it spawns. And for now, not really much else to do. So just going to go ahead, back off, prepare for this next Drake fight. The Jace, a fantastic split pusher if he's unattended to, you could say, was able to pick off that bottom tier 2 turret as well.
Going for Edge of Night as well, which I quite like. Reduces the risk of a bowling, like a straight bowling ball immediately blowing you up, right? Which is something that we've seen time and time again happen here within not just the LCK, but just in competitive in general with the power of Lilia. And I think that the item break books that KT are looking for, I think for the Camille you're looking at 3 items, right? Like there's going to be a point where Doran has enough levels, has enough experience to just find those 1v1s. I don't think it's quite at this point in time yet. Summit doesn't think so either.
Yeah, Summit's just going to dive on top of him. The Hextech ultimatum comes in. He's going to have to flash that second Shock Blast, rather. Krako with the spear. Nice dodge once again. Flash comes in. And with the challenging smite, will it be enough? The spear is just short. And Doran will be able to make it down that very long lane.
Camille's a good champion, Veldas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, that is a basic ability, I'll have you know. As Doran gets away in a situation where it feels like he shouldn't, but again, this does show how far ahead Summit is, right? That Doran he can't even think about trying to 1v1. He knows he's going to definitely lose that. And I'm happy that Liv Sandbox are still trying to play through Summit. I think he has been the most consistent together with Crocker and Fate. And they're setting up complete control of this bot side jungle, which I love because in 45 seconds, Drake is coming up. Oh,
what is going on here?
No!
Yeah, not really much to say about that one. That was just a straight up mistake. You can't face check your own jungle when you have no vision in it and you're behind.
If that was Zeus, maybe, right? Even then, like, he'd probably get blown up instantly, but this is just, that's not what you can do. You know they're there. Like, you see the chase, you know he has coverage, and now all of a sudden Baron is open here.
Yeah, definitely a big yikes at this point in time. KT's still going to stick around and try to challenge this one as the Baron will go down. And it's 4v5, so KT don't really have a chance to get in here. Now, they could take the Mountain Drake, which would be pretty nice. It doesn't look like Liv Sandbox are making any big maneuvers over there, but they're actually delaying taking it here. They're going to send Gideon over to try to solo it. They want to get the tier 1 turret instead. And for some reason, they're not going to take the Mountain Drake.
I think they might be able to rush it. We see the pings coming down. I would have much rather seen them pick it up there. I think that Drake is really important in the long run. Zeus goes in.
Now we're going to try to force it here. Nice engage from Zeus, but do they have the damage is the question. Doesn't quite look like it. Hybrid's totally zoned out here on the bottom side, as is Yukao. They're just going to have to dash away. The flash comes in from Summit, looking to pick off the stragglers here. But now with Baron, and KT not picking up that pretty much free Mountain Drake, they're really in a desperate situation here.
And remember how important this match is. Liv Sandbox, they're looking to keeping their playoff dreams alive, whereas for KT, these are not the type of matches you can afford to lose. They're pushing for the win here, Valdez.
Yeah, and with the Baron buff, you know, maybe possible. They're going to stick around. Nice ultimate does come out, though, from Yukao into the stopwatch. He's desperately trying to keep this game alive. And now Hybrid is pretty angry, as he probably should be here. We have the teleport coming in from Yukao. He's going to look to try to pick up Fate. Spots him here. And now it looks to be a bit of a one-on-one. He's got some teammates coming in. The stun is going to come in, and Fade is going to solo kill him and get the back off with the Baron empowered back. And that is just insult to injury right now.
That was a blind scatter.
Yeah.
Man,
he's just that good. Fade is just that good.
Oh my god. That's okay. So
why are we rewatching
I don't know
this?
why we're rewatching this. This is, yeah, as self-explanatory as it gets. That's not allowed. And here, you already pointed it out. Look at the lack of impact on Gideon here. The only person that he sleeps is effort. Zeus goes in really big together with Gideon, but Yuka on Hybrid not really in a position to actually do something. And I would have much rather seen the Sandbox back off here, but I think they kind of got carried away in the momentum. And it's the hero play from Yuka here that keeps the dream alive, right? Like they're tanking the turret, they don't actually have a waver in position to tank. The minion, the cannon minion, of course, firing away from a distance, meaning that, yeah, that's not a situation that you can really get away with. This is blind. Like that, yeah. That's actually insane.
He's just that good.
They still have Baron now because of that.
Well, you can see the poke comp getting to work now. 2 seconds on Baron, so it's about to go down.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, it did its job, right? It was enough time. 2 seconds was just enough, as they're going to take down another inhibitor here. Only one Nexus turret remains, and Live Sandbox, they want out of this game. They're not playing it safe. They're just going to blow up the Rel, who is just barely going to get away with a crash down out. UCal on the Azir has some pretty incredible wave clear, so they do have that. But still, the poke will come in. They're going to take down Doran. Effort is going to be popped by the Tristana on his way out. As here we go, Vantage Veil popped here. More Song is coming on in as UCal trying to stand up to everybody. He's not going to be able to, as Prince at this point, maybe just a little bit too fed. There's 29 minutes in with the Infernal Drake. This Kaisa will get the job done. And it looks like that's going to do it for game number 1. Kind of back and forth and kind of all over the place in this one. 29 minutes will get the job done as Live Sandbox will take game number 1 against KT.
And against a better team, I think that mistake in the mid-game coming out from Live Sandbox, right? Like overextending twice in a fashion that's not really excusable. Against a better team, we'll lose you the game. But we also see why Live Sandbox has actually picked up wins when they look good, and today starting to look like, at least on an individual level, they still look really good, because while I think the macro still is subpar, when you look at the individual execution coming out from Fate, from Croco, and from Summit, this team clearly has what it takes to grab the win, and KT, they just look lost.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to KT in round 2, but this is not the same team, right? It's like they flipped a switch, round 2 came in, and it's like, okay, we forgot how to play the game. Like, many kind of inexcusable mistakes there from the side of KT, and it's rough to watch, right? We don't wish it on them, but, you know, same thing can be said for Live Sandbox, right? They had some good moments, but a couple of times overextending against a better team, they're going to take that lead and run with it. They're going to take Mountain Drakes. They're going to make the right plays. So Live Sandbox do have some fixing to do, and this is a little bit of what we were expecting from the series, to be honest, right? KT on the downward swing in 6th, and Live Sandbox currently in 10th, trying to make their way up. And while they are improving, still some, you know, smoothing out the rough edges here at this point. So we'll see how Game 2 goes. I think Game 1 was kind of underwhelming, but a fun one at least.
At the very least, right, for Live Sandbox, I'm happy to see them kind of grow into their own role, identifying what they need to do, and the drafts actually back that up. I think, especially like in the middle of this split, it just looked like they didn't know what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. And this draft had a very clear plan: win in early to mid game, snowball from there. Was it as good as it could have been? No, I think that the early dragon control could have been better, right? I think that they could have pushed the advantages across the whole map a little bit more. Of course, the macro mistakes with players getting caught out left and right, not the greatest, but they did play to their win condition, they did play aggressively, and as a whole, very deserved win here. And going into game number 2, I don't know what you do as KT, because it's so many things that just seem so hard to fix in within this series.
Yeah, I don't really know what it is, really. Many different things, from the laning to the mid-game transitions, the objective play, even the late-game macro was a bit off. Some of the decisions there really left us with, you know, scratching our heads. So It'll be interesting to see if they can switch it up here, moving on to the red side. But we do have the post-game breakdown ready, so let's take a look at that and see if that offers us some more clues.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see play through the top side of the map. That has definitely worked out. Summit's done it absolutely disgusting here. But I feel like it's not just Summit, right? Like, it's also because Croco paid so much attention to top side. And again, want to break a lance for Fade here because he has also been super oppressive in that mid lane. And I think he played the most clean game, if that makes sense. I think Summit and Croco were like, they were high feed, but they also had some questionable moments. And Fate looking good from start to finish. Liv Sandbox looking good here in this first game.
Yeah, looking good to start us off here in this series, but we'll see if they can bring it back for game number 2. But first, we're going to take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
아이번 스턴 들고 스턴 주고
스턴도 일단 한번 다시
수면만 주지 수면만
나 창만 없긴 해나
화면은 왜 천천히 해. 나 스턴 사쪽 천천히
해야 될 것 같은데?
이완 볼게 천천히 나 스턴 넣고 조지게 아지르면 돼
나이스. 야 바텀으로 가면 끝나.
바텀 타 쳐줘 무시하고 쳐줘 그냥 쳐 야 수영 나이스 플레이 형 나 그 속도 낼때 빨리 좀 해줘 나 힘들어 나 또 힘들어 보겠다 나 너무 힘들어 나 좀 울 뻔했어
와 클리니크 살았네? 와 클리다 클리니크가 좋아? 이거 클리니크 해야 돼
바텀 압박하자 이거 이제 보여줄게
정원은? 어쩌
풍점 여기까지
클리어 지좋은데 방금?
나 뒤로 도는 중 할만해
살짝 볼게 오케이 뭐야
풀 제발
평타 앞에
하이요?
조심
하이어?
하이요
너 캐리어 미친놈이구나. 이거 다 아랫몸 미친 거 같아.
벌쩍했고
탑 나만 텔이야? 이거 살짝 받을 수 있는데 살짝 볼게. 이제 노플
터치게 있어
좋아. 얘 노플 형 아래로
노플
집중 좀.
집중해
야 박아라 이거 야 넥서스
죽여
아
죄송합니다
애소리요
죄송합니다
오케이
왜 이렇게 신났냐?
죄송합니다.
왜 이렇게 신났냐?
죄송합니다.
왜 이렇게 신났냐고 야 퍼즈
왜 타이밍에 모니터 꽂으면 어떡해 뭐야
아래 상태 안 좋다 얘들아
전령도 내가 먹었어.
초콜릿은 먹어도 돼요
당춘장은
아 왜 이렇게 추워? 손이 얼었는데?
그냥 내 볼 만질래? 내 볼 따뜻한데.
지금 거절할게. 기나 아니면 내 손 잡을래? 기나? 나 손.
아 형 뭐 형 팔 루피야? 여기까지 가?
아니 가면 되지 내가.
아 형 집중하자.
좀 큰.
아 걸어야 돼. 아예 안 들려 이거.
아 이거 멘탈 공격하는데.
아 근데 우리 나이 평균적으로 많은데 이거 체력 공격 당한데. 우준이 형이랑 준식이 형 저격 당한데? 나까지인가 이거?
나까지가 마지노선이네 이거. 아 근데 나 피지컬적으로는
아 기나 집중하자.
형 피지
아 기나 집중하자.
알았어. 3면 더블 없어 더블 없어.
야 그분 높여.
야, 이거 탑으로 쭉
끝내자.
가면
탑으로 가면 쭉 끝내.
끝낼만한 거지 이거.
아 끝났어.
이진혁 컷! 김계 컷!
우연아 차 들어가자. 우연아 들어가자. 나이스.
나 라인즈 좀 쳐. 나 미드에서 라인즈 좀 깡패야.
미드 깡패 탑은요?
나
파이팅!
나 탑은 탱커인데.
다스턴
다 높을. 야 우리.
이게 왜 줬지?
아니야?
이걸 왜 줬냐?
알리랑 나르한테 연계당해가지고 터졌다.
방금 끝났다.
그러면 막을 거. 장로 이제 끝나.
끝났다. 다음 봐야 될 듯? 나이스 우리 잡았다. 카이사 맞아 카이사. 초시계.
하나 풀 있나?
알았어.
이길만해.
3이라.
이겼다. 나
나이스.
나 바텀 텔.
아 소리.
괜찮아.
아 다음판 잘.
야 점프 찍어도 돼? 방 나오면.
김준아.
망불. 잡은 듯? 잡았다 바텀.
나이스.
이거 쌍라인 좋거든. 얘네가 급해.
크가 끌어갖고.
들어갔어. 세라핀 공 생각해. 야 들어가볼게.
나와봐 이길만해. 선.
펜타. 야 노플. 야 펜타.
나이스. 너 끝낼만해.
끝났어. 뭐 펜타킬 머신이네. 좋아.
이걸 펜타 한다고?
진짜.
이겼다.
나이스. 좋았다.
Welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk of the Friday night, and today we'll be joined by Changhyun Lee, Kuro, and Victory. Welcome back, guys. And this is season with the translation. Now, every match matters for KT roster and for Leap Sandbox for their playoff run. Leaf Sandbox was able to pick up a very clean win around their poke comp. Well, Leaf Sandbox actually took a very different comp to pull off, but they were doing a fantastic work. Well, there were some mistakes, especially even though they were feeling a bit weak around their bottom side of the map, they were able to step up a lot, especially with Prince on Kaisa. And poke comp is all about their lane priority. They have to get ahead in lane and they have to purchase all the item before the enemy hits a power spike. And Azir is a champion that is really weak into a poke composition, so that's why Leaf Sandbox actually decided to pick Nidalee and Jace in order to counter Azir from Yukal. I think Jace was really good pick to complete Leaf Sandbox comp, but at the same time, I just want to point out that Nidalee and Jace got super fed from early on, but they did not group up with other players. So I just want to point out that because Leaf Sandbox is a team that has to play around their top side of the map, they have to exert their pressure on the left-hand side, or rather the top side of the map. But, well, they were too disconnected from their players. You know, if they had better cohesion with their teammates, maybe they could have even finished the game earlier than game number 1. So we basically wanted to analyze their early game. So let's take a look at the first highlight where Leaf Sandbox ganked top lane and Summit was able to get super fed. Camille, together with Lilia, has a very high gank ability, so Effort made a very fast rotation to the top lane and then a very nice flash E coming from Summit in order to interrupt that hookshot from Doran as well. We also want to analyze about the fact that even though they took out Camille, well, it was a 1-2 trade in terms of the flash, and Doran actually didn't lose any of the CS. So Leaf Sandbox did commit really hard for that kill and they were able to pick it up, but still the trade was worth for Camille as well. You could see that the lane was actually under the turret of Summit, which means Doran, even though he died, he was able to burn flash both from the top laner and the jungler, and he was able to save up all the CS as well. So maybe it's a contribution to his teammates. When they got the kill, it was right before the first Herald, which means actually after the trade, it opened up more space in favor of KT Roaster. So speaking of the first Herald, let's take a look at the Herald fight followed by that play. It was really important for KT Roaster to punish the hard commit that happened earlier. So they could have just dived onto the no flash chase. So let's see if KT was able to pull that off. Both Jace and Nidalee didn't have their flash, which means Gideon just could pull his ultimate off and put Jace into sleep. And Jace was TPing onto a ward that KT Roaster was able to spot. And KT definitely was in a favorable spot to take that fight, but even though Lilia was able to land her bowling ball, she didn't actually let her ult go off. I think KT was not sure about this team fight because they didn't have vision around Kaisa. They didn't know whether it was 4-on-4 or 4-on-5. And then Doran got chunked down by both Nidalee and Jace, but they were too late to pull off that game start button right here. If they were gonna go really hard, it should have been that Herald fight earlier to this fight. They had the chance to punish the fact that two of the topside players didn't have flash in order to commit for the Herald fight, but KT Roaster wasn't too proactive when they needed to be, and then they were forced to take fight later on. Now let's check out the player of the game, the POG, on the side of Leaf Sandbox. Summit is going to lock it down on that Jace performance. We were not too sure about this Jace pick during the pick and ban, but he was able to prove why Leaf Sandbox wanted to make this player take Jace. Summit was able to put massive amount of damage on that Jace pick, and a lot of players were actually funneling all the gold and resources over to him. They were playing around the top side, they were ganking top a lot, and Summit was definitely paying off very well. Once Camille gets super fed and she can pick up any kills in the later phase around the side lanes, well, KT could have come back in this game, but Jace was doing a fantastic work to stop that from happening. 749 is the POG number. Going over to Summit, but Fate and Croco was also able to pick up some of the POG votes as well. Leap Sandbox is on the up and up, and they are proving that taking down Genji was not a fluke. Whereas KT Roaster, considering their schedule, this is the must-win series for them. So let's see what is going to happen in game number 2. I think Leap Sandbox has now realized how to win a game in the LCK. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there of the analyst desk. Summit picks up the player of the game. Some huge damage from him this time around. And Liv Sandbox, you know, although it wasn't the cleanest game, they were still able to pretty easily shut out KT Rolster in that first one.
I stand by my choice. Something that counts. Doesn't count. No. All jokes aside, I think that what Liv Sandbox most importantly showed that even though they are definitely not the cleanest team, they do play to their win condition, which is something that at the beginning of the split, I don't think we really could say for them. And mechanically, like purely mechanically, I think they're executing really well as well, which is a really big difference with KT, who don't seem to know what they're doing, but also mechanically, you just like the skirmishes, the 2v2s, the team fights, everything just looks off. And going into this second game of this series, it's a must-win one for KT because the rest of their schedule is looking grueling. Liv Sandbox need to win this one if they want to keep their dreams for playoffs alive. It is a dream, right? Like it's still hard, but if Liv Sandbox can keep kind of going for this early game, like identifying where their strengths are, which is very clearly, just leave Prince and Effort alone. Honestly, just put Effort on, just put Prince on Asriel every single game. So Effort can just roam out, you know, can look and make plays in the rest of the map. Because I actually think that that's what, like, his laning hasn't been amazing, but his roams have been really good. He has been great in those plays that he was able to set up around topside. So Liv Sandbox pick up a strong jungler here for Croco. Although Summit is one of the players who's allowed to play Gnar, right? And Gnar executed well is actually what, you know, everyone kind of expected from him, which anyone besides Summit, Khan, and maybe King are not really allowed to play this champion anymore. But Summit definitely is, and I don't mind it within that context, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting first pick that we definitely don't see all too often. But as you're mentioning, it's kind of the situation with the two top laners that we have right now, as Rel is going to be the first pick for KT. So Zeus gonna hop back onto that pick. And are they okay? They're actually gonna take the Nidalee away here and grab that for Gideon. No Lilia this time around.
I wonder what they're gonna do, because you can look at something like a Talia, which of course is not the strongest, but if you combine it with something with a lot of setup available, the Gnar will have setup within his Mega Gnar form. The Syndra, Fade had a great game on it, and it would yet again give you that priority that you're so desperately looking for. I wonder what they're going to go for here in terms of jungle. I would love to see Croco on something aggressive yet again to really augment this top side. The one downside of locking in a jungler here is that it might actually be hard for your bot lane to get a good matchup, because you will be probably looking at KT locking in an AD carry and then banning away a couple of the strong picks available, which is at least what I would prefer to see. And they do lock in the Kaisa here, which, considering the performance last game, I think is fine. Prince, just kind of leave him on his own. You have backline dive with the Gnar available that wants to be looking for these big plays. And Doran, even though Summit got the better end of him, throws down the gauntlet here. And it's basically a flip of the comps, right? This time it's KT trying to execute the same thing that Liv Sandbox did, but I'm going to be honest, Feldes, I'm not certain whether that is the right call to make here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Doran and Gideon can actually pull off what Summon and Croco were able to do in game number 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the help of effort for the first gank. I'm just not seeing it, to be honest. And it's rough, too, because, you know, generally the Nidalee, you see it with something that has great gank assist in the top lane. And while Jace has a lot of damage, and he does have minor CC, it's not easy to set up the kills in the top side outside of just shelling a huge amount of damage in. So we'll be interested to see if they can make anything happen onto Summit Snar.
I'm as you already pointed out, as I said before, I'm skeptical, but I'm willing to be convinced, right? Maybe KT, they pick up something like a Varus here, which has been kind of starting to rise in priority again, really opt into that 4-1 poke composition, which I personally wouldn't mind. I think that this is not amazing. I think it works well with the Rel in a 2v2 sense, but Hybrid's last game was not very great. I don't think it works very well with the Nidalee and the Jace. Kind of want to do different things, right? Where Tristana wants to just go in aggressively, wants to kind of have... and if you can't go in aggressively, you at least want a front line. You don't really have any of that thus far. And
yeah.
I don't... Like, UCal's not Fly or Chovy or like... or Bay, where he picks up a tank mid lane, right? Like, that's just... I don't see that happening. As we see the Gragas actually making it this far through drafts. It's pretty interesting with how strong that pick is. Will be effort yet again.
Ooh.
Oh, that we don't love that on 11.4. But
I feel like I got punched in the stomach.
Listen, you know, like, do we love it? No. But this matchup is going to be decided in the early game, no matter what. And say what you want about Croco's Olaf, but it is an early game menace, right? Like, it doesn't scale well. He doesn't really have any enablers. All in all, I don't think the strength of Olaf is really at the point where you want to prioritize him. So not the biggest fan of that, but you do have hard engage available, right? And it does give you early game power. It does give you the priority and the dueling potential. And if Liv Sandbox wins this game, it's through stomping the early game, no matter what. And in that context, the Olaf makes sense. Obviously, still not super stoked about it.
Yeah. Well, we see the rounding out here of KT's composition as well, right? The Azir last pick, as
really
you
like
mentioned.
That. Yeah.
He's not going to play Sion. He's not going to play Set. He's going to play Azir. That's just the player that UCal is. And there's not much of a front line for the Tristana, but they kind of have this wonky, kind of two-sided competition where they have good poke and, you know, some pretty, you know, a couple of pieces that are good in the early to mid game, and then you have like some decent scaling alongside of the Azir and Tristana. Rel is the only front line will be interesting if they get behind.
Yeah, I mean, if they get behind, this game is like just not going your way, right? You have Jace Nidalee. Yeah, it's lights out, and the gauntlet thrown down here by KT in what is a must-win game for them. After last game, I think it does make a little bit of sense to say, okay, we're just going to go in, not all in early in drafts, because you do have like late game potential, as you pointed out with the Azir and Tristana, but neither of those two champions are really that great when playing from behind, right? Tristana in particular, so it's still going to be an early game decided matchup. And if last game showed us anything, is that KT roster cannot defend when they are the ones on the defensive. So instead, they swap it around in game number 2, try and go on and try and be more aggressive. And Liv Sandbox say, you want to be aggressive? Okay, we'll look in Olaf, and we have a Syndra again, and we have Summit Gnar, and you're not going to have a good time. And I think within the first 15 minutes, we'll know how this game goes. I think that if game number 1 taught us anything, this is not, neither of these teams are going to get back from a disadvantageous position. It's going to be early game, all or nothing. Maybe even like this is one of those games where like it's just the first gank, and then if Nidalee or Olaf gets like a kill, it's just that's just it. I could see that happen. Will not be surprised.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too unlikely, as we had a kind of a similar setup with the Jace Nidalee up on the top side, this time from KT, but Liv Sandbox were grouping up and kind of expecting this kind of invade to come in, so they were absolutely ready for that one, and will be just fine. We'll be curious to see how Summit plays the top side of the map here. Just in the lane. Obviously, he was able to get ahead pretty nicely onto Doran in the Jace versus Camille matchup, but now up against the Jace himself on the Gnar. Can he actually play that weak side well?
And I think his win rate obviously not great, but I've said it before, and I stand by that. I do think that Summit is one of the players that does actually play Gnar well, right? But his team just loses a lot, so the stats are going to look pretty subpar on that one. I think that this does feel like the type of day where Summit just wins like 2 matchups in a row, like one as the champion and then the other one playing into the champion.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised about that. But in a vacuum, I think you even saw it in that last game, right, where Doran was almost able to get away from that topside 3-man gank, right? Mechanically, I think Doran is still a strong player, and as we can see here, this matchup historically has been favored. They go in at Prince.
Yeah, Prince gets engaged upon. They have to throw out the heal and the exhaust just to make sure that they survive that trade. And, you know, they were trying to push the issue because they were going to hit level 2 first, but it was actually a great response from Hybrid and Zeus to stand up to them.
And both junglers are going to be pathing towards that top side. I think that the Jace will have early prio here. Summit actually is in this situation the one who's going to have to forfeit control early on of the wave until he picks up a little bit more armor. I think he might be looking at an early plated steel caps just to make sure that he can actually trade with the Jace in longer extended trades. I still think that Summit will be fine. And that's why Doran also went for the phase rush, right? Like, it's nice into the Olaf, gives you the opportunity to run away, especially pre-A6 when there's no Ragnarok available. And it also kind of bolsters the short trades that you want to go for in this matchup. Because if Gnar can just keep throwing boomerangs, keep rocking hyper, you're not very happy about it. Effort, it's level 2.
He's level 2.
He's like, we're getting the double crab, boys. Like, this is happening. He does take a spear to the face, though.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you have the Olaf. If you can support him here, it's going to work out nicely. But take a look at the poke damage they're already getting here. The problem is, there is no support right now. Zeus is behind on the side of KT, so the smite not going to come in, but it is going to be taken by Kroko anyway. The stun onto Doran, but now they're looking to turn it around. Level 3 on effort now, but is it enough to actually try to survive? No, it will be not, as Gideon will land that spear through a couple of members and pick up that first blood.
Listen, both teams have taken my comment about, you know, winning in the first 50 minutes to heart, as we see a full 8-man rotation towards the topside Krabby, just to make sure that, you know, in this case, Kroko will dine well, but then Gideon immediately kind of takes away whatever was left of that lead by picking up a kill here. And Gideon, he's looked kind of shaky, but Nidalee, when getting ahead early, can really bring the hurt in these longer, drawn-out skirmishes where you can just freely throw spears. And outside of Effort, who, as we saw there, was very happy to rotate up, the hard engage on the side of this sandbox is not actually amazing, so getting on top of this poke composition, especially into Nazir, is actually kind of hard. I do love the fact that, like, I think the execution, again, question marks can be raised, but I am happy to see Liv Sandbox yet again, like, opt into extremely aggressive gameplay early on, recognizing that if they get to late or mid-game and they don't have a lead, they're gonna have real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this again, right? The Rel is trying to come up here, but you talked about it. It's so much free damage with the spears, the accelerated shock blasts that come in, and it's real damage. Yes, you get the crowd, but in this super extended fight, you're not going to win, right? You just have to get out of there afterwards, and unfortunately, for effort, rather, Gideon lands the really fantastic spear onto him.
Gideon hit 3 out of 3 spears there, right? And like in these early fights, this is what as Nidalee you really shine, because you do have more skills available than your opponents, right? Like,
trying to get on top of Gideon now. He doesn't have a splash, remember, as the auto will come in, the heal. Will it be enough? No, the undertow will land, and we will have a dead kitty cat in the mid lane as Yukal has to get out of there. Kroko a little bit low on mana, but he's still chasing Yukal out of the lane, trying to help out his own mid lane.
Listen, that one's on me. I gave Gideon credit, and then
Ooh,
it goes awry.
Flash underneath the turret, and that's just going to be a straight-up solo kill. Doran is pissed, and he picks up the kill, and will get a plate on top of it.
Okay, well, I was okay with the solo pick now, but Doran clearly says, no, we're not okay with that. We're going to punish that as hard as we possibly can. A solo kill in this matchup is really rough for Summit. Is able to, or not able to pick up this huge wave, right? Like, loses a lot of experience. The gold is going to further augment the Jace. I don't know what is it. Just Gideon just gets hit by a scatter the weak point blank. Just as I was singing praises to him. And the reason, as I was saying it before, Gideon rudely interrupted me by getting, again, point blank scatter the weaks. Like, it doesn't really get easier than that. Is that the early power of this Jace and Italy is so strong because they have so much more skills available. And here we see Summit, or Doran rather, like, as clean as he can possibly get, right? Like, Summit, you've already flashed away. Doran knows that. Standing on top of this wave is no problem whatsoever. And I feel like the moment you flash, even though it feels really bad, you just have to fall for those waves, right?
Yeah.
Like, fall for the plates. Maybe wait for Croco to come back, but at the very least, like, really stay away from the Jace, because now Doran is just getting more and more fed. And we saw last game what this can lead to. In that context, the Gideon pick was really important. Might get a kill here as well.
Yeah, take a look at this. They are not happy with Doran bullying their top laner, and they are going to 3v1 him. Summit calls over his gang, and they put him down here. That means that Summit, you know, he's going to get a lot of damage here with the plates as well, with the Demolish. And a really nice response from Liv Sandbox.
That's your lead gone.
Yeah.
Which is not great, as we do see the collapse coming out here, but it is a rather late collapse and not really going to lead to anything, even with the extra man there in Zeus.
Plates.
Oh my god.
And all of these minions just gone. Look at that lead. Even the CS lead is gone. Summit's like, yep, thank you very much.
Oh lord, yeah, that is really, really rough. Now on the upside, there was a lot of investment towards top side that did lead to a kill. If they cannot pick up Herald though, KT's in such a rough spot. Rocco tanking spears, but KT, they feel the need to respect her, and I kind of get it. Effort has roamed up as well. And all in all, Prince actually has a huge CS lead here. Zeus has been, interestingly enough, like, been roaming around a lot more, has still been able to pick up a experience lead for himself, but has meant that Prince in that solo lane actually has had a lot of pressure. And is up almost 20 CS, and that's not a good look for Hybrid, who had a really rough last game.
Yeah.
And KT, like, they're still dancing around this Rift Herald, but I feel like they're actually giving up a lot here by, like, just looking and looking and not actually getting anything. Summit doesn't have Narbar.
He doesn't have Narbar, he doesn't have Flash either. He just has the one hop, able to hop on the head of Croco and get out of there. As now looking to turn this around, Zeus, no Flash, no escape. He's just going to get towed down here by the side of Croco. No escape for you. This is this early game power we're seeing out of the Olaf, as in goes Doran for some reason. He's just going to die. That's a double stun coming out from Fate, as now it's just going to be absolute disaster here for KT. Summit even looking to survive underneath the turret, as Croco will survive, and so will Efforts, as a huge turnaround comes in from Liv Sandbox.
Liv Sandbox early game, when you give them an opening, is just insane, right? KT go in really deep there, but the moment that Summit hops away, you need to abandon their play. They're stuck underneath a turret. Zeus isn't level 6, doesn't have the Magnus Storm. They don't really have anything available.
Oh, Hybrid. He's going in for this one. Oh, he's got Rel nearby, and that might just be enough, but the last auto nearly able to take him down is Prince, as the Ignite is ticking, and it will take him out. The last tick there, but man, that was a very thin line that Hybrid was walking as well.
And it is Croco and Fate that set up this play. Doran, again, like we've seen this before, it's not anything you can really do. Gets saved by the minions there. It's like, thank you, minions. That's very nice of you. And then they go in on Summit here. They blow their Summoners trying to get a Gnar with Hop. And then they're stuck underneath the turret, right? Like, Yukel backs off here, which means that the rest of the Sandbox can just freely keep walking up. And they want to try and, like, get away from this, just giving up the support. But with Effort there, that's just never going to happen. He flashes forward, they go in, but the exhaust makes sure that nothing can happen then. And Fate just comes in here with the flank, the two-man shockwave. And I was a little scared when I saw this Emperor's Divide, but this early on, you don't do a lot. Summit, like, that was so perfect in terms of timing, because if he goes mini-Gnar there, one tower shot earlier, he dies, right? But, like, just the resistances and the stats from Mega-Gnar are enough. And this looked really bad for Hybrid. I still think that this is not a play you necessarily should go for, because this feels like a great way to just, you know, trade like one for one, which is just not necessary.
Or just die, right?
But this is the problem that we highlighted in Champ Select, right? Like, KT In game number 1, they went for a slower comp. They didn't win the early game. In game number 2, they go for a comp with the early game power, but the execution just isn't there, right? Like, they try to overforce between 2 turrets. They get punished incredibly hard. And now the Rift Herald is picked up. Plates are still available. Liv Sandbox in this early game are just looking like a dominant force.
They're really trying to force the issue up here in the top side with that Rift Herald. But with 3 members of KT around, perhaps the Sandbox will back away. They're going to clear out all the vision for now. It looks like now with the backs coming in, they're not going to try to force it. But, you know, again, with the play that we saw on the top side of the map, this just allows this Olaf, who is very far ahead, to just walk up to the Rift Herald with the help of his laners and take down another big early objective. Now, Fate had his flash blown. We were looking at the replay. We had it in the live screen. So he has to play this very respectfully.
Does it so well.
And now Summit with an R-bar here. He's looking for more, and actually he's got Croco nearby too. Doran will have to flash away. Over the top comes Summit, and now with the flash in himself, he's going to be able to take down the Jace once again. Now on a killing spree is the Gnar after getting solo killed under his own turret.
Summit and Croco are just insane, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Valdez. It is... When you go into a match like this and you talk about like the win conditions, we said at the start of the day, you know, it's looking like a top side. Like, who's going to get the advantage there? But what Liv Sandbox has learned, which is something that they just didn't do well early in the split, is not just get the lead on top side, but actually snowball it, right? Like, actually get the rest of the map ahead as well. Augmented by Fate's super stable play. And honestly, like, Prince and Afford have looked a lot less flippy. They're not the win condition, but they don't need to be, right? Like, they just need to not be a losing condition, which currently they're doing expertly. And yeah, Doran, it's such a frustrating way because you need to play forward as Jace. Like, you can't not shove the wave, right? Like, you can't not play aggressive because that's what your champion needs to do in this instance. If you play slow, you're going to get just demolished in later game fights as well. And KT, yet again, continue the trend of just looking kind of clueless as a whole.
All right, what's going on here? Yukal going to get caught up and pulled in. The Emperor's Divide not able to help him out. As once again, we're face-checking brushes that they don't have vision in.
That scatter from Fade. Oh my god, man.
You're a big fan, I see. Well, welcome to the club.
This is going to be one of those situations where, like, you need to give the POG vote to Croco, right? Like, he has 100% kill participation. He's been the instigator of every single skirmish.
What about level 2 Gragas roams?
Well, yeah, you say
we're not giving it to effort.
You say it jokingly, but like, I don't know. Liv Sandbox are just looking like the early game team that they always were, but now they're able to snowball a little bit better. And KT, they just look clueless, right? Like, they find an early lead and they're not able to capitalize on it, or they try and push a lead and then it doesn't work out. And last game they went for a slower composition, which also wasn't the answer. And this isn't looking like a 6th place team against a 10th place team, right? Like, this is looking like Liv Sandbox is a 10th place team, and KT is looking just completely... this again?
Off the charts? Yeah, let's take another look at this.
Yeah, but not in a good way off the charts. I don't know. They keep face-checking, they keep disrespecting. Again, the only criticism that I do have for Liv Sandbox in this case is a little bit less egregious because they're not unequivocally the strongest comp. Would be that the Dragon taking this series has been really bad from both teams. Like, it's just, no, we don't care about it. We just care about Shelly, right? Like, Dragon it doesn't give you gold. Like, who cares? We just want a gold league. We want to buy the items, Valdas. That's what we're looking for.
We don't need those Drakes. They don't do anything for us. They don't push turrets.
No, they don't.
Imagine if they did, though. Let's bring
I mean, that was
old Mordekaiser back.
Old Mountain, right? Like, you got extra damage on objective.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. We're diving the turret here. Doran is in a bit of trouble, but this might have been a little bit of an overstepping, actually. So Croco is now going to be the one that is in trouble. Gideon's on the chase as an easily dodged spear. Yeah, just really trying to force things on the Jace. I mean, he's still Jace after all. As now, Yukal, speaking of which, trying to force things onto Fate here, but Fate wants nothing of it. Just throws out the Unleashed Power and backs away. As Summit, okay, he's got Strikebreaker.
Oh, no way.
Not in the shop. Gideon is going to miss another spear. It's now being kited out, but the Boomerang also going to miss here. The flash comes in, and Gideon now is going to land that spear. Gets the job done. eventually.
I actually thought someone was going to get the kill there. I'm not going to lie. I was like, he dodges the 2 spears, but in the end, I don't know if that was a visual bug of Flash there looking a little bit weird there from Gideon, because he was teleporting from left to right, but thank you for making me feel safe, telling me that was indeed a bug, as Croco, he's died, come back, hanging in shame, and possibly looking to a shove here on this bot side turret.
Yeah, for now, just doing a little bit of poke damage on the turret, not overcommitting here. We don't have Shirley up just yet. And so just hanging out, sending our junglers back to the jungle to farm. Yeah.
In the end, like, the gold lead is pretty negligible for Liv Sandbox, and they might still, you know, get into cloudy weather here, which for them would not be great. Me as a Dutch resident, cloudy weather is all I ever see, and Atlas has really made sure that I keep feeling welcome here. As this is just, we've had a lot of these type of plays throughout this series, where you're looking at it like, what am I supposed to say here? It's just, it's just not good. It's very greedy, and yeah, I think that this is where Gideon shows that even if you don't hit your spears, yeah, there you go. Able to consistently just hit the red smite combined with the continuous pressure of those auto attacks and the red buff coming through there doesn't in fact give you enough damage. And we see it's not the biggest, but the fact that this gold lead was able to swing in of itself is already kind of alright. As KT, they do have a lot of power. Don't forget, this is a negligible gold lead, and the poke should come through from them here.
Scout of the week not going to hit as the stun comes in from Effort, denies the combo from UCal, but they're still pushing through here. RKT maybe going a little bit too far around this time, and man, Effort, he's really showing up here in the second game now. In goes Prince, looking for the last bits of KT's composition. He's going to find the bird, as now we're looking for the Yordle here. Down will go Tristana, and that is going to be an 18.5-minute ace from Liv Sandbox.
That's a clean ace! Valdez, clean ace! If anything can signify like the state of the KT mentor, it is this clean ace, because let's be honest, the attempt there, I think that it's okay, but you don't have to play that aggressive, right? Like, the power of your comp at this point in time is in playing it slow, is in poking continuously. What they do instead is...
Watch Effort here.
Yeah. UCal tries to go for a hero play. Look at this. Boop, boop.
He even waits for the flash. He's like, nope. Nope. Perfect timing. That's like nearly frame perfect even.
Yeah, that's actually insane. And that creates a situation in which the entirety of KT is funneled through a choke point. Then it's just a shooting gallery for Liv Sandbox here. Prince, you know, I heard people were like talking and saying that it wasn't good. You know, we were talking some smack. I'm here. I'm ready. I hit my Void Seeker and I go in deep. And honestly, well, that is, again, it's just the execution from KT is consistently not clean, right? Like, they keep overextending in these situations where you're not allowed to. And if you do that, you need to make sure that you hit every skill shot, that like these big plays actually work out well. And instead, I think Liv Sandbox, like, they turned I think it was like almost a 1k gold deficit into a almost 5k advantage, Veldas. They picked up 2 Drakes, and this isn't, I don't see KT coming back from this one. Like, just from the sheer mental point of view, I think compositionally it is possible, though it's really hard because you still have poke, you still have a Jace and an Italy that when objective fights go slow might be okay, but I don't think they're going to be slow. Effort has shown throughout the entirety of this series that he is ready to throw down. He's ready to like flash engage no matter what, and that means that playing respectful for KT is way harder. And with this comp, like once Liv Sandbox gets on top of you, it's just immediately over. Yeah. I think it's reminiscent of, I think it was DRX. I'm not entirely sure who they're playing against, but it was similar where you had like 2 teamfight compositions, with one was just like go in with 5, and that's the team fight.
Yeah.
And something similar is here the case for Liv Sandbox, where their execution isn't actually that hard, and they do execute well, right? You saw that, as you pointed out, the beautiful cancel there from Effort. Whereas the KT comp, it has a lot of levers. You need to poke well. You need to know exactly when to go in. Based on this series, I don't think they really know when to go in, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, KT don't know when to go in, when to go out, what direction is up or down. looking pretty lost here in round 2, as we mentioned. And Liv Sandbox they've turned a new leaf, right? It took 10 losses, but, you know, now we're on the up and up.
Oh my god.
They 2-0 Gen G, and now
Feldas.
making KT look easy.
It's the Yasuo power spike. They were just scaling into the split, you know? Like, they were just waiting for the 10 deaths. That's when you come online.
Yeah, that's all it took. It's good to see that at least someone's playing to that Yasuo power spike. Been waiting for it for a long time here in the LCK.
Yep. It was right in front of us all along. Can't believe we didn't see it.
And as you mentioned, I mean, you know, they've hit their power spike in the rounds, in the round robins, and also here in this game.
It makes so much sense, right? Because, like, it's still not 100% clean. There's still some mistakes left and right, but they go in, and they go in hard.
Yeah. Now, they've got... You talked about the cleanliness of Fate's play, if you will. 3-0 and 6 here in game number 2.
Yeah.
So he was very clean in game number 1 as well. This time, he actually did go for the Banshee's Veil. In game number 1, actually, he totally skipped the... Verdant Barrier, and just went straight into the Void Staff, as now we're just looking to bully Doran a little bit. And Doran should know that this is coming now with the aggressive play from Summit. Going to be a miss on the Void Seeker, but the damage should be enough as he gets Gale Forced to death. And that last auto will put the nail in the coffin.
I was just about to say, like, one thing that is really nice about the Kai'Sa is that in a 1-for-1 situation, you can use Killer Instinct to augment side lanes. This doesn't matter here though, because like Prince just walks up. Like it's not even like a Mega Nut into a Plasma stack, right? He just walks up and just starts autoing Doran, and yeah, this just further signifies like the state of KT. Doran started this game off with a solo kill. Like mechanically, we've seen like these highlights from him even within this game. But then you look at the scoreboard, and when push comes to shove, he went from 1-0 to 1-5, right? And it's just, it kind of signifies what's happening with KT as a whole here, where you're just in a side lane, you have no vision whatsoever. I don't know.
He was so far down the lane with zero vision in their blue side jungle. So you talked about flipping coins earlier. I mean, that's definitely a coin flip. You're like, well, I hope they don't gank me. And then I'll get ahead. Then I can exert my pressure with the Jace. But if they gank me, I guess I just die. He just had to accept his death. There's not really much to it there.
It's never a good feeling when that is like you're out. Like, I just hope that he's not here.
Yeah.
But that is unfortunately the state of the game at the moment for KT. Now, even with this gold deficit, Liv Sandbox, they're not the cleanest team, right? Like, this is still a matchup that I can see go the way of KT, but they need to make sure that in the very least they put themselves in a position where if Liv Sandbox make a mistake, they can win. And thus far, they've not been doing that. They just keep getting caught, they keep making mistakes, they keep overextending, and I don't see a way in which KT, with this composition that's really hard to execute well, are going to be able to actually find the consistency that they've been looking for basically this entire series, and perhaps even in the entirety of round 2.
Yeah, that's been the way it's been going so far, right? This time the Void Seeker is going to sail wide. Doran very good at dodging those line skill shots, but yeah, it's still a free Infernal Drake. It still lives Sandbox very far ahead in this game, over 6,000 gold, and now they're on Infernal Drake's Soul point. So you're just piling on your lead at this point. The only thing they haven't taken early on in this game is the Baron. They've taken lives, they've taken all the Drakes, the Rift Heralds as well.
Yeah, it's there's no cloudy skies here today. It is the fire of the sun coming in here, and in a composition like this, where neither team has a front line, more damage is generally what's going to win you the game easier. More damage, in this case, definitely going to go to Liv Sandbox. It's not just a gold lead, but also augmented by that Infernal Drake. If they get Infernal Soul, KT, they don't have a front line, right? Like, you're trying to out-damage a composition that has Infernal Soul and, like, basically 4 damage dealers, and a gold lead, and an item advantage due to that, and an experience lead, and it's just... You can sense the desperation as well, right? Because coming into this game, the first 10 minutes for KT were actually really good. And then it just all went up and disappeared like tears in range.
Yeah.
Nothing going on. nothing going well for KT.
Yeah. It's very true, and KT, I mentioned it before we got into these games, but I do believe that they are the most passive team in the LCK right now. Mostly from behind. When they get behind it, it kind of looks like old Gen Air, right? Where you're like, okay, well, we're not going to lose yet, but in 20 minutes, then we're going to lose. It's like, you're not really doing anything to further your potential chance of winning, right? You're just delaying your loss, which is kind of what you were saying just before, which is generally not a good thing, as you guys can tell. So
we don't like that. No,
no,
I often say, Valdez, we like that. That is one of the very few things that we just 100% do not like, because it's in these type of situations. This is something we talk about as casters a lot, but it is also true. It's like you just need to go for the Hail Mary play, right? Like, because if you don't try and go for a crazy Baron steal here, which it looks like Gideon is doing, so that's good at least, although I'm sure Summer's not going to allow that. What else are you going to do?
Summit's trying to zone away a lot of members here. At least he is going to move away from that spear, and now Gideon has to stopwatch early, but here comes the train. As the ball does land in from Fate. That's going to be the Baron and an extra kill onto the KT jungler. Very simply scooped up by Liv Sandbox.
And as Baron, that is probably going to open up the bases here. All our outer and in is already gone here for KT. And yeah, super clean setup, right? Like, they're so far ahead, they can just move into the enemy jungle, choke them out of vision. By the time that KT actually makes it over to Baron, game is done and dusted. Effort yet again, like, he's been playing super well throughout this series.
Yeah,
it looked
really
funny
has.
at times, but...
Oh, Doran.
Yeah, I don't...
Once again. You can feel it. You can feel the tilt coming in from the side of KT. I mean, I don't blame them. If I were in this game as well, I would feel the same way. And it's not a good feeling, of course. We're looking at another 2-0 for Liv Sandbox. Really turning things on here at the end of the split, as now they're just going to go ahead and dive on in. Hybrid somehow survives, being Kathy and Rain there. Kroko, actually very tanky at this point in time, but the burn will come in from the challenging smite and be enough to take him down, as Inhibitor kind of inevitably does get taken out here by Liv Sandbox. So just another objective in the books here.
Oh, effort. He tried so hard, you know, pressed his locket button in attempt, but Kroko, not the cleanest this game, you know. He is an Olaf who's fed, and like Fate is double teleport as well, right? Like, there's no way this ever works out, but
yeah,
it still looks really, really bad. This is the umpteenth time that we've seen him get caught. I think this is a little bit over-enthusiastic. I don't think this is really necessary. Hybrid with a really, really good ultimate. Kroko on his own. Rest of the team not really there. I think that effort, if he did catch that spear, he would have been fine, but unfortunately can't quite get in front of his jungler. And now this is the fight for swords or nothing for KT, and Yuka or Hybrid need to make an absolute bonkers play here. They need to try and scoop multiple people. There's so many damage dealers, there's so many threats. 5 people, the Hail Mary play, it's all or nothing.
Summit, looks like he kind of read that coming.
Yeah.
Maybe with some comms coming in from Fate to spot that one coming in here. But you're exactly right. You know, Yukal, I think, has to be the one to make the bonkers play.
Just take the Drake. Don't dive. Thank you. Thank you, Liv Sandbox. I thought they were going to do it, Valdez. I thought they were going to, like, let's go. We got this.
Yeah, against Azir. Don't really advise that. We're still kind of sticking around here, just waiting for the Drake to spawn. And there it goes. Effort and Summit on zoning duty here. Is anybody going to get in the pit and try to steal this away? The answer is going to be no. As the cast moves Zeus in, and down he will go. The damage looking to be a little bit too much. Doran just immediately gets popped. Didn't even see where he went there. Yukal kind of looking sad as he gives it his old college try as well. Just down he'll go. That's going to be another kill. And now they're just running a Hybrid. Looks like he might be able to get away here, but the rest of his team can't say the same about them. Actually, no, he's going to die too. Okay, there it is. Another clean ace comes out from the side of Liv Sandbox, and that's going to be the clean 2-0 from them tonight.
And Liv Sandbox show yet again their development throughout this split, right? It is a team that, honestly, at the beginning and in the midst of this split, just looked kind of clueless. I don't know necessarily where they were going, what they were doing. But they have, like many of our bottom teams, a Freak of Freaks come to mind as well. been able to develop and kind of find their own strengths, and it's been specifically through their top side. Summit and Croco have looked amazing both these two games. Of course, Croco, some less highlighty reels there coming in with he was running as Olaf, but a little bit too enthusiastically. But as a whole, Liv Sandbox have learned to not just have an okay early game, which is what they did when they looked kind of okay in round 1, but then also leverage it, whereas KT, their descent just continues onward here. They don't really seem to know what they need to do, how they need to do it. The mechanical play looks good for like the first 10 minutes and then it just quickly falls apart, and you gotta imagine the mentals are just scattered at this point.
Yes. Don't really have too much else to say. I mean, Liv Sandbox kind of looked like KT in round 1, right?
Yeah.
It's like they almost swapped bodies. It's like, okay, now we're going to take the other side, and now it's KT that don't look like they know where they're going, whereas Liv Sandbox have a kind of clear definition of what their team likes to do, get ahead early on the top side of the map and snowball that lead. And it's been looking good in a couple of games, or rather series in a row. So can they keep it up? I'm actually curious to see who they're playing up against next, as it's going to be Hanwha Life on Sunday. So not the easiest matchup, definitely a lot harder than this one.
But that could actually be interesting, because I think stylistically the biggest weakness to a team like Hanwha Life, which is also what we saw in the game against MG, is like really well executed early aggression. And obviously, I think Liv Sandbox at this point in time are kind of like a Gen.G light, where their top side is really strong, they can snowball well, but Gen.G also has inevitability and ruler, has BDD who can just have pop-off games and overall is super consistent, right? So I think Gen.G very much the more complete package, but Liv Sandbox do seem to kind of go for similar styles where they just all in on early aggression, and then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's okay. But against weaker teams that aren't as able to match that early aggression we see here, it just looks like blowout wins.
Yeah, and even though they're getting a nice lead, or rather streak, under their belts here for Liv Sandbox, there were a bunch of mistakes that we were pointing out during the games, right, that they still have to fix. And I don't want them to go back to the drawing board and say, oh, we were great today, good job, boys, let's go get some, some dinner and not watch the VODs, because there's still a lot to improve on for the team. But we do have the post-game breakdown analysis ready, so we can take a look at that, or rather, the highlights, and we'll see how this game did roll down in favor of Liv Sandbox.
And again, like, this is what baffles me, is that they go from mechanically executing one of those early skirmishes super cleanly into Gideon just walking in front of the Syndra, right? Like, Doran just getting caught. I think this is the play, by the way, that broke Doran's mental. I think up until this point he was fine, and then this just kind of killed it.
And then this one.
And then, well, this one just killed the entire mental for KT, right? Like, this is just the type of play that it happens, and you can just get that sinking feeling of, listen, we had a lead. Like, we actually found the lead that we were supposed to early, and then it just goes from bad to worse, and that's just basically the story of this entire game, where, listen, if Effort can get away with level 2 roaming and dying, and then still being as relevant as it was in this game, it's not a good sign for... And this is what you were talking about earlier, and I really agree with you there. Liv Sandbox, today is a good day, but it also still shows very clearly where the weaknesses are. They're very, very clear weaknesses, they're very pronounced, but then you see moments like this, and you're like, oh my. That is beautiful.
It's really insane, that play. Doesn't look like much, right? The Gragas didn't have to move too much, but I guarantee you guys...
If you don't hit that...
It's at least 3-man Emperor's Divide, right? Summit Flash, nobody else did, so everybody else is getting scooped there.
And then you, not only do you get scooped, but like you create a barrier in the middle of that choke point, meaning that your team can kite back through it, right? You can get out of that funnel and then also get stuff done. It's just... Yeah, and here you see yet again, man, effort on this Gragas, because you mentioned this is his first Gragas support, right? Like, I don't think he played it before, or at least you may, if I recall correctly, mentioned that earlier. And then coming in as powerful as he was here is just...
Yeah, it actually is his first day of Gragas support.
Super impressive, and here, well, this is just this is Infernal Soul into a team that's like at this point 8k gold behind. It's not pretty.
타면서 미드로
Aldous, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, pretty straightforward here. Baiting at hybrid on the back of it. Thought maybe he would get away, but the one scatter of the week was enough to do 90% of his damage. Summit freaks out a little bit there. He's like, I can't believe the damage. No, just really happy with the win, of course.
And this is pivotal for Liv Sandbox, right? Because yes, the fight is not fought, right? Like they haven't won. They won this battle, but they haven't won the war yet. They need to find more of these wins, keep stringing them together to actually get to playoffs. But we keep going on about it because it's not a Hail Mary kind of thing, right? Like it's legitimately, with how close these bottom couple of teams are, legitimately a really contentious battle for that 6th spot. And if I'm seeing this Liv Sandbox, I don't know, man. They could do it.
Yeah, I mean, every team that's below KT right now is just like, yes, yes.
It's possible. It's possible.
We
can
can
do it.
I mean, we might see our 6th place team get into playoffs with something like a 7 and 11 win rate. It's not going to be too impressive, I'll tell you that. But we'll see who makes it through. It's still very much up in the air. But we do have the analyst desk ready, so I'll hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Liv Sandbox takes game number 2 as well. And they are keeping their hope alive for the 6th spot in the playoff. Liv Sandbox had the same comp on the top side of the map stolen by KT Roaster, but KT Roaster was not able to steal away the game. So he had a lot of highlights down to the top side of the map because it's really what matters for this game. And we mentioned that POG comp is about getting ahead in lane and doing damage based on the item difference. But KT Roaster made some critical mistakes in this game, and they were not able to come back in this game. And first pick Gnar in B1 is not that common because there are so many counter picks into Gnar. For example, Irelia, GP, and also Jace is one of the counter picks. But Liv Sandbox was bold enough to B1 Gnar. And we had a lot of fights happening on the top side of the map, and I think Effort was doing a critical work in this game because he actually left Prince alone in the lane. He was always making rotation to top. Whenever one of the support actually makes a rotation, one of the other lane partner actually has to stay in lane in order to kind of punish that with a turret dive attempt. But this time around, both of the support players were rotating up to the top side of the map, and Liv Sandbox was the one always winning those fights. We had a lot of fights happening on the top side of the map, so let's take a look at this first highlight where KT Roaster was losing really hard. Maybe KT Roaster could have just traded to play around the bottom lane, but KT Roaster, they were too caught up playing around the top side of the map. So let's take a look at this replay. Because Jace got the kill, KT Roaster, they were committing really hard to take the first Herald. So Nidalee and Azir was at the blue camp, and Tristana and Rel reset, and they were at the base. But at the same time, because they were too caught up with the fact that they have to get the Herald because they won the first topside fight, they didn't really keep in mind that Liv Sandbox was also looking for a rotation to the top side of the map. Syndra obviously made a rotation to the top lane. She revealed herself, but still Jace got dove by Liv Sandbox player. Because KT Roaster, their mid and jungle were around the jungle camp, they could give heads up to their top laner, Doran. They have to tell them, because you're at the blue buff, you have to kind of back up. But Doran on Jace was still pushing the lane really hard, and he got punished later on. And after that, we started to see a top gap happening because Liv Sandbox was able to punish some of the mistake coming from KT Roaster. KT Roaster, they did have a plan to commit for the Herald fight, but they didn't have a very detailed plan in order to maneuver the mission. KT Roaster, they had to, get ahead in order to play around their poke damage, but they were falling behind. And let's take a look at the second highlight. Once again, KT Roaster was getting over eager to make something happen on the top lane. So they were not able to get the first herald, and then once again they go all in for that play, but they don't have any heads up for the potential play coming out from the opponents. They had so much gold in their pocket, and Leaf Sandbox had full heads up to counter that play coming from KT Roaster. I just think that this setup was not the one to pull off at this point in this game. Tristana and Rel was doing a fantastic work on the bottom lane. Maybe they could, you know, get the Drake instead of going really hard for that top lane. You know, Jace can stay under the turret. He can just take the CS under the turret. But KT Roaster, they went all in for the top play, even though they had some lead down on the bottom lane as well. And then they got countered so hard by Leaf Sandboxer macro decision. I think Leaf Sandbox had better macro overall today compared to KT Roaster, because Leaf Sandbox had more space in their head in order to make better decision. And let's take a look at the POG for game number 2. Croco will pick it up on Olaf. Olaf was able to, you know, purchase so many items at once. He had 2.5k gold in his first reset. It's not Croco was just farming and clearing the camps. He actually was making fast rotation in every given situation. And these days, Olaf doesn't really build Gore Drinker. They instead go for the Shrine Breaker. I think this actually is a buff for Olaf in this patch. And we saw the reason why Olaf is still getting picked by pro players. The synergy with the Shrine Breaker is also really strong. Something we didn't really expect, but I think we do see the reason why Olaf is still getting picked, and a very split votes, but Croco was able to pick up 2 out of 3 casting votes in this game. It was tied with support and top as well, but Croco will be the one getting that POG by winning so many casting votes. So let's hear from Summit and Croco for the POG interview. Hello, welcome. Congratulations on your win. Before asking you how you guys are feeling, what's that? What are those sunglasses? This is a message or a sign telling people that I'll play Vayne top in the next series. What about Vayne jungle? Yes, it's another sign implying that I'll be picking Vayne jungle next game. You guys took down Jinju 2-0 and extending your winning streak by taking down KT Roaster. Is this a start of your miracle run? I think with that new look, I think you guys are on a very good atmosphere, right? This is our first winning streak, you know? Even though we had tough opponents, we were able to take them down, so it feels really nice. And we are having bigger and bigger playoff odds right here, so I'm glad that we were able to keep our playoff hopes. And Croco, what about you? I'm glad to have a winning streak here, but I'm sad I was able to get only 3 votes in this POG. In the end, I'm the one winning the POG, so I'm glad. And I'm still happy that we have the playoff dream alive. How many votes did you expect to get? At least 4, you know? I was under 1 vote. What about you, Summit? You actually were tied for Game 2 POG as well. It's a bummer that Fate was not able to get any votes because he was doing a fantastic work. I don't care about the POG results, you know? Yeah, Fate, he was always being the pillar and the centerpiece of Leaf Sandbox, but in Game 2 we had a lot of fights around the top side, and that's why. at the end of the game number 1 or game number 2, Fate was actually saying you guys have to calm down, seriously, like chill out. So how was they serious, guys? I was the NAR itself, you know. I was the NAR in real life. In the early game, we were quite behind, but we were able to turn the game around. And we were able to come back. So next time, I guess we have to go a little bit more slow.
지금 베인 두 명이랑 인터뷰하고 있는 것 같습니다.
안경 쓰는 건 페이트가 안 말리던가요, 크로코 선수?
Was Fate okay with those sunglasses?
안경 쓰는 거는 수혜가 말렸어야 되는데 안 말리네요.
He had to, but he didn't.
그러면 그 안경이 지금 두 개 있는 거예요? 아니면
How many red sunglasses do you guys have at your team house?
저 정확히는 모르겠는데
I'm not sure, but I just wore those because they gave it to us.
이런 거를 또 준비하는 것 같고 최근 크로코 선수가 이제 이기는
And
법을
Croco,
안 것 같다.
in an interview, you said Sunbox finally realized how to win the game. Could you tell us about that? Yeah, for sure. I think our team is better, having a better teamwork, and I think we're getting better and better. Was there any change that was made in terms of playstyle or lifestyle, whatnot? Well, our playstyle and lifestyle, we just do whatever our coaching staff tells us, and I think that really worked out well. We had Jace in both games, and in game number 1, you last picked Jace. Weren't you feeling a little bit kind of pressure because Pro comp is not a stable comp to pull off, right? It's a bit of a dicey comp. We had a lot of Ben cards going to the top lane, so I didn't really have many options. So I wanted to play Jace, a champion that I feel the most confident in. When was the moment that you had the confidence to win Camille in that game? When Effort roamed to the top lane, he made a lot of rotation today. So I had a very comfortable laning phase thanks to that play from Effort. And that was the point where I got confidence about the matchup. And in both game 1 and 2, we had Summit and Crocus show in this game. You guys were always playing together, moving around the map together. Whose call was it? Maybe Summit, he did make a call. We have to move around the map together. And, you know, Summit is a talented player, so I can just be there, you know, take away, I mean, care about him, you know. That's all I have to do in this game. And after game number 1, Fate said, that was so hard, I almost died. What made him feel so exhausted in that game? When I'm playing Olaf or some other champions, I get overexcited. I just become the champion itself. So I just dive all day. So Fate was having some hard time because of my aggressive play. How did you guys prepare for game number 2 after winning that first one? We just wanted to play stick to our original plan and less aggression in game 2 compared to game 1. And we saw B1 NAR from Leaf Sandbox, even though there were a lot of counter picks available. Summit, could you elaborate that for us? I'm pretty confident in that pick, personally, and our team as well. I know how to kind of not reveal the weakness of NAR and these champions. They trusted on my NAR as well. And we had Olaf in game 2, and these days, Strikebreaker Olaf is a thing. So what's your thought on this meta? I think Strikebreaker became a thing after the Gore Drinker got nerfed. I'm pretty positive about this change because it has extra attack speed, so you can clear the jungle really fast. I think pretty good. What about Olaf itself?
올라프
in the
자체에
jungle
대한
tier
평가는
list?
저는 괜찮은 것 같아요.
I think Olaf is still good.
네, 흥분이 되는 그런 챔피언이다.
And it gets you excited, right? Yes, kind of.
자 그리고 리브 샌드박스가 이제 하나생명, 프레디 프리온, 아프리카 프릭스, DRX와의 경기를 앞두고
And Live Sandbox, your upcoming opponent to be Hana Life Esports, Freddy Brion, Africa Freaks, and DRX and Summit. You said as a professional player, you have to do everything you can do, and you still have your playoff hope alive. So how are you going to prepare for your upcoming match?
아, 역시 진정성.
네, 저희가 지금 연승 중이기 때문에
Because we are on a winning streak,
다음 경기도 잘 준비해서
we're going to prepare as hard as we can.
그래서
I don't want to let go of our winning streak, so I will do my best to push this momentum forward.
네.
어질어질하죠.
개인의 마음.
저희가 오늘 이게 되어서 기분이 좋은데.
I'm happy that we won today, but I won't get too excited about this, you know. I'm gonna calm down. I wanna stay calm and collected and prepare for the upcoming match. Is really hard. And this will be the end of the interview from Summit Croco, getting their winning streak for the first time in the LCK 2021 Spring Split. And I'm gonna pass it back to our caster. And looking forward to your Vayne top or Vayne jungle in your upcoming match. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the great translation there, the awesome translation even of the analyst desk and the interview. And we do have the standings ready after that matchup as well. You can see here, Live Sandbox have joined the 4 and 10 brothers here at the bottom. They do move ahead of Fred Brion, who are actually now in 10th place because they do have a better point score. But KT, you know, they're at this point in time, they're only one win ahead of all of these teams that are behind them and quickly losing their grasp on that 6th place spot.
Yeah, because they're also on a 4-game losing streak, which is not really where you want to be, and the rest of their upcoming matches are also not very easy. So this next match that's coming up after the break for Nongshim also a really important one, because they're also looking to like just one win. That's all you need, but it is against DRX, so I think that's a rough one. But Live Sandbox, out of all the bottom teams, like I think the momentum is in their favor at the moment, and can it happen? Can they make playoffs?
It's still possible. Anything's possible. They just need a couple more wins to overcome KT, and a lot of teams are vying for that spot. So, guys, we're going to take a 30-minute break. When we do come back, we will have Nongshim up against DRX, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that second match. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK and moving into our second match of the night. It is going to be Nongshim Red Force up against DRX. And this is a big match for both of these teams. Nongshim trying to get more wins under their belt and potentially get that 6th place spot for the playoffs, whereas DRX, all the wins are good to try to climb the ladder there.
And if I'm not mistaken, if DRX win this one, they will actually, lock themselves in for playoffs. And we always keep coming back to the beginning of the split because no one expected this. Like, literally no one. There were some teams where we're like, maybe they'll be good. DRX generally was not on that list. And they have just been a team that not only looks funny or is like fun to look at, right? It's very entertaining, but they're also genuinely good.
They're just really good, right? They've been called flippy, inconsistent, and these are all words that we don't use lightly. But I do feel like they're slowly fixing their issues as time comes along. But we do have the points of the match ready, and we can talk about DRX and their spring split here for many, many hours, but we're going to have some time to do that as well because we do have this matchup. DRX finally picked up a 2-0 win. Can they destroy Nongshim's playoff hope and get their 10th win? I don't think they destroy the hope entirely, even if Nongshim do lose, but certainly would hurt Nongshim a lot.
It's not great, right? And as we've already pointed out, like because it is so incredibly close between these teams that are in, I think, 9th till like 6th with KT, of course, still being stuck on 5 games. It actually does matter a lot. Also, any Hanwha Live fans are watching this match and like, you're pretty secure about Hanwha Live. Like, I don't really see them dropping out of contention, but it's still nice, if DRX win here, then the Hanwha Live is in fact locked into playoffs, and then you can rest a little bit easier. And Pioshik, it's the man we talk about the most, Pioshik and the boys. This time he's also one of the boys because he is the birthday boy.
There you go. Feels birthday man for him. And he will be up against Peanut. He will try to celebrate his very special day here once again. If you guys remember, the last time these two went up against each other, it was Pioshik on Udyr against Peanuts Nidalee, and they had that really memorable moment at the end of the game where the Udyr was chasing the Nidalee back and forth through the Dragon Pit and around behind the Dragon Pit, and the Nidalee just kept jumping back and forth.
So good.
It was a comedic end to a kind of unfortunate loss for Nongshim, I do believe, in that matchup, but here are the round 2 stats as well. The things we're highlighting here is that Nongshim have had some very fast games, whereas DRX, even when they get behind, they still win a lot of the time.
And yes, the average game time is good here for Nongshim Red Force, but this is something we've seen a lot where your average game time being this strong doesn't necessarily mean good things, right? It can also just mean that when you win, you snowball quickly, but then if you don't have a lot of wins, that doesn't look nearly as impressive. As Nongshim is an interesting team. Wolf, of course, was as enthusiastic about them as I was about Afrika. Neither of us have really... we've had moments, right?
Who's going to make it to the playoffs, if either of them?
Listen, yeah, that's the question. If it's not going to be Liv Sandbox, who, as we just saw, have had a bit of a resurrection and are currently in a great tempo swing, I think that if you look at Nongshim Red Force, it's about the team fighting Peanut and Dogdom and Kallin, who have really shown that they can consistently fight the pressure. And what we expected to just kind of be like a Pioshik doing funny stuff kind of team has actually been, as you already said, super well-rounded. They play different styles, they're not afraid to draft weird off-meta stuff, and perhaps most importantly, DRX, outside of Dom and Kia, feels like the team most likely to win no matter what the game state is, because they are hard commit with everyone. They're always looking for an out. They're always looking to make plays around the map, and their tempo swings are just incredible.
Yeah, and this is a very obvious key player matchup here. Peanut has been turning it up a lot, and as I wouldn't say he's back to his Rocks Tigers form or anything like that, of course, but he's definitely improving, and you can see that he's got a lot of top stats here in the jungle role. So definitely doing his job for the team and having that extra piece, as you mentioned. It's not just Dogdom and Kallin anymore. It's also Peanut that's coming in through the jungle. And of course, he is up against Pioshik, a guy that we've talked about many times, who just has good numbers across the board.
And I think Pioshik's development over like the last year is one that can kind of fall by the wayside because, of course, the one story of 2020 was Damwon rising from a somewhat inconsistent team to the world champions. But this is a player that, of course, on DRX, many considered the weak spot, right? Like, he was inconsistent. There was this general opinion that he was kind of getting carried by Chovy and Deft, which and Carrier, which honestly, like, I don't think that was an unreasonable take. But what we've seen from him this split has been he's legitimately just been a really good jungler, and like his Ude is still 100% win rate, right? It was the POG rule where he's allowed to pick it up, and no one else really should look at it. Because teams otherwise have been inconsistent, but it's more than that, right? It's about like his confidence and his ability to, with his off-meta picks, generally secure himself a good jungle matchup, and he can always fall back on some comfort, like the Kindred, for example, where he had an amazing game last round, or last match, picked up a quadra kill there as well. And then I think Kingen also has been just a very positive surprise for me in how consistent he's been playing.
Yeah, you know, once the sub behind Smeb, everybody was like, oh, why isn't Smeb playing? Who's this guy, right? Now he's really making a name for himself, and that's always fun news, right? One of these players that's been around for a long time and is now getting his time to shine, and he certainly deserves it. So we'll see what he can do. Udyr here is going to be the first ban. If you weren't expecting that, I'm not sure what you've been watching this whole time, but you don't want to give that to POG.
I mean, it's been a perma-ban in like general settings. Against DRX, you're just straight up trolling if you don't ban it. Like, of course, POG not necessarily the inventor, because Udyr was already getting more and more playtime within solo queue, but like he is the one who debuted it. And like when this first series took place, we were like, whoa, Udyr, right? Like, what is this? Unknowing what was about to happen to the global jungler meta, as the Renekton, it's just jungle bans, as well as the Renekton ban, which is just a general power pick. And this is something that I think for me was the biggest surprise coming into this split with DRX, is that yes, Udyr or POG is good on like the the Lilia, the Udyr, but if you give him Renekton and Nidalee, and like him and Kingen will actually take over a game the way that Rascal and Clit do, that we've seen Croco and Summon do recently. So these bans make a lot of sense. DRX is banning out the Seraphine, although she has dropped in pick and ban Prio. Personally, I'm kind of happy to see it, because I feel like giving Bay a completely neutralizing matchup that the Seraphine does provide you with is not necessarily in DRX's favor. I think that Solka has an edge in that matchup, and if they can leverage that and turn it into additional pressure for POG, it's a really good way for DRX to get the ball rolling.
And we already saw what can happen if you pair Seraphine with a Fed tank. Just ask Damwon Kia about that one.
That was
just disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, just that should not be allowed.
No.
And don't tell anybody about Soraka, because we don't need to be banning two of those enchanters away. Anyway. Alistair comes out as the response to the Rel. Definitely do like that.
It's been traditionally a counter pick, right? You do lose some of the engage potential from Alistair, but it's very easy for you to get rid of the engage that Rel provides. I love the Nidalee pickup, because as I said earlier, I think DRX actually has the potential to snowball this. And then Nongshim Red Force is going to go for the Grace. Honestly, I would have not mind the Skarner. I think that what you have here with Nongshim is a matchup that's like very neutralizing, as we go through this pick and ban in a rapid pace. So we have junglers and bot lanes locked in. I think that both these bot lanes very strong. If you get an edge here as Doctor and Callan, which they have been known to do, you might be fine, but Bao and Becca, I think, have really improved in terms of stability. And I think in this matchup, you don't really need to try and get things going, right? Like, Kai'Sa's value is kind of self-explanatory. DRX are looking to be, can still opt into a poke comp, which we saw them play really successfully last time, or they can go for something with a bit more dive. The Gnar would fit well on that, and is thus promptly banned away by Nongshim.
Yeah, Gnar off the board here. They're going to take away Azir from Bay. Do they ban something like a set? I don't think so, especially with Graves in the jungle. So what is, in fact, going to do the ban here? Becca says enough with the headset. Puts it back on.
And the counter pick potential is here for DRX. DRX, in my opinion, has not been a team that's as reliant or like doesn't like to utilize the top lane counter pick, which is something that, of course, we just saw happen in the match between Liv Sandbox, and something that also Gen G really likes to do, putting Rascal on the matchup. Summit has also done that very well. as there is the Jace ban, because that is of course the type of poke style. We've already seen how much havoc Jace and Nidalee can wreak, although the first game of last year, not the second one. We don't talk about that one. This is cute. I like the hover, you know. Shout out to Rich for the Cassiopeia, which, while inventive, most definitely did not work. As we get the Syndra for Solka, it's straightforward, it gets you prio. I think the dueling potential with Nidalee is nice up until the point where your opponent starts itemizing against your damage. And DRX is just a super straightforward team comp, right? Like, this is very akin to what we've seen them play before. If they hadn't banned the Gragas herself, I'm sure that would have been the top laner. As the Sion is getting hovered here by Rich, love this. I think this is the right approach because Rich's laning phase has been kind of one of the weak spots of Nongshim. And Sion, you just sit and chill. You know, you're just there, and you just gotta take it easy. And I quite like that. As no, we're not getting pranked by this. We know that there has to be an AP mid lane.
They're just gonna pick Orianna.
Yeah.
Nobody got excited. I saw the brand. I got a little bit excited.
Yeah, I know. I could see it.
But Orianna.
I was immediately like, oh yeah, please do it. Do it. I keep waiting for people to really punish the Sion. I think the Darius, things like the Urgot would also work. This is a really interesting counter pick that we've not seen for a while, but Shogoff is actually really good into tanks for a multitude of reasons.
Jax?
Even better. Oh my god, yes please. Okay, so, listen.
Man, DRX.
Jax has becoming more popular slowly. I think we've seen him in the LPL a couple of times as well. And the beautiful thing about the Jax is he does actually provide setup for the Nidalee, but most importantly, like the split boost pressure that we always talk about is just impeccable. I think that the one downside of Jax that you don't have with something like a Camille is that his team fighting is a lot weaker. Camille is as strong as she is because outside of having a Cho'Gath ultimate on a Q, she also is able to reliably engage team fights. That's not the case. King in here is picking this purely for the lane matchup and the ability to like look for these 2v2, 1v1s because Jax and Nidalee is actually disgusting, right? Like the amount of mobility and lockdown and burst that you have available. I'm wondering what build he goes here though, because I can see an argument for him going into like kind of a, you know, Blade of the Ruined King oriented build where you try to actually shred down rage, but you can also just say, I'm just going for like 100% straight split push, because I don't think you want a team fight into this comp here from Nongshim, and that's, as a whole, knowing the forms of DRX, I clearly favor them here, just because I think that this team has kind of, they've earned their confidence, right? Like, they've picked really difficult poke compositions, and I was like, oh, can they do it? And then they did. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. However, Nongshim have a composition that if any of your like free carries get fed, you're golden. If you get into the mid game on even footing, you're golden. This comp plays itself. And from a team like Nongshim, where their strength has been team fighting, I applaud this.
And one of the most important words you use is it's straightforward. It's simple. Right?
Yeah, plays itself.
When you're not winning a lot, don't complicate things. Don't try to play 1-3-1s. Don't pick weird stuff. Just play standard, straightforward. Play team comp, team fight oriented compositions. Play front to back. Try to not lose lane, and then eventually win game. I like the idea. Whereas DRX have a little bit more of a leash to do interesting things, different things that we haven't seen before. You know, like the Jax coming in here. I was thinking, maybe we throw it back to Aurelia. Kingen already has a couple of wins on the Aurelia. I don't think he has a win against a Sion on the Aurelia, but he definitely won a couple of times against Gnar in my recent memory. And it's definitely just another one of those picks, right, that tries to punish the Sion in the lane and not just let him get free laning and tankiness into the mid game.
Well, then, tanking tanking a full charge decimating smash is not the way to go. Kingen. He's ready, right? He's posturing, he's looking.
This is like Rengar here. He's
like,
when am I going to jump out of the bush?
Has gone for the Counter-Strike level 1 as well, so you can actually like reliably get a lot of damage down on Rich if Rich overextends into that. Not as much damage, of course, if you do go for the W for some empowered attacks.
We're missing the top tree.
Oh, that is... Yeah, I don't know why we're swapping to this. It's Alistair level 1. Nothing should happen. And if it does, it's really bad news here for DRX.
It's just typical shenanigans for the Rel at level 1, just being annoying. And it looks like King did get behind on the trade that he did go for. I was watching it on the minimap, but he still, of course, is going to have great control over the lane. And Sion, again, the main thing is that he just doesn't get a free lane where he gets to farm and get tanky for free, and that he actually does get punished. We've been singing the praise of Sion, but then once all these counter picks started coming out, we're like, maybe there is an answer.
I would have liked to say, I think the Cho'Gath that was already pointed out is actually really good, specifically because of the amount of true damage he has, as well as his max health shred. And then I think things like traditional, we've already talked about the Camille a lot, something like the Urgot also. It's actually, I think, really, really strong on 11.5. It's getting nerfed on the next patch, right? Has a really ridiculous amount of damage with the on-hit modifier buffed on this patch, which was then immediately reverted, right? They weren't like, we're not going to over-nerf him, but that buff was not a good idea. We should not have done that.
You were talking about the Black Cleaver buffs as well.
Yeah, so it was mainly the fact that like Titanic Hydra got like a 75% on hit modifier on Purge, which means that basically I think the win rate for Titanic Hydra first, so not even like Mythic first, right, or Black Cleaver, you go Hydra first was like 58%, which is that's too much.
A problem?
Yeah. And this is why I don't love the Graves into Nidalee pick, because while Graves is able to match well in farm, historically the Nidalee has been the counter pick into Graves, not the other way around. Like, think back to the Worlds meta where you pick the Nidalee because she can farm as well as the Graves does, but then she also just has a generally great matchup into him with the amount of damage that she has available. Ahsoka, just Syndra things, you know. Trade your mana buff for perma-prio and a lot of harassment. King has to go back in.
Yeah, this is going to be a good push for Rich. Will be able to crash that wave, I believe, as long as he gets through that cannon minion on time. King going to have to TP back here, as he was taking aggressive trades, but he ran out of mana, so he actually couldn't really continue the pressure that he was putting on there. Bottom side is going to be pretty interesting. Note that we've seen a lot of Tristana picked into the Kai'Sa as an answer, especially in the lane. And Duckdown picked Tristana first, and then Val just straight up locked it in. DRX is the team, I suppose I should say, because it was Solka who actually did the locking in of that pick. But certainly he seems pretty confident to take the Kai'Sa, says Kai'Sa's powerful anyway. I don't really care about going straight into the Tristana.
I think the Kai'Sa, like you said, it's kind of a self-counter, but simultaneously Bao and Becca have been fairly stable. And keeping in mind that you want to go for like a punishment on the sign actually does make a lot of sense as well. As we already pointed out last match, if you do want to go for a full one, maybe a 1-3-1 style composition, in this case, of course, it would be a 1 full. I think the Kai'Sa works really well. Killer Instinct just provides you with so much easy rotations once you hit level 11, and it's something that teams don't really have to opt into, because Kai'Sa can also, of course, teamfight really well, but it's something that, in this case, I think augments the strength of your composition. As King is slowly starting to build his lead, and this is, of course, once as Jax, you get your ultimate available, right? Like, you get the passive, you get the autos in the longer trades, especially with Conqueror and your Sheen, you're actually really going to hurt the Science. So this is where I'd expect King to start getting further ahead, although it shouldn't be more than, you know, a couple of waves, and we do see a big wave being stacked, so Rich should be able to catch up decently here. As we get some action on the bot side. POG maybe looking for an invade, but then no camps up, unfortunately, for him.
They did see where Peanut was. He was actually clearing a ward up on the top side of the river, so looking to get a little bit aggressive on the bottom side, but that does mean that the third scuttle is going to go the way of Peanut here. Third scuttle on the map, not the third one that he has taken. I think they've split the first two, as you would expect. Faye getting a nice little push here. Very fast, gives him perfect back. He did miss that melee minion, but that's okay.
Forgive him for that, as Valdez is barely able to contain his disappointment and or anger. Having a rough time. I get it. It's not as bad as it can. You know, it could be.
I would have missed it as well. So
yeah, that's okay.
I understand.
It happens. It happens. One thing that I do really like that I haven't really talked about stylistically from this Jax pick is that Jax is like, it's one of the most archetypical like late game win conditions, right? Within League of Legends as they go in here.
Yeah, looking for an aggressive trade. Becca is going to take a bunch of damage, but still has a couple of potions, and he is Alistair, so he'll be just fine.
There's no heal available as well, so that actually means that in a straight-up 2v2, DRX are not able. We haven't really talked about this, but Bao going for the cleanse means that his survivability is good. A dive here coming in. They're not level 6 yet.
Level 6 for Peanut. They're trying to get on top of Bao here. The burst damage, is it enough? It might just be Duck Dom straight up killing him. Hops away. And they juggle that turret aggro perfectly. Do Nongshim, they're going to get a double kill this early on for Duck Dom's Tristana. Say goodnight to that bottom lane. Not looking good. Pioshik's just playing with his Scion up here. But, man, that is a huge win for Nongshim.
That is just beautifully executed as well. They find the shot. It's just at the right timing, right? Because if Bao and Becca are 6, that play never works. So it's the last window of opportunity that they get to make it work. The initial aggression there also makes a lot more sense now, knowing that Peanut is on his way. As I think there is a lot of vision available here. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to see Peanut there. It doesn't really matter because, as you say, like, Duck Dom is one of the big carries for Nongshim. Tristana is one of the hardest snowballing AD carries they will have within the meta at the moment. And you just gave one of the win conditions for Nongshim Red Force a 2-0 lead. And if they pick up a Rift Herald as well, yes, DRX is good when they're in a late game position, but Nongshim, I'm super impressed, right? Like, this is the type of team combo I wouldn't be surprised if they just sit back and like do nothing for 20 minutes, which honestly, like, I could see that. But instead they're playing proactively, and it's really nice to see as we get a trade for objectives, as there will be a Drake for a Rift Herald here.
Yeah, and rather DRX knew that was coming. They did have a little zombie ward, I think it was, in the brush, so they were able to spot that. Unleashed Power is going to come out here, Big getting pretty low, but he did go for the Merc Treads first. Definitely you go for that or the Verdant Barrier early on into the double AP. Just a little tip there so you guys don't just die to the Syndra in the lane. And here's another look at this dive.
And as you said, it's just super well executed, right? Like, Duck Dom can go in this aggressively because he gets the reset on his W, and Callan is just diving this wave beautifully. And then this second one where Callan just uses the Q, right? Just because he knows I can take another hit, I have my shield available from the crashdown. And again, if at level 6, that's just not an option anymore. Like, that was the last possible moment where as Nongshim you can make that dive work. And honestly, I'm getting, like, when I saw Peanut move up, I was a bit worried. I'm like, this don't know how I feel about this, but they execute it perfectly. And yes, DRX is a team that historically have done really well once they get past, you know, like the 25-minute mark. But a fat Tristana, like, you can be cute, you can be cheeky, but that's not something where you can like generally outsmart it, because she kills your turrets and she kills you. And she kills objectives, and basically she just mauls everything if she gets at. And another play towards this bot side here.
Yeah, they get Prio in mid lane, which allows Bay to rotate down, and, you know, they don't even have to kill the bottom lane of DRX. They just get the turret low, and they drop the Rift Herald that they got very early on. And this is going to be first turret given over to Nongshim at 10.5 minutes. And yeah, Oriana's not super happy about the lane placement, but who cares? Who cares? Your team is so far ahead after that.
That is, yeah, Duck Dom is really far ahead right now, and so is Peanut. Pioshik not having any impact as of yet here on this pick with the Nidalee. And they need to start finding kills, they need to start finding objectives, because right now they are just losing left and right. Now, the upside is, as we said before, DRX is a team that can do really well even when they are playing from a deficit.
Yeah.
But I don't really feel like this comp necessarily enables that. I think if you're on even footing, you're fine as King. And
oh, is this really happening? The level 7 Tristana is flashing after the level 9 Jax is not going to get the kill. But it was really close. That was oh, Peanut might be able to pick it up here. He's going to get the vision. You can see he's thinking about it, but the collateral damage not going to actually land onto King. And as the rotation is matched here from DRX.
Good catch by Bao there, but might have tanked a little bit too much damage there. They need to clear the wave. Duck Dom?
He's trying to get on top of Duck Dom. He doesn't have a splash. He just turns it onto Bao. Bao is going to get in there, though, with the Killer Instinct, and at least tries to turn it around. But this is a huge team fight for the side of Nongshim. They have the damage, and they're going to shut down that pitiful Jax as well. And that's going to be a couple more plates into the pockets of Nongshim on top of the fight.
Nongshim sees Liv Sandbox win the game, and they're like, guys, we need to stay ahead of them. We can't afford to lose. And their early game has just been impeccable. Like, they're playing through Dogtime. Yes, him dying is a bit of a bummer. I think he was a little bit over aggressive there. But the way that they just keep matching these rotations really, really well, as we see the double teleport come in there, right? Like, it might just look like a single one initially, but there is Rich, there is Bay, and this is the dream for Nongshim. This comp wants to do one thing, and it's 5v5 team fight. Generally, it takes you a little bit longer. You need to hit your item spikes first, but if you're in an advantageous position like this, and the enemy is already low, then the base damage is more than enough, and we see Nongshim with a really big lead in the early game. It is not historically what this team has been known for. Super impressive here in the start of this game.
No, it's just really good proactivity down on the bottom side and a great response up on the top side. It seemed to be that they were reading that DRX were going in for that fight, and they prepared for it. Excellently made that team fight happen, as you mentioned. And now, from ahead, it's going to be difficult for this Kai'Sa Alistar lane to catch the wave safely, as we do have a little bit of a play out on the bottom side, but Peanut is here looking to turn it around. Rich gets low, and so Peanut isn't going to overstay his welcome, just there to help out his top laner. As Bay, he's trying to play for DRX. His contract not available just yet, but you know, trying to swap sides, and now he's just gonna head up to the top side, help push this wave.
This might be, I mean, at least 1 or 2 plates going over yet again, and it could lead to yet another turret. Okay, just 1 plate. It's salvageable. As Divine Sunderer comes through for Kingen, so he is going to go indeed for like the more tank buster style, where you do have a lot more health available, makes team fighting a little bit more consistent. But I think as DRX, what you try to do here is you try to like just slow the game down as much as humanly possible. If you can get this Drake, you're in for that. That will be really good. Right, and then hope that you can out-macro and out-split push a composition that is just 100% going to out-teamfight you later in the game. And they do not get Drake.
No, they're not going to get the Drake. I think even Pioshik might have been spotted on a ward there that is being spotted right now by Dona Strong. King comes down, spots the Graves here. It is going to be the Ocean Soul that does come in here.
Oh my god, if they get Ocean Soul with this lineup,
see ya.
Nongshim are just cruising toward a clean win here. Like, Tristana's really fat, so now as Nongshim, you can take fights way earlier than you really should be able to with this composition, because the composition from DRX generally has so much upfront burst that it's really hard for you to kind of deal with it. And if you find a straight up 5v5 earlier on, you'll generally be fine. But it feels like this game, like we're 25 minutes in, and DRX was supposed to have like had their moment. Instead, this has really been a game that has been in control from Nongshim from the beginning. There was no action early on, and then once there was action, it was just Nongshim playing again and again and again, finding these type of plays. And now I feel like for DRX, your win condition is slow the game down and hope that Kingen can carry, which there's so much hard engage available for Nongshim.
Yeah.
I'm not loving that plan, Valdez, but that's what it's looking like right now. Or Nongshim stop grouping and like people get caught. Like, that can still happen. But I get a feeling that Nongshim knows that as well, and it's just going to be like, guys, stand together.
We're a unit.
We're a unit.
Flying V.
Everyone huddle up. Okay, maybe Cyan, you know, Rich can be on his own. That's okay.
Gotta socially distance as well. You gotta be careful.
Yeah. I mean, not at Nongshim, right? Like right now, you wanna get close. You wanna cuddle up together in a nice, cozy environment, and just make sure that no one gets picked, no one overextends, and then you just walk up to the objective. You know, Cyan in front. No poke is going to be relevant. This is one of those games where Pioshik would have liked to see a Moonstone, because I don't think you're going to do any damage to Kalin or Bridge.
Yeah, that doesn't that item doesn't exist for
Syndra. No, you're right.
Junglers that play Middle East specifically. Another nice amount of damage goes on the base. Still got some corrupting potion stacks, and his team is ahead, so he just gets bailed out in situations like this as well. Totally fine. Becca not able to get in there and help out on the pick. So now Nongshim are doing this thing where, you know, from ahead, there's not too many objectives right now. We get a big knock-up, though. That's going to be the spear on a Duck Dom, which is pretty nice, but we get the shockwave on Ahsoka. He gets zoned away from the fight. Now it's 3v2 in the jungle, as Kellen is pretty slow, but the horse is closed on right now. Another spear is going to hit, but with the heal coming out here, it looks like DRX do push them away, and, you know, it's okay. You know, that's one step kind of in the direction of DRX saying, hey, I mean, we can still execute better than you in some of these team fights.
And that is something that they have relied on historically, right? Like, this is a team where they looked a lot better in the second half of the split, but this is very reminiscent of early DRX. So we're like, how do they keep winning these games? And it's because in situations like this, they do play to their outs, right? Like, they realize that it's fine that you feel confident enough to take our Raptors, but we still have a lot of burst available. And even though the general like game state is not very friendly towards DRX, and I think they will get outscaled in terms of like just raw compositional advantages. If you look at like just the straight up amount of burst with Soka, Bao, Pioshik, like dive on top of someone, combined with Becca's impeccable engages, still need to respect that as Nongshim. And I think that this was very close to like a really big problem, because if Doctum dies there, then all of a sudden you're not very happy as Nongshim, because then that allows DRX to take back the tempo, and there's one thing this team's love, it's getting tempo back when they shouldn't be able to.
Yeah. And the game certainly has slowed down, right? They've been kind of chilling out here. It does look like Nongshim do want to press the issue just a bit. They have the Tristana. That's a lot of damage on the Bao, who is now going to have to just back away, especially with Peanut coming in here. It's just 5 members grouping up. This is what you do with Nongshim. Syndra's in the top lane. Jax was bottom. You force a fight here. And now Becca is going to have to ultimate. He might still die as he just gets shredded to pieces. That Bay ultimate was pitiful, but it doesn't matter because they get another turret, and now we got Duckdom trying to get on in there alongside Rich. That was kind of 1-by-1. It was actually Peanut, not Duckdom. Scale forcing forward, trying to push the issue, whereas the rest of the team was looking to back.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was definitely not the line. I actually, like, I would love if DRX go are trying to be a little bit cheekier and go for something, but yeah, Becca, Syndra's not there. Like, the teleport is getting channeled, but you're just getting on top of Peanut. Doc Dom is literally standing still and auto-attacking, which is what he'd very much like to do. Then the subsequent fight, I don't know, Peanut, you know, like, Rich and Peanut, I'm happy that you guys are ready to go in game, but if there's any champion bot sign, you just give over a Drake. But it's fine, so, you know, you get away with it. And, I don't know, did you see the damage that Pioshik was doing earlier to Rich? No? Exactly. No, that's
well, what are you talking about?
That's my case in point, yes. And that's not going to change, right? I think that Rich is just going to be able to keep tanking these spears, and I'm not as big of a non-believer in Italy. I think that the pick definitely has value, but in these type of situations, if you don't find another lead, I'm not kind to this one specifically.
Yeah, you don't really do much. You know, if you find the Orianna isolated, I feel like that's pretty good. You know, a bit of poke damage through onto a Graves or a Tristana, but it doesn't really stick that well, especially when there's a Scion in the way.
I mean, Orianna has Merc Threads and Verdant Barrier. Like,
yeah,
I don't really think that even that. So then it's just Tristana, and Doctum is like, this is all you need to do. You stand behind 3 beefy people and you auto attack things. Easy as it gets?
Seems pretty easy, yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Listen, you know, Doctum like is a really good AD carry player, and you had to be a really good AD carry player to get into this position. But if you're this fat as Tristana, the beauty of it is you don't have to remain a good AD carry player. Like, you can just stand there and auto attack, right? And then Doctum has already shown that, unlike some other players that we've seen within the LCK, where you can get a little bit overexcited, I think, especially when Kaiser was just being meta, like the aggressive killer instincts were left and right. Doctum, I have faith in him not to randomly jump forward, him recognizing that he is the win condition and just hanging back, you know, stand still and A-click things. That's perfectly fine. And what kind of baffles me is that if DRX wasn't planning to go for this more, like if you do want to straight up teamfight this comp, which like they've been doing thus far, right? Like King, and every time, like he groups up with the rest of the team, like they keep grouping and then trying to like 5v5, just pick the Camille or the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Because those picks provide way more in this type of situation if you do that. Instead, you're stuck with a Jax who, while I still think if you just free out and power spike and you go off to a side lane, you're really, really strong. In the grand scheme of things, you're not providing a lot right now, and this is DRX basically just relying on their opponents not to win the game, and I think Nongshim is better than that.
Yeah, they've been pretty good, especially from ahead, as we have seen in some of their stats in their games. And yeah, I mean, as you're mentioning, this is one of those games where people are going to be like, why the hell did you pick Jax? What is the Nidalee doing? What's going on? But had the game looked differently and had they gotten ahead...
oh yeah, this is a very different game.
The split push would have been insane. You would have seen an aggressive Kai'Sa, an aggressive Nidalee. Even a Syndra would be commanding in her own lane. Yeah. And now we're just having Nongshim just run at the Baron.
Yeah, this is looking like a classic I get your bottom outer and we get Baron. Although they do peel off here, which is interesting. Don't think they're the vision control that they'd really like. But they definitely, I think they could have gotten away with that easily.
Yeah. It's almost one of those scenarios where they're too safe.
Yeah.
You know, you're pretty far ahead. It's 23 minutes in, but you have the damage. Maybe you just run at it, and you're far enough ahead also that, especially without the Jax there, you could probably take a pretty good peel off of the Baron team fight. Just fight it front to back, send your Scion in. But Nongshim going to play it safe this time around. Maybe they want to get onto Soul Point or something like that first. Put some more pressure on. But for now, we're just going to be waiting, seeing what they have to provide us, scaling up with their comp. They've spread out pretty nicely themselves as well. They've thrown Bay up into the top side, and Rich is down here handling the Jax lane.
Ah, yes. 910 HP. 3 HP at 24 minutes. That is... that's fine for you. On the plus side, that just means that Kingen does more damage, but Kingen is then also the only one who can actually do relevant damage. Although the itemization from Bauer is really nice. We also see the double Void Staff. So, like, DRX are still in this game, and the only reason why they are is, I think, because we've seen that this team can make miracles happen if they are in a relative even game state.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a disadvantaged position for them. I think if the Soul comes through for Nongshim, it is legitimately over, but... there are still openings. I think Kingen has just hit his Blade of the Ruined King, which is a really big item spike. So DRX is spiking across the board, right? And this is like the type of moment where I'm like, maybe they can make the turnaround. Maybe they can find like a really good team fight, but compositionally, it should not happen.
Well, Pyosik going to be spotted out here. And the longer we sit and wait, without Nongshim getting some game-turning objectives, the stronger that Jax gets in the side lane. Of course, Nongshim's got some really great scaling in their composition as well, but it'll be up to them to force these 5v5 team fights, see if they can actually do that. Pyosik still looking to be relevant in this game. The Spears, even with the Void Staff, I'm not really feeling it too much. And no. DRX they're not grouping up for the Ocean Drake. They're just letting it go. Trust me, guys, they didn't forget about it. This is a decision made by the team to let this go. And they will hand over Soul Point to Nongshim.
I think that's okay. I think that if you give 5 more minutes, you might hit the free item spikes, which honestly, like for Syndra in Italy, I don't think they're particularly big. I think it's more for the Jax and the Kai'Sa where the damage output actually considerably spikes. Kingen, however, in a side lane right now in isolation should definitely be able to deal with Rich, right? Like that is a matchup that he should now win. This is where the Jack really starts to kind of outscale. I'm just afraid that Rich has gotten so far ahead due to the global goals and just the general state of the game that he can just like do this, keep clearing waves and then be completely fine. And then if you can't actually get damage done as Kingen, you're in for a rough one. On the plus side, if he keeps Sign locked in the lane, he's already doing his job. So remains to be seen to what extent DRX can make use of that, because even then the teleport comes through here.
Yeah, we're looking for a play now, trying to get on top of Pyosik, but he's just going to jump the wall, and DRX will disengage. And nobody even takes critical damage. Yes, they get the flash out of Pyosik, but that's in trade for Scion's teleport? That's going to feel pretty nice.
I was just supposed to hear that dock, dock, dock. You know, the sound of... Thank you, Observers.
We got a little bit of that at the end. Don't worry, we'll get more.
Listen, that's the sound of you as Nongshim, like, That's the clock ticking. Because like I don't know how DRX do it, but I actually think, as we go back to the early point, like I think there was a Baron window there. I think that a team like Damonkia would have gone for Baron 100% there and forced it. I think this is Nongshim actually being too scared and playing too defensively with the composition that just start the Baron, and if they come, just turn as they go in.
Well, this is one way to try to make things happen. They're going to force the ultimate out of Becca, and now Solka's in a really awkward spot. He has to flash, but he just gets burst to smithereens. See you later, Syndra. And, you know, if it wasn't going to come at the hands of just running at the Baron, they can get a pick and go into the Baron as well.
Oh, King, and look at the teleport to bot side.
Yeah, there we go. He's trying to push the issue here. And the Baron is started. They're going to get some vision onto POG. We'll see if he can be the hero. The spear is going to land. We have that split push going in the bottom side as well. And it doesn't look like POG wants to get in there. He's just going to bait the ultimate out. As now Kingen is being run down here a little bit. He's going to get that ultimate in the face. Has to flash away from Rich now. As the Counter-Strike is going to buy him some time. Can jump to the ward here and get out of dodge, it looks like. Did a bit of damage to that inhibitor, but at the end of the day, Nongshim do get this very important Baron.
That's a turret for a Baron. That is definitely not worth it, especially as this will be leading into a soul point coming through it. Super straightforward. Callan goes to the flash. Rel's engage, and I stand by this, I don't think it's incredibly strong without flash. But when flash is up, you need to be 100% ready because you know that Callan is going to go for this play. Even with your ultimate, like, you are not allowed to be there in that position.
Yeah.
For all I care, just like flash over the wall immediately, right? Like just identify, like, if I get engaged on here, we immediately lose something. Becca is able to, in the end, walk away, but paying with Solka's life is not worth it as we get a trap set up here.
Trying to get onto Rich, and here comes Peanut. You can see the amount of damage he does as POG has to hop out of that one. And they just can't even make it through the Rel. This damage isn't really sticking right now for the side of DRX. So nice amount of poke comes out from Nongshim, and now they will push with that Baron buff.
I think Nongshim, like, this game plays itself from here on out. You have the Baron buff, you can crash this huge wave into the turret. In a minute, just before your buff turns out, you will be able to pick up an Ocean Soul. And you're so fat. Look, like, Dogdom is level 15. He's getting more and more range from his passive. He's able to just freely auto-attack. I don't see how as DRX should get back into this game.
Well, they're going to stop the inhibitor going down for now, but more waves are pressing in. You can see that Rich, you know, those void staffs, all of that tank, that anti-tank item choices coming in here from DRX are actually helping out. He can't just sit there and be a beefcake forever, as they do have enough poke to actually make it through some of his tankiness, at least for now.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this is a great tempo reset here. Nongshim has 5, go back, immediately spend all their money, and then make their way back over to the Baron pit. Maybe you get a catch here. That's how you can solidify this game as DRX. Otherwise, it's gonna be rough.
Ooh, that's gonna be Rich going on in, and that's the repel as well. A ton of damage. Kingen is getting into the back line along with Bao, but Bao is just gonna get blown up, and Kingen can't do it alone. And that's going to be exactly what Nongshim were looking for. The straight-up team fight is good enough. And that will be the Ocean Soul easily into the pockets of Nongshim.
And round the 1, DRX has come back. And so has Casper Cup Nongshim, apparently, because they are looking super dominant here. And the big takeaway for me is that even with their lackluster mid-game, this early game is something that we've not seen from this team, and it comes off the back of that man in the jungle. He's almost Agent 007, not quite there. Combined with the power of Dogdom and Callan in this bot lane that, as we said coming into this match, like, they're looking really good, right? Like, that maybe the Aphelios fresh as a win condition there, but I wasn't expecting this level of early game dominance. DRX, the Jax pick, it was a nice idea, and I don't think it was the soul issue. There were a lot of issues here for DRX, but it definitely didn't help.
Well, you talked about the soul issue and the only issue, but we also have a soul issue now.
Yes.
With the Ocean Soul. Ha
We got him!
Wow.
I'm so happy. Thank you for that. We needed that, I think. You know,
that was good, yeah.
It had to be done.
Good timing. And we have 5 minutes until the Elder, so they're going to have to deal with that soul issue for quite a while. As you can see the team fight, it's just like, well...
Ah, yes, the spear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sign actually does the most damage in his team fight, which is hilarious to me. And You do see an attempt to kind of get onto the enemy backline, but it doesn't do anything. Everyone is there to protect Dogdom, who I think, yeah, he had to use both Summoners and his GA there, but if you jump in that aggressively and like you have your GA up, it doesn't really matter. The rest of your team is more than fat enough to get you from there, especially with that Ocean Soul now in the pockets of Nongshim. And honestly, DRX, like this is one of those games where we kind of had a feeling that this one was going to be over like 25 minutes ago. Like legitimately 25 minutes ago. And Nongshim, I think they can push way more than they have. But I can understand it from their perspective as well. This is a pivotal game for them, right? Like this is something that they've not been able to really show this kind of early game, to really show this kind of consistency, and they're just looking for the cleanest game possible.
All right, let's see. Okay. Thumbs up. He's like, yeah, good job on the wave, buddy. I don't want to fight you with the super minion. So I'll just go ahead and take this inhibitor. Thank you very much. This was pretty inevitable, right? King was eventually going to do this. And
yeah, but now what?
Yeah.
I don't think he gets through Sion.
No.
Like he's built 2 tank shred items, but I don't think he's quite that. I think he needs magic.
He's actually flashing away. He's getting 1v1 by the Sion right now. Now, he's got to be a little bit careful. The Sion, you know, actually, never mind. He's still full health.
He has Ocean Soul!
Yeah, he's got Ocean Soul. Then they're just going to go ahead and dive the turret, actually. We got a nice amount of damage coming out here from Bao. We got a couple of stopwatches coming in. But guess what? The guy who won the top fight is going to come in here with full health. And look at the guy on the right. Kingen has to go into the fountain, get his health back.
He teleported back to base.
Yeah.
Just to be there faster. And I couldn't not laugh at that, because I actually kind of like the idea of the Jax counter pick, and I'm now starting to wonder, do you ever have the damage? Because yes, of course, with Ocean Soul, like it's never gonna happen. But is there ever a situation in which you do? I think he might be building towards a Black Cleaver next, which you really need as... Oh, Becca. Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, at least... he doesn't have his ultimate here. And he is going to bait Peanut in. Peanut takes a huge amount of damage now. He's running away as fast as those little Graves legs can take him. And yes, he's going to get the safety, but now this is a fight that DRX could actually potentially win. Or can they? Sion is still alive, so I'm not actually sure. As that's a big ultimate coming in from Bay. Hasn't been looking good so far, but he gets the important one. And that should do it. Nongshim get a couple of big picks. We got 3 inhibitors down now. DRX are just on the run.
Look at the health bars, Valdez.
Yeah, they're all just gaining health here. They're all full at this point in time. Can they kill the Sion? The answer is obviously no. Imagine not picking Sion on 11.4 in this, and 11.5, and in the near future as well.
Oh, Kingen?
Can he kill him?
Kingen?
Can he kill him before the Nexus dies? Kellen is going to die. Okay, Bao's also, and that's going to be the Nexus going down, and Sion does live, I believe, there. So that's going to be game number 1 going the way of Nongshim as they pick that one up. And, you know, DRX, they didn't necessarily play bad, right? The draft wasn't bad. Like, it had win conditions. I just feel like Nongshim played a better early game and got too far ahead.
And we saw a glimpse of old DRX coming through there, right? Where, like, they were close to turning it around. But in the very end, like, the amount of pressure coming through in the early game was just, I think, surprising to everyone, really. And I don't know what you do here as DRX in this next game. I think that it's really easy to identify, like, that early game was just not good enough, right? Like, you just got bullied, and then you fell behind with composition that needs pressure in the side lane, and then you lost Ocean Soul, and that was basically the end of that game. But even without the Ocean Soul, like the Jax pick, it was a risk. It didn't really work out in the early game, and I still had faith in it for maybe like a late game scenario. But then, if I see how that matchup went, like, I don't even know, like, legitimately don't know if you get that with out the Ocean buff, or if you have the Ocean buff as Jax. I guess that would do it, but like, that's not a good place to be. And Nongshim, super impressed with this game here.
That's a great game 1, right?
Yeah.
To bounce off of getting absolutely stomped by Life the last time out, and to come out and face another strong team that is at a very similar power level and crush them in game number 1. That's a great look, and a lot of it comes from that early dive in the bottom side, getting ducked down that far ahead, kind of just made them, you know, not really have much of an impression in this game, the bottom lane of DRX, that is. POG on the Nidalee wasn't able to really get any lane going. He kind of just farmed it out and didn't really do much. I'm still kind of scratching my head at the Jax. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but why not Aurelia? Why not Camille? Why not Cho'Gath, right? I feel like maybe there would have been a better pick, but was trying to make that Jax work, and I don't think we're going to see that one again into the Scion.
No, I hope not.
So we have the post-game breakdown ready. Why don't we take a look at that and take a look at some of the damage numbers. Maybe Scion will be on top again. And, you know, he's close, but not quite. It is going to be the Fed Tristana at the end of the day.
I mean, I love myself some right-click, and Dogdom right-clicked with the best of them in that game because it's easy to, like, joke about it, but, like, getting to that fat point as Tristana is a really thin line, and I think that early game laning prowess, the trading that aggressively set up that dive was what really enabled it, right? And then Peanut and the rest of them like cleanly executed. And DRX gotta go back to the drawing board in the next game because this is kind of reminiscent of a comp they ran earlier, where you go for a lot of aggression, you have like the opportunity to try and clinch out team fights, but then either get more done in the early game, because POG, the pick away was okay, but he actually had no impact that game whatsoever. And you can't afford that on Nidalee. And then if you do have that situation, you need something in the top lane that allows you to actually team fight. Didn't come to fruition, and Nongshim looking really good there after game number 1.
Yeah, Nongshim with a great performance in game number 1. We'll see if DRX can do the DRX thing and win a 3-game series, or will Nongshim just close them out? We'll take a quick break first, and we'll be right back.
끝났다. 살려줄게요.
MSI 季中冠军赛 MSI is back.
to the LCK analyst desk. And game number 1 goes into the favor of Nongshim Radforce, and the competition for the number 6 spot in the playoff is real. And we had Jax as a counter pick into Cyan, and still we were not able to see the best game out of this pick. Very unexpected pick, Jax. Well, there were a lot of different AD champions to counter Cyan. You know, as we mentioned already, Irelia could have been one of the options. And if he was going to just focus on the side lane, there could have been better kind of playstyle to pull off. I was really perplexed to see this Jax pick, because this champion can hit the power spike in the mid and later game, but DRX was not able to play around this Fed champion in the later phase. Jax was only hitting the turret, not the players, till the end of this game, or maybe sometimes Cyan, but still, that was pretty much irrelevant to the result of this game. If DRX wanted to play this side lane comp, maybe they had to put up a better setup to pull it off. But Jax was not able to get ahead of the opponent in any time of this game, and Nidalee, because she had to kind of support his top laner, he had to play around the top side of the map, whereas Peanut, well, Cyan is not a champion that needs a lot of backup from his teammates, so Peanut could freely roam around other sides of the map. This is not only about Cyan, you know, being super reliant, but at the same time, this is because of Cyan being super reliant and also letting Graves be more proactive in other side of the map. Jax and Nidalee has a bit of a balance in terms of the damage output, but DRX was not able to show us the best plan in this game. Because they failed their early game plan, maybe they had better setup for the later phase, but still DRX didn't really seem like they knew how to play around this side lane comp around this Jax in the top lane. So we're really curious to see if they are gonna still going to pick it in game number 2, but first let's take a look at the highlight where Nongshim was able to smash the game from the get-go. And this bottom lane turret dive was very critical. Nidalee and Graves were on the different side of the map, and when Rel went in, actually that smoke screen was really on point. So Becca could not react to this turret dive coming from Nongshim Radforce. Because of the vision getting controlled, he was not able to use any of his ability to protect his AD carry. And Nongshim was really smart, utilizing their tempo to pull off that turret dive as well. Graves actually gave up some of his jungle camp and went for that turret dive, which means Nidalee could have accelerated or traded back, going for some invade into the opponent jungler. But actually at that time in the game, Cyan went down to get some honey fruit, and he made an eye contact with that Nidalee in the jungle, so he was able to also stay in a safe spot away from the jungler. Speaking of the top lane, Nongshim Radforce was able to dominate the top side of the map as well. So let's take a look over here. This was the last chance for DRX to even out the state of the game. So Alistar was able to find the engage onto Tristana, and it was a kill between the AD carries, but Kellen was able to 100-0 this Syndra, who just arrived the top lane with that TP. And then very clean Shockwave to clean up the kill as well. Especially when it comes down to this kind of a combat ability, well, Cyan is always ahead of Jax, because this champion is just meant to play the team fight better. But DRX did not keep that in mind, and they were still committing really hard for that fight on the top lane. And after that huge win, Nongshim was able to push their momentum forward and lock down their victory for game number 1. And POG will go over to Kellen on Rel. The centerpiece of Nongshim force is definitely Kellen. Maybe one of the centerpieces, but especially today in every team fight and skirmishes, well, he was able to always pull off a clean engage on that Rel. We always pointed out that a lot of LCK support players are really good at this champion, but I think Kellen will be the leader in this kind of playstyle. And also perfect turret aggro juggling whenever the teammates were going in for a turret dive was also on point. We have a lot of kind of team fighter for the support role these days, and I think Kellen's Rel is one of the best we got. And 849, sadly, he only missed out one vote coming out from Mr. Chronicler on our English caster's desk, but still, his laner partner, Tokdam, was doing a fantastic work as well, so props over to Nongshim's AD carry as well. But Kellen was able to have the game of his life in this game for sure. Nongshim brought themselves to a solid win up against DRX, one of the top tier teams in the LCK, but DRX is a team that loves 3-game series, so let's see what will happen in game number 2. So back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the great translation, especially for thanking Mr. Chronicler for his 1 out of 9.
You know,
it was a duo effort.
You know,
between the two of them, we could say.
We don't like. I think this is the first time I've been called out by Ji-sun.
Directly.
And it is fair. You know, it is honest. It is justified. I got carried away by the power of Dogdom's right clicks, but seeing those clips as well, you know, this is actually Kellen setting all of them up. So that's on me. I'm very sorry, Kellen. That should have been a unanimous vote. Thank you for the call out there. Is that like, does that happen more often, or is this LCK first?
What?
Well, like my
POG
vote is so bad. No. Where Ji-sun, like the POG vote is so bad
you get called
that
out.
I get called out.
Doesn't happen very often. In fact, I don't think it's ever happened before.
Wow.
So at least you get a first under
you
your
know,
belt.
We take those, I guess. Got to be a first time for everyone and for everything, rather. Oh yeah. Regardless, I think that they're going into the second game. Nongshim, they're looking happy, they're looking enthusiastic, and considering how last game went, I completely get it. DRX have been the kings of sloppy 2-1 victories, right? I thought they moved away from that with the last 2-0. It is now clear to me that they have not. And
yeah.
I'm personally wondering what angle they're going to take here.
Well, DRX got their 1-2-0 over the current 10th place team, which is, you know, it's Fred Brion, a team that definitely destroys top teams, but I think they need to prove more and more, and that game number 1 was not proving much to us other than the fact that they kind of struggle into playing against those kind of compositions, so we'll see how they mix it up here.
And yeah, after last game, I completely get that first pick there for the Rel. It is a pick that has been basically like 100% first pick prior for a lot of teams, where just when it's open, just immediately scoop it up. As Nongshim can possibly go for the Kai'Sa Alistar, which has been historically a little bit of a counter, works well together. Alistar, one of the stronger picks into the Rel, though. So last game didn't really come to fruition, and I'm going to be looking specifically at POG. I think that he needs to have a bigger early game impact. This time though, Peanut is the one picking up the Nidalee, and when Peanut is playing well, which he's been doing more and more on this roster, he's terrifying, and then specifically when he's playing Nidalee, even more so. This is like a battle of the signature picks. Okay. Please lock in the Gragas here as well.
I love it.
That would make me very happy. Although I assume they're going to go for an 80 cap.
There we go. The priority that Sion deserves.
Yeah, you're happy about this.
There you go.
Yeah, look, you guys can't
Big
see it,
smile on my face.
Valdez is so happy. So happy. Look at the man. As we get the Alistar lock in. And hopefully a Gragas ban here from maybe Gragas or Zir. Honestly, wouldn't mind that. They banned the Zir last time as well. They can also lock in the Gragas, but then you run the risk of Nongshim picking it up. And Nongshim's, it's literally like they're flipping the comps, right? Like that's what's happening here. But this time it's Nongshim with exactly the same first rotation as DRX had last time. And then we have DRX with obviously, the Kindred, not exactly the same as the Graves, but kind of feels a similar niche in that it is a strong AD carry coming from the jungle. Of course, Graves a bit more upfront burst, whereas there is a lot more raw damage as well as utility available here for DRX. And the Gnar instead, Gnar also one of those picks that can be a little bit of a problem for the Kindred. So wonder if they're going to really pay attention to the Azir and the Gragas, as I earlier said. And then it's also the question whether Nongshim wants to pick it up. But considering like how good Rich has looked on the Gragas and how comfortable he is, personally, I would rather ban that away than the Azir from Bay.
Yeah.
I think giving the Gragas over is smart here.
I also feel like Sion is the perfect pick in a Nongshim because Rich, you know, he's not the type of guy to be like, okay, I'm going to strap on my Aurelia boots now and just stomp this Sion. Like, no, I don't think he's going to do that. Yeah, you ban away the Aatrox. I can understand that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, like, other than that, this guy has not proven himself on a lot of these very specific picks that you need to try to counter Sion in the lane. And if Sion makes it out of lane pretty unscathed, you're really happy. We saw that in game number 1.
And the one thing that Nongshim will have that DRX didn't have last time is that they actually do have someone who can deal with the Sion in a late game scenario, because Azir is a tank buster, right? Like if you go for your Liandry's and into your Nashor's Tooth, and you get into a later game scenario where you have your Void Staff as well, you will actually get through this health bar, although please don't give over the Ocean Soul to a Sion again. We did that. We went there. It wasn't pretty. This is interesting because I like this coming from freeing up backup perspective. Simultaneously, though, I don't think the Ezreal is the strongest at the moment. I think it's more of a pick that you pick situationally as we get the Victor here coming out for Soulcast. So DRX, they're actually, considering how their game 1 went, what you're saying here is DRX is okay, Nongshim. It doesn't matter if you get a lead, you're going to take like 35 minutes to close out this game. Last game, we had a team comp, they couldn't fight late game. Well, we'll show you.
Yeah.
We'll show you what we can do. That is painful.
You okay
groans coming out from me. I don't necessarily like. I think the early game here is nice for Rich on the set, but as a whole, playing set into Victor Azrael just seems like a miserable existence. I think your tank shredding is
Kindred.
yeah, that as well. The one upside of the set is that you actually have like 3 reliable ways to get people out of Kindred ulti.
Sure.
So that's something, question mark. I can see you're not convinced by me, which means I need to argue better.
Yeah, maybe he just picks up the Sion and dumps it into the squishy back
Well,
line.
that is actually, yeah, but it's Ezreal Kindred, like, it's not actually a backline that's like very receptive to that. I mean, the Victor maybe, but I kind of expect Pioshik and Bao never to be in a position where they can get slammed on.
You would hope so.
I most certainly do. It is... I don't know. If you execute it really well, I think it can work, but I think it is something that's really execution-based and not... Like, I think if you don't execute it well, maybe this is a better way to put it, you will actually have trouble having an impact on this game, I think, as the set. And Rich is not a player that has impressed me with, like, his execution, right? It's more his team fighting, his positioning, peeling for his carries, or skirmishing if he plays the Aatrox. So I'm willing to be convinced though, because I was skeptical last time, and set in Italy is really strong, right? Like that setup is good. You have a lot of early game damage.
Yeah.
Your skirmishing is super powerful, and maybe enabling Peanut is the way you win this game, right? Like, so I don't want to be too hard on it, especially considering how well Peanut played last game. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it is a risk that you're taking most certainly.
Yeah. If they don't get much going early on, and the Sion just escapes lane, and Ezreal Victor go through the early game relatively safely.
Yeah.
Well, you're just counting your stacks of cash as DRX.
You know what the thing is, Valdez, is last game, DRX had like one of the biggest team fight like disadvantages that I've seen in a while, and they still were like, there were moments in the game where you were like, oh, Nongshim, what's going on? Like, what's happening? And that to me signals that I don't care what the game state is going to be in this game. Like with this draft specifically, I'm not going to call this one over until it's over, which is a really big change from last game where it was it did really feel like it was over at like 15 minutes, right? And like, that's always a little bit painful. I think Nongshim, the same thing we saw with Liv Sandbox, right? It was opposite problems. Liv Sandbox tried to push too hard. I think Nongshim could have pushed a little harder. I think they, understandably from like how important the match is for them, considering they want to stay in playoffs, but I feel like they were a little bit slow. Just a little bit. I don't know how you feel about that, though.
Yeah, I would agree.
Thank you. It's really nice of you. Really appreciate that.
No
Yeah, I was like,
problem.
nah, here comes the...
no, I mean...
Here comes the... Maybe you want to, you know, if you want to argue about something else, that's fine as well. POG votes. I'm 0 for 3 at the moment. Tonight.
Yeah, maybe when this happens, the play-by-play gets the 4th vote.
Honestly, maybe we should, you know?
See if I can get one right for the team. If someone's paying attention, there's like one fan out there that's
Listen,
like...
to be completely fair, in the POG interview for the first series, right, like, well, and in case you guys are wondering, we don't know what is going on right now, so we're kind of...
They're redoing draft for some reason, maybe some kind of bugs. So
there you go. Maybe
probably like a summoner bug or something like that.
Could be. Swap bug. So they couldn't swap, which is not what you want. You know, like that's kind of a problem. You want everyone to play the champion that they intended to play, unless you're Humble Life. I guess
they weren't going to play Kai'Sa top like in my solo queue game yesterday.
I was
Our
there.
solo queue
yeah,
game.
that was not fun. No, but you know, in the winner interview or in the POG interview that was done by Summit and Croco, they actually shouted out Fate and they shouted out.
Yeah.
So you know, I was onto something. I'll just have you know. You can make fun of me all you want, Valdez, but
hey, you know, the second game it was a 3-way tie for 3 votes for 3 different players. So, you know, I don't know.
But then Croco was sad, and I felt bad.
Yeah,
it was like I really hope for more votes. I was like, oh man.
The 2 Korean analyst desk guys got the tiebreaker for some reason. I'm not sure why that's the way it works.
Well,
but,
if I see the way I
outnumbered,
voted,
perhaps.
If I see the way I voted tonight, I kind of get that. I think that's honestly a good call on their end.
Well, there you go. But looks like the game is now ready to go. The swap is fixed. This is what we're looking at here. I feel like DRX, they're done with the fun in games. No more Jax picks. And they're going back to comfort and straight up team fighting.
I quite like that, and a large part of why I feel confident in that we are going to go to the inevitable 3rd game, which is a staple for DRX series, is that Pio's Kindred, I think, especially in like the mid to late game, is something else entirely, because Kindred generally I think is considered a really strong like early game character as well, right? Like she's an AD carry, she can kite well. Her power with press the attack on like level 3 and her E, like execute is actually insane if you have a rep buff as well. You cannot put out a lot of pressure. Okay, I was a bit worried there. Oh, nice to get the kill as well.
Yeah.
But Bioshik basically plays Kindred from the jungle as like just a full-on AD carry where you go Kraken into Blade of the Ruined King, which is not a build that, like, there's a lot of ways you can go with Kindred, right? You can go for like Gil for Stormrazor, you can go for like the Pioshik build, like Kraken Slayer, you can go for more defensive builds. Like, there's a lot of different opportunities, but in a straight up like late game team fighting scenario where you have 2 AD carries and a Victor, as well as this front line,
They have Scion, so just to break it all down.
Listen, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. So basically, I think I've identified Valdez's like law for drafts. If you have Scion, it's you win. You win. You win draft. You win game.
You win in some way. Even if you don't win the game, you win my heart. So like you're a winner.
Isn't that the real victory?
Well, it is a victory, we can call it. So there's that. We'll see what route Pioshik wants to take here. He's not going to go for the Krugs. Just red into the Raptors for now.
And Zed is one of these picks that, oh, that's unfortunate decimating smash, is one of those picks that has built-in max health shred and really likes early skirmishing, really early fighting, you know, make maximum use of your passive. And also, you're kind of supposed to actually cancel those Rich, so that was a little bit late. That's kind of the point of you know, the set into side matchup. But regardless, like, Rich is, when he trades even, he's still going to win out due to his passive. Although King with the cookies and the Groxing part is going to be just fine. He just needs to wait for this wave to come in. But Rich could be looking towards like the more bruisery build that we've seen. I think Fly won that as well, where you go Stride Breaker and Blade and Runes King. Oh boy.
That was pretty cute.
Yeah.
Engage there. Very straight up standard from Kellen. Hitting level 2 first allows you to get that burst damage.
Back actually zoning with me in that. That's rather unfortunate. Not what you want.
We always kind of judge the Scion players based on how well they can farm under turret. I'm going to have to hold that thought. This is a very accelerated path from POG, and trying to deny it there was Solka with the flash on in, but with the blast plant, can Bay actually get out of here? And POG is not going to follow up. He says, no, if there's Nidalee over there, or I don't want to waste my time, so Bay is actually going to get away from that very early game.
That's a 2-for-1 trade, which is really, really good. POG also loses the flip on the mark. So that creates a situation which Bay can now teleport back to lane, possibly even get prio. Although I guess Solka can just get this wave, shove it in, and then get a free back. But most importantly, this is not going to be an early pickup for the market from POG. He doesn't get the kill either, invests a lot of time where he's not farming. And Peanut might be looking to get at, and we've seen this before. Last time it was Hoya, Kingen. Trading a lot. Spear going to come through here.
Oh, the perfect timing, too. He waits until that decimating smash is queued up, and see you later, Scion. This flash is going to come in, though, and Zombie Scion's getting to work here on a Peanut. That's actually a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, the tip of the hat from Pengu. And that's going to be first blood.
You know who would have killed him there? Glacial Augment Lethality Scion.
Oh,
I'm just saying, Velves. That would have been no, it would have been bad. Obviously, Tank Scion way better here, but then we see and this is something I was saying in the break as well. I legitimately feel like Scion can be punished, and I gotta put my question marks at Kingan's early decisions there. He was actually opting into, I think, a lot of trades with Rich, and that's a really good way to make this matchup really rough for yourself, because these dives, we've seen it before. Last time it was Hoya who was on the receiving end of them, where he just got sacked over and over again. And it's not something you can keep getting away with. Now, he's able to teleport back, right? This is not the biggest of punishes. He's still there with tons of XP.
Yeah.
So it's not the absolute worst as... this is really cute.
Yeah. He actually cast it before it's even smash starts from Kingen.
Kingen has no W, so he just gets
Nidalee's in the ground.
Face breaker. Oh, look. that's some Rek'Sai level movement right there from Peanut.
I wonder if that improves your ability to maneuver around the map, or maybe impedes it. Not sure about that.
I mean, Rek'Sai's pretty mobile.
Yeah, maybe he's learning. Peanut is coming up here again. He's on the Krugs.
Oh yeah, I love it.
There's some vision. Took a look at the Scion win rate, actually, while we had some time. It's actually 50% before today. Did pick up a win in the last game, so slightly ahead, I suppose. Rich, not level 6 yet, but we're taking a look at the Scion XP bar, who is pretty close. Nice dodge on the spear. Definitely going to be annoying, though, at least, as the Electrocute does come out and helps Rich with pushing this wave ahead. As now POG is actually going to find this Nidalee in the river. Level 6 here for Rich. They're going pretty deep into this one. Bay here as well with the level 6. He's going to miss on the grab there, and now Kingen is in a really awkward spot. The wall just put up here by Bay, as I don't know where Kingen's going. He actually tried to flash away from that one.
Maybe he can hit level 6 if he can get into wave and ult.
He's trying. POG is coming on up. He's not level 6 either, so no ultimates here, and POG not going to be able to help at the end of the day, but Solka, level 6, is going to be able to burst down Bay, and that's going to be the kill with the Zombie Scion, and POG on to Rich. So a very extended play from DRX that actually gets them to the 2-1 victory.
That's maximum usage of the Scion passive right there, Valdez, as Kingen. I was kind of question mark pinging internally at that flash as well. But in the end, it does actually work out. But,
question mark pinging internally? I've never heard that before.
Well, I mean, I don't think it was a good phrase, and thank you for getting hung up on it, as POG is able to get the mark, is able to pick up the smite there, and is able to pick up level 6, so all things going right for him there. But Yeah, I was a little bit like, I don't know about that one. I'd imagine he would like have to flash towards the wave. So this is super confident play from Pioshik here, but thanks to that ward, he doesn't actually get vision, right? So he can't get the final execute. Then the E times out, and that creates a situation which Pioshik just needs to run. If Hitch hits that Phase Breaker, it's basically immediately over. And then this is really nice. But then I would have much rather like let them let go of Kingen, because now you're overextending, you're using a lot of cooldowns on a Cyan, which non-ironically actually does do a lot of damage with the passive, and then just Soulka, like this is just beautiful, right? Like the positioning here means that either you walk into a Chaos Storm, or you walk into a Gravity Field, or a Zombie Cyan. Like there's just no winning for you there. And Kingen, yes he's 0-2, yes there's some gold on Rich, but this is a sign. It legit doesn't matter if he gets his gold and his XP, which he has been able to. He gets the creeps, he gets the health for Soul Furnace, and he gets the XP. And Pioshik and Soulka getting fed is so good for DRX.
Yeah, it's massive. It's exactly where you want the kills. Like, let the Scion die. Get the zombie Scion out. It's going to do more damage, right? Let him die. He hits his 0-2 power spike, potentially. You know, we had a best top laner in Korea that used to have a 0-2 power spike, Nuguri, of course.
I'm really sad about him.
And Kingen, you know, he's vying for that top laner spot. So maybe he's trying to hit his own 0-2 power spike here. But, you know, legitimately, that's the best way to distribute those kills at the end of the day. It's going to be a nice Infernal Drake take here from Nongshim, so they get a big objective after all the shenanigans in the top lane.
And now the state of the game is fairly even, which I would say benefits DRX because of similarly what we had last game. I think that, you know, the Kai'Sa and the Azir, they skill fine, but the top side is nothing to write home about here for Nongshim Red Force. And if they don't find early game leads past like a Dragon or two, I think they're actually going to be in a fairly rough spot. Pioshik walks in here.
Yeah, he's looking for the kill. He's still got that mark on a Peanut. The one-on-one coming in. The flash comes out from Peanut, and he is just dominated. Another mark over to Pioshik. Believe that's his second one for now, but we'll have to get an update on the marks. As now Kingen, he's, yeah, you know, he's got a Bramble Vest. He's just chilling out. Totally fine. As we're going to have some plays being made onto Rich here, who is desperately trying to survive under the turret, but that is a very easy take. And maybe even another mark? Was he able to put that up again fast enough? I don't know if you can actually do that on the
No, because if he did get the initial mark, I'm not sure if he did. He has 3
He's got
marks.
3 now.
Yeah, no, but I think he got a kill earlier, right? So that was the first one. Then he got one of the objectives. But like, there's a downtime between getting a kill with your mark and then being able to put it on another person.
There is, right? But
like, it's too big. Like, I don't think you make that.
I don't know, because I swear that he had Peanut's face when the whole fight was happening in the top lane. They didn't kill Peanut, but I don't know, not 100% sure. Either way, he has 4 marks now, so he's a happy kindred.
3.
So he picked up the scuttle crab and got his 4th.
Okay, never mind. Man, I'm sorry. That's a really, really big marked hit. We always talk about that with the kindred because you are looking for that crucial break point. As a really nice sneak coming through here with Nongshim just being at the ready. And this is, to me, a really big difference with Nongshim like they used to play. Like, they are not the same team anymore. Right? Like, I'm legitimately impressed with these back-to-back early games. Sure, this second one is not as clean. They pick up Shelly, they pick up the first Infernal Drake, and they're actually like making a lot more happen here. As it's basically like whoever gets the jump on the other one wins this. And in this case, it's Peanut face checking into Pioshik, so he just dies.
He doesn't have the set
wait, there
face.
There we go.
No, there it is. Yeah, he does get it.
Oh my god, man, you are.
Well, I just saw the little
list.
This thing. You see, like, the thing that happens when he gets the mark?
Yeah. I mean, I should see that. I've played a lot of Kindred. Like, that is that is entirely on me. But it did show us why we're so excited about this Pioshik, about this Kindred pick. And I think it's night and day when you put Pioshik on something that he's comfortable with in terms of his impact on the map. Because to me, like, he's had okay games on Italy. I think in this scenario, it was very much a pick away. The engage comes through.
Ooh, not able to deny that was the Alistair here, Kellen. We have Peanut coming in. That's going to be a nice amount of damage, but Kellen will have to flash away to survive here. Laser is going to miss. We got to fight him on the top side and take a look at how this top lane is going now. Scion very much happy with the 0-2 power spike.
He's up 20.
And here's POG. He's got 4 marks, and he's like, yeah, I'll just laugh at you. Now he is going to have to back away.
Buddy.
And maybe he overstepped his boundaries a little bit too much here. The heal is going to have to be used. Here comes the ultimate in, and actually they counter each other. No, Rich saved him. He's still going to die. But that was hilarious.
No. No.
And that just makes it a 1-for-1. Could have potentially been better.
Oh, no. What are the emotes? This is... You emote spam here.
Yeah, this is where you throw up the question mark, like the little frog guy with the little question mark.
Oh,
that's the emote you want to use here.
Yeah, we've seen POG do this exact thing before. Like, literally the exact thing, where he just walks into multiple people on that tri-brush there for no reason, on Kindred. Like, I've literally seen him do this.
Yeah.
Don't do that, please, POG. Yes, you're a really good Kindred player, but you do need to respect. In the end, though, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and I'm... oh, man. Like, this is fine. Like, this is still okay, but just, you back off it. You're in your W. You can just queue away instead. I mean, Bay and Rich, like, they know what's going to happen, right? Like, they know what to expect.
Look at this. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, what is this?
Oh, DRX Rich coming in hot. So... I gotta imagine that he thought that, like, Kindred was gonna be... Listen, okay.
Okay.
So...
No time for listening. Rich died again.
I wanted to
He has to repent for his sins.
I'm trying to defend you, and then you die again. Like, maybe he thought that the Shurima Shuffle wouldn't take him out, and it would, like, put him to a point where Rich can then, like, actually take the Kindred out. I don't know why else he would do that. Like, that's the only scenario. Or maybe he buffered it, right?
Yeah.
Which also doesn't make a lick of sense. So, Rich, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are all pro gamers. They're all great players. But sometimes, man, sometimes you get the funny plays.
Listen, this is the
happens to the best of us. That's what I can say.
Oh, Peanut.
Peanut might just die here. He's going to have to flash away, and Bay will shuffle. Some fancy feet here on the side of Nongshim.
Teleporting Cow saying hello, but Bao actually like, very happy about that. Yeah, that was about the timeout.
Yeah.
Well, that Shelly is not going to get a lot done, unfortunately, and it's just going to be the Drake. So, you remember what we said about free games, Valdez?
This is the way it goes.
It's the way it goes, and it's looking more and more likely with DRX basically being in a similar position to Nongshim in game number 2, or game number 1 rather, where you have the outscaling composition, but you also win early game. Which
yeah, that's always the dream.
Twice in a row. No.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
There are times where we talk about, you know, who has the responsibility to put on the pressure in the early game, especially in the past when we had a lot of very passive metas. I feel like we've sped things up a little bit more nowadays. But yeah, you know, the onus is really on Nongshim to make plays happen, and while they tried, they have been denied, and now you have a super fed Kindred, very well fed Victor and Ezreal behind a brick wall. It's going to be rough for them to hit that, you know, the squishy underside of this DRX comp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is fairly straightforward. I don't think this requires any. It's like there's been so many of these where there's just no vision, and you're standing very far forward in a situation where you just can't get out. You don't have flash available. That's the worst part of this whole ordeal, is that Rich actually is the only one with a Godly on Nongshim. He's down like 30, 40 CS. It's just the kills that he was able to pick up.
Yeah. Does have a nice amount of kills. And it looks like, okay, well, Peanut's on vision.
No.
That is such a perfect ward.
Oh, no.
They're just both dead.
Oh,
I don't know if you're getting out of this. Is there anyone else on the map? Okay, Kais is here.
And now they know. Now they know, right? Because otherwise Kingham wouldn't walk up when he sees the Kaiser.
Yeah.
I think?
They're still in the brush. No, they're going for it. And everybody is rotating up to the top side. The question is, who wins? Well, Kellen doesn't win. He's going to die. As now Duckdom is going to get jumped on here by POG. Double kill coming in for the Kindred. Set is dead. Down goes the Nidalee. And now it's only Bay. And at least he's going to be able to stop the Scion, who I suppose canceled that ultimate a little bit too early. As Bao, he's still looking for more. But it does look like Bay is going to get out. So 4 for 0, and that's going to be the second Rift Herald going the way of DRX.
And despite his one oopsie in the bot lane tri-brush, POG has just been all over this game. It was the key matchup coming into the game. In game number 1, it was definitely Peanut. We can all agree on that, but this is just comical because, like, this like just waiting for a really long time, and the lack of vision there proving to be a crucial problem. And I don't. That was through his ultimate. Right?
Yeah.
Like that was just so much burst damage, and this is the consequence of his early kills that we were talking about. It's the combination of POG and Solka getting this fat means that you don't actually get to do the skirmishes that you're supposedly good at as Nongshim. You just get blown up, like, instantly.
Yeah.
I don't...
That was our first turret, actually, going down.
I didn't
18 minutes
feel
into
like
the
that.
game. Yeah. It's going to be given over to the Scion in the top side. King and having a wonderful time up there.
He's playing Scion, after all.
Yes. He has won in
Well,
many
think about
categories
that.
already.
Yeah, that... You know, like, the fact that King is second on that list is the most surprising.
Doesn't surprise me. Oh, you're saying the fact that he should be first. Is that what you're saying is surprising?
I'm a little bit disappointed in you, Veldas. I thought we had a good thing going here. No, I'm not so sure.
That's okay.
I'm starting to feel like your love is for Scion is bordering on unhealthy. I'm not gonna lie. It's it's getting a little bit out of control.
I mean, how can I resist? You know, they almost did half of his health and damage in the top side, committing 4 people. You know, it just makes me really happy.
But he has his item finished. He's
Yeah.
won.
He has
One
his
item.
and he has all the other items. He loves the resistances.
Yeah, you know, I think it has something to do with the fact that he gets like 800 free health at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That may affect.
I think it may influence his decision to buy resistances, yes, because resistance is, of course, the most effective when they do have a sizable amount of health. It's the same reason why I said, Joanna, you like health stacking, because you get so much free MR and armor. Scion is basically the opposite, where I mean, you can stack a little bit of health, but you can go Stoneplate second and be a brick wall, as you so accurately pointed out earlier on.
He's going to be just fine. He hit that 0-2 power spike. Now he's got 5 assists on top of it.
He's hit it again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we do have a Cloud Soul, actually.
Oh, yeah.
First one of today.
Do it. Do it. Oh, I love this. I love this from Nongshim. Let's go.
This is great.
Oh,
they know? Oh, they're pinging it. They're like, this could be happening.
Oh.
But I don't know. Like, nobody else is here, right? Soka has TP, but this is a little bit too late. Now they're going to see it, yes, but the wall is coming up. This Baron will be going over to the side of Nongshim, as a lot of damage does come out from the Scion and the Victor, just blowing him up inside the pit, as actually Rich is getting on top of that Victor, but not quite enough. 2 members of Nongshim will survive with the Baron. Was it worth it in the end?
No. It was absolutely not. And I love that play, but I'm not going to lie, I didn't think it was just Kingen and Baka were going to be able to turn that around. But that teleport from Solka, like, that's the dream of a Victor, right? There's 5 people. They're all stacked up in one pit, and you have your ultimate available, and you can throw lasers in there. That makes for some devilishly good damage. And now you lose 3 people, you lose your turret in the mid lane, and then you're also going to lose your Drake, so I'm gonna say not worth. Although I love the fact that you go for this play as an option, because otherwise it feels feels not great. And up until this point, this is looking pretty good. And then Solka was actually teleported into the pit, I think.
Yeah.
Just straight up murders everyone. Is able to stay alive here as well, thanks to a nice decimated smash from Kingen. And this is like. We keep going on about these early games and how important they are, and here you see again the cutoff. Like, if Solka's not on 2 items because he gets fed early and he gets a snowball that lead, like, that might look completely different, right? Like, maybe they don't all die to the Victor. Maybe we do see a scenario in which Nongshim turn around that game with a beautiful Baron play. Instead, you get a plus 50 gold Baron power play.
Yeah.
That is not
Hey, 64. Oh, no, it's down to 15. Now it's in the negatives. Rich, I mean, can you actually kill the Scion? That's the question we're going to have answered now. He's doing a nice amount of damage, actually, at the end. Here comes the ultimate, but nope. Gets swiped.
No way.
See you later.
I thought he was going to do it.
It was, you know, it was kind of close. He had that play with Rune King. But, no. No, he's still Scion, and he still has 2 levels on Rich.
That smug Valdez face. I was like, Scion does it again. You know, all these caller casts. I am the Veld analyst, and what I say is Scion OP. And honestly, if I see this,
it's pretty good.
I'm inclined to believe you. You know, I'm still firmly of the school of thought of I think Scion is counterable. But slowly, I'm starting to not believe in that anymore.
Starting to get Valdanalized?
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. You know, it took a while, because I've only been working with Valdez, not the Valdanalist.
True. The effects are definitely less when you're working with regular Valdez. Oh, nice. Able to block that. The flash comes out. Italy is going to do about 0 damage to this Scion. Can they kill him? Looks like they can. Okay, the damage will be enough, and in fact, Kellen will be able to sit under that turret with all of them, and they do finally kill the Scion. But look at your base. You have 3 people gone, and they don't even have Baron. They're just taking the base away.
Yeah, it's the Book of Not Worth, Chapter 2. Chapter 1 was a Baron earlier, as POG just goes in!
Yeah.
Wow.
Destroyed.
Wrecked. that's when you go for the wrecked in all chat. 2 inhibitors down, all to kill, 1 Scion.
Ooh, another mark here for Pioshik.
Split pushing Peanut.
Imagine if Pioshik named himself after the English word for Pioshik, which is Mark. What if his name was just Mark?
I wouldn't mind. I think...
But people like initially would be like, wait, your name is just Mark?
Yeah.
Like, that's your name? You know, instead of like Jeff or something?
Jeff for Wards, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Keegan plays this as well as I guess you can, but there's no way, you know, that this is ever working out for you. But that doesn't matter though, because on the top side you have 4 people pushing. Yeah, that is just, wow.
Yeah, this is like those fed kindreds in your solo queue game.
You mean not me?
Smart, yeah, no, I don't see them very often because when you play it, it's not quite the same. Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 items
insane.
now.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why Pioshik, like his win rate on Kindred is 4-1 at the moment, I think, is he doesn't always go for it, right? It's not a situation where he will blind pick it no matter what.
Yeah.
But when he does go for it, it's one of those picks that just, like, he has complete faith in, and obviously he's so incredibly adept on the champion. And this is the Pioshik that we see on Udyr as well, and this is why I don't like the Nidalee pick, because this is the Pioshik you need as DRX. You need this guy. You don't need the guy who just sits on Nidalee, and I don't think it's because he can't do it mechanically on Nidalee, but I think it's just, if you're not as comfortable, if you're not feeling confident, you're just not going to go and look for plays.
All right, here comes Scion. He's going to find the Alistair, but this is really going to put a thing in the way of Bay, who just dies. It has no escape there. Pioshik has to drop down his ultimate, but that's fine because they get 3 for 0 here in the trade. DRX looks like they're going to take a game, and we will be going to game number 3, as 26 minutes is all that it's going to take here tonight. They're just playing with their food here. Solka nearly dies to the turret as they're doing that. And, well, are they going to get the kill? Yes, they're going to take down Duckbaum. Will they go for Peanut? Looks like the answer is no. 26 minutes, 19 kills to, I believe, 5 in this side of Gnomeshim. We do have a tied-up series going into a Game 3.
I should have known. You know, like, we could have seen this one coming. It's DRX after all, and after a, what I think we can most accurately describe as a lackluster game number 1, where the early game just wasn't it. This time it's Peanut that is just like, nope, that did not work out.
Peanut's like, oh, if we lose and it's not a 2-game series, like, it needs to go past 9 p.m.?
Yeah, you know.
He's looking at his watch.
Just not happy about that one, and it's interesting because this is exactly how DRX felt after that first match, and basically what we've seen now twice in a row is one team going for the scaling team fight draft and the other team going for a more aggressive draft, and then both teams losing the early game on the better early game comp.
Yeah.
Which to me just says, guys, listen, just pick for comfort. Like, I'm not even kidding. Just go for comfort. Make sure that you have a composition that can scale well. So pick a champion at two conditions: comfortable, and then also scaling, and then you're good. Like, just all pick scaling. Like,
it's pretty simple.
Neither of these teams has amazing early game. It's just a snowball with a strong team fight composition every single time. And pick Sign, but that's your...
Yeah, that's my
that's
condition.
you. Yeah.
Mine are definitely very different from that. It's
so
not as simple. Outside of pick Scion. But if you do that, you're probably going to be in a good spot. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like maybe these two teams don't really have the answers for shutting down the Scion. You know, seriously, right? Like, Peanut tried. They got the first blood under the turret, you remember. They killed the Scion. And then, you know, that was it. That was the end of it. He died again in kind of like a trading skirmish in the top side, but that actually got DRX ahead. And then it didn't matter, you know, what Scion was doing, because as long as he builds tank and his carries get scaling as they were, it would have been fine. So we have the post-game breakdown. Let's see who's got the most damage this time around, as it was pretty close in the mid-game, but I think I know who it's going to be. Oh, I actually thought it was going to be POG, but it does end up being Solka. That big Baron fight definitely padding the stats.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a play on top side as well, right? And DRX with POG on a comfortable champion and not, it's just looking like night and day. I don't think that the narrative at the beginning of the split was kind of POG is the good player and the rest is there. I definitely don't think that's true. I think the rest of the team is really good, but DRX just look like an actually good team when they do get the ability to play around their jungler, right? And it's something that I think we just don't put him on Italy anymore. Like, just don't do it.
Yeah. He's so good on so many other picks. Just pick the ones that he excels at. And certainly that helped them out in that game. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final game of the night, Game 3 between DRX and Nongxin.
끝나 이거.
아직
내가 몸이야, 내가 몸이야.
세트 잠깐 빨리
날라만 올래? 쳐줄게.
끝내자. 기억 좀.
나 힐 있어.
오케이. 끝내. 그냥 끝내.
내가 다음 경기 무조건 이겨야 돼. 야, 나 타워 한다. 타워 주지.
파워 됐냐?
하이사도
지지.
It's a really scary fight for KT. I mean, they can
rush this down, but they are really playing with fire. I think they're going to get it.
Yep, explosive cost is going to come through. That is going to be the hook that's going to connect onto the Jinx of all people. The Blitzcrank is being taken down, but finally, the Wukong is getting value. Bao gets into the backline. Yuko getting focused. He'll be taken down. Gideon also going to die. Carrier, yeah, going in. Not sure whether he necessarily wants to. He's got a two-man sleep to come forward as Carrier's just exploded. Reset does come down as Henner is just going to go gold. And unfortunately for Zeus, he's out of position. Oh my god! The fadeaway jump shot as Yaharon just executes. Gumayushi here. Closes now running for the hills. Owner, the last man standing. Very slow. They're not just running at the Drake, still showing a lot of respect as here comes the Scion. Nice Cassiopeia ultimate onto the Udyr, who is burning down, but that is a massive ultimate coming in from Vista, and this is just going to be the huge cleanup from Humble Life. Peanut gets the one kill on the Jovi, but feathers come in from all sides, and Humble Life will clean up the fight. But now here's Clid. Krakos is running into them. He is going to have to run away. Now his only route is up towards the top side. He does not have his flash. Fantastic stun though, trying to get in there. Summit actually messes up the shockwave, but they're taking the 3v2 here. This is massive for Liv Sandbox. BDD gets the one kill and then he failed flashes, but that is 3 kills to 1 in favor of Liv Sandbox.
My mouth is speaking millions, I ain't talking about the G's. Like you talking about dimes, homie, I'm talking about keys. In schools they getting A's and I was talking about the G's. When y'all talking money, then I never focus meanwhile. But since I'm getting paid and I call this here freestyle, I'm sure money like a weed spot by White Castle. People hate, but I still make moves without hassle. Your girl love me, I'll articulate your flaws for her. And if they need me, then I come pull up for her. I keep it real like I'm riding for a cause for her. I'm a big dog like a Georgetown Hoya. I dress bummy.
You're on to the Baron, but at the end of the day, can they get out of here alive is the question. Summit looking for the stun. He finds a huge Vanguard's Edge onto 3 of them, and the cleanup is commencing here. Ruler desperately trying to get on in there onto Effort, and he will take down the Rel, but that is going to be the only one he does get.
결코 노예로 살 순 없어. 체크포인트 확인 완료. 표적과 접촉 완료. 지금이야. 아이오니아가 부른다. 한 놈도 살려두지 마.
Welcome back everybody, and DRX even out the series with Game 2 victory, and they are one game away locking in on the playoff spot. Now let's take a look at the draft before we take a look at the highlights. So we had set into Cyan in this game, a champion that does not win 1v1 on versus Cyan, but still, maybe this could be a really good pick to counter the Kindred ultimate over here. So maybe that was the biggest plan that they were looking for with this set pick. But Cyan, this champion itself, is just so good later on because he farms so well based on his base stats. This is one of the strongest champion in the late game because he scales up a lot for his tank ability, whereas Sat is not the same champion as Cyan. This champion cannot just tank all the damage by himself on the front line. But, well, Rich was not showing the best itemization or the build or proficiency on Set. Looking at the draft, I thought Nongshim Radforce had better draft in general. I think the most important pick for both teams were Cyan. This champion can even rotate down to the mid lane as well, so Nongshim also had Azir in order to shut down that kind of flex pick coming in. So, in a vacuum, Nongshim had a really nice pick to counter DRX comp, but their gameplay was not there to pull it off. Nongshim was able to win the early game team fight around the top side of the map, but they were not able to snowball the lead fully till the end. And then we saw Ionian boots completed by Kingan, which means he was having a really good time in this game. He didn't feel too much pressure tanking the damage by himself, so he was even able to get the cooldown boots. I guess the last big set was not that effective, so let's take a look at the first highlight. We have to point out that the way Rich kind of utilized this champion and its ability was not there. So Nongshim Radforce, they saw Kindred making a rotation towards CM top side of the map, but they kind of assumed that he'll be around the hurdle. Peanut just walked straight into that brush, and then he got 1v1'd by Kyosik. But now let's take a look how Rich kind of counters their dive attempt here. So E doesn't connect on Cyan, and then he still stays under the turret. Maybe he could dodge that Q skill at least from the Cyan, but he got hit by the Q, and then he misses his E. So the way Kingan was going in for that turret dive was really on point, but at the same time, the way Rich was dealing with that situation wasn't really that optimistic. Was not that ideal because he was not able to survive that gank, even though he had some kind of a possibility to just walk away from that attempt. Because Nongshim got shut down around the top side of the map, they really wanted to take the game back where the accidents were happening. So let's take a look at the second replay. This play was too obvious and it was all revealed by that ward. But King pretends as he doesn't know. He was pretending like he was placing a ward, and even he saw Kai'Sa near the turret. All the pings are going onto that brush, the top lane. They had full information about this play. Even though Nongshim had Kai'Sa, well, this could be a really tough fight for Nongshim to take right here, because Sion was super fed already and Seth was not having its great time in this game. And because they took so much to pull off that fight, they have to keep in mind the rest of the DRX players could have made their rotation up to the top lane as well. That was a very risky and dicey play to pull off. If you're going for some coin flip play, you have to prepare a very nice setup in order to pull it off. You know, there were this moment where Seth actually used the showstopper to put Kindred back to his ultimate as well. We had some of the macro and micro mistakes coming out from DRX players and their decisions, so we also want to point out that they were not on point in this game number 2. And Piosik picks up the POG on his Kindred, a man with his ID, you know. This guy named up his ID from this champion, and he was able to get as many marks as he wanted in this game. Based on the skill setup, you know, Nidalee cannot win Kindred in 1v1 situation. And Piosik, he was really good at kind of reading the opponents like a book. He knew what they're gonna go for, he knew where he has to be, and he was able to, you know, dodge the skills coming out from the opponents as well. And once this Kindred gets fed, it's unable to stop him. I think Piosik, there's a reason why he has Kindred as his signature pick, and he is now back leading the POG standings together with Chovy here in the LCK Spring Split. 900 POG points. And he's being the leader of his team as well. Unanimous vote secured by Piosik with his Kindred performance, a well-deserved one for him. And now it's a match point for both DRX and Nongshim Radforce, and DRX is just one game away from getting that playoff berth though. Let's check it out in game number 3.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there. And yes, DRX are one game away. They dropped the first one, which was kind of interesting, right? Coming into this one, obviously DRX the stronger team, but they dropped an early one. You know, Piosik on the Nidalee wasn't good enough alongside of his teammates. But then they turned it around. They picked the Sion in game number 2. And I'm curious to see what will happen for the draft here in game 3.
You just want to see more Sion, don't you?
No,
Velvet. Come on, you can be honest with me. You can be honest with our viewers.
I like Kindred as well. It's cool.
So it doesn't matter what Nongshim picks here. Just gonna be instant Kindred Sion, just right from the get-go. That's honestly,
maybe.
You know, with how this game has gone. Oh, okay, there's the Kindred ban. So we're not going to see that. Bit rude to Piosik. It is his birthday after all. Not letting him play his favorite champion, I think, is, you know, it's subpar. But I get it from Nongshim's point of view, because joking aside, Nongshim, they really need this game. Like, this is a game you cannot afford to lose if you want to keep yourself in the running for those playoffs. There is a lot of contention happening specifically for that 6th spot. It looks like T1 is able to like stay ahead. KT, especially after their loss tonight, is kind of like just falling by the wayside. And that means that there are a lot of teams like hungry for that final playoff spot, of course, that we have with the new format, meaning that you need to win this one. And in game number 1, it looked so incredibly good, but DRX bounced back in excellent fashion. And again, I think outside of Damwon Kia, who just win because they're better, like when it comes to like best of 3s, 3rd games, like DRX are probably the best team in the league. Just like how T1 are the best in the first set, or in the first match, and then we don't talk about match 2 and 3. But DRX, up until their game against Fred Brion, like all their wins were 2-1s. Right? Like they have a lot of wins. Like, it's 8 out of 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane.
2-1s.
Yeah. So I think they can afford some mistakes. We see the Seraphine here. Seraphine, of course, incredibly strong. Just please lock in the Scion. Like, I don't want to see
Yeah, are you
this.
going to give them Scion Seraphine?
Listen,
For real?
Listen, okay. I know your opinion on this, but I still think that the Scion, like giving over Scion can be okay. If you give over Scion and Seraphine, I am... no, I do not approve.
Let's pick Mundo in the jungle as well. No, that's just... I think that's actually just bad. But
I see Orianna and Kai'Sa. I don't know, man.
Maybe, you know.
Oh no, it's just gonna be Graves. I think Graves is really good. Especially if you're gonna go for the Seraphine mid, you're gonna have a lot of you're gonna have no difficulties shoving out waves with your empowered Q, and so that means
there it is.
Oh boy. Well, who do you think is gonna win this game, Valdez?
There's no way like King pulls out the top Cassiopeia, right?
Well, I mean, Rich did it, and then it didn't work at all. But what if Kingen can pull it off? Oh no.
Well.
Oh no.
Yeah, Gnar, it's just like one of these neutralizing picks. Like at some certain point, Scion is just going to kind of laugh at you.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what their jungler is yet, and we could see 2 jungle bans that Nongshim doesn't want to play against.
I'm not even joking. Is this why you go like back to the AP Kai'Sa? Like I'm not even like I think that the build has not been popular for a while, but legitimately, like you need a tank shredder. Like we can't keep seeing this. We can't keep seeing Scion, especially when matched with a Seraphine of all champions. Like that's just you need someone to get through that. Orianna's not going to do it, right? Like, her damage never has been great against tanks. It's not going to be here either. Yes, she'll be great against Peanut and Peanut and Seraphine if you find her with a Shockwave. Gnar is definitely not going to do it. And when we look at jungle picks, shredders from the jungle are not really a thing, right? Like, there's not really picks. Kindred, maybe with the POG build, if you also get, like, Lord Dominic's third item. But that has been banned. Like, that's not available to you. I think that you actually help DRX here with the Nidalee ban. I'm not particularly fond of that one.
Because Nidalee Gnar isn't gonna like. Wait, it's Lee Sin.
No, I'm pretty sure it's there you go. It's Nidalee. I don't know. No. Don't try to pull a fast one on us there, Valdez. It's Nidalee. Are they gonna go for Hecarim here?
What was that?
I actually think Hecarim's really good here.
Mundo, okay.
Listen, POG,
It's like, who's going to tank better?
You are a really good player, but, like, Mundo, I guess Mundo, like, with the cleavers as max health damage, I just think that DRX haven't learned from what we've seen in the series so far, which is every single time, if you let Nongshim, if you don't close out this game, oh, it's getting worse. If you don't close out this game pre-25 minutes as DRX, you should never be allowed to win the game. Like, it's just no. Just no. However, DRX, they can draft something like an Alistar here, which isn't great into the... okay, well, thank you, Nongshim. That would have been great.
Yeah, I really like Nongshim's draft.
Yeah.
I really like it a lot.
Yeah, I wonder why. This is from a laning perspective, it's not great. I don't think it's pairs particular of Kai'Sa, but you need hard engage. Like, as DRX, calling it right now, they might win the early game. I can see that happen, although with Mundo it's not as likely. But if they're winning this game, they're just winning it by like catching Nongshim off guard with a huge wombo combo, right? Like Bay or Peanut or Bay and Doctorm are going to get caught.
Yeah.
And they're going to get like Grand Entrance into Taunt, into Shockwave, and they're dead. That is the only way that reasonably you should win this game, because neither of these two comps have particularly great like tools in the early game, right? I don't think either of them is super strong. King should have prio, but Sokka, you just kind of reach an even state, right? Where like Orianna and Seraphine just both clear waves, and that's pretty much it. And POG just wants to farm, honestly. He just wants to get tanky. Honestly, I guess the upside is that Nongshim also has a hard time with POG. So maybe this will be a game where it all comes down to who gets Ocean Soul. I could see that.
If we have a Ocean Soul.
I mean, now you have to, right? Like, Sign is in the game. It's kind of mandatory.
You just know it's going to be Cloud Soul. You're just getting everybody excited. It was Chronicler all along.
That would have actually been like that. That would have been a true, like, what do you wanna call it? Like imposter type of situation. Where I've been like blaming Atlas on social media and in cast, and it turns out it was me all along.
It was you the whole time.
Oh my.
I mean, I don't even necessarily think Cloud Soul is bad for either of these comps.
No.
I think it's actually pretty good. But, you know, it is what it is. And we talked about tank versus tank, and then there's one member that kind of stands out, and that's the Seraphine. If Bay can survive, have a strong game, kind of just push those lanes, don't die, and just chill out. You're up against Orianna, Mundo. I don't think that's a huge amount of pressure that you're going to be feeling in the lane. Just sit there, get fed, don't get picked, and I think you should be golden come later stage of the game.
Pierre should yet again picking the best Mundo skin. Just putting that out there. There are no substitutes. Atlas also particularly fond of this one. And I think...
I don't like this Orianna skin.
Which one is it? I didn't get to see it.
I think it's one of the newer ones. I don't know. It kind of looks like Farmer Orianna. I don't really get it.
Farmer Orianna? Does she have like...
We need to like take another look. Maybe it's pool party Orianna? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Maybe it's that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pool party Orianna then.
Can't really tell because she's in the brush. Yeah,
that looks nice. No, you don't like that one? What's wrong with that?
I always play with the dark one because I'm really edgy.
I mean, you are very edgy.
What is the name of that one? I forget.
Darkstar Orianna?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Might be. I'm not entirely sure. No, this is a beautiful skin. What are you talking about?
I don't like the autos. It kind of feels like you're slapping a wet piece of paper on the ground or something when you auto attack.
Listen, Valdez, I really respect your opinion, but this is just I don't know what you do. Like I can't agree with this. Okay. This is just like I don't say this often, but that's just wrong, man. That's just Kingen doesn't walk towards the brush because he is a smart nah. And going on Alice to level 1, I like it.
Yeah, gets in there. A very similar amount of damage traded. No biggie.
And this is a really important game for both these teams. Right? DRX, they want to lock in the playoffs. Hanwha Live would also be happy because they're locking players when this victory comes through. Nongshim, on the other hand, this is a must-win game for them to kind of keep it alive. And if I'm seeing this draft and I take a look at how the last 2 games went, I'm feeling good here as Nongshim fans. Right? Like I can hear Wolf in the distance. He's like, yeah, this is looking good. Because this is a pivotal win for them to stay in the running. I think they will they be even with KT? They might not be because of like the map score, but they're definitely like in terms of score they're similar then, which is a great place to be. Also, see the Drake.
The Drake is Cloud.
Yeah.
So it's not a Cloud Soul. That's what we know. Imagine if it's Mountain Soul.
Oh my god.
Imagine Mountain Soul for Nongshim with the Seraphine and the Scion.
I think Ocean is still worse, but Mountain I think
don't know.
I
don't know.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, especially because of the Seraphine synergy. I mean, Ocean Soul, as we saw in that last game, is pretty ridiculous for
I don't know mathematically.
Scion.
Like, I assume there's a clear answer which one is better. I think in terms of how the team comps work, Ocean is better because how DRX win the game, like I said earlier, is like straight up bursting someone down. I don't think they have sustained damage to deal with. Cyan Seraphine. Kingen needs to be careful here. Can't fall behind early.
Yeah, he's picked up a call. He's just trying to be Farmer R here. And now he's got a big Scion in his way. He's going to get knocked up here. He's got a smoke screen on top of him. This is actually really great positioning for Peanut to just sit here. He has to flash eventually, though, and here it is. And I don't know if they can catch up to him, though. Or the Slayer is going to come in, and that's going to do it. Peanut walks up and takes first blood. Crabbrave comes in, says, what are you going to do? Now I'm fed, and so is Scion.
Oh, that's a great start there for Nongshim. They do invest 2 flashes, so maybe there's a possibility for retaliation, but that's not a good start for the Gnar there, getting blown up this early on. And as you said, like, Peanut just chilling, you know, he's just waiting. He knows the only thing that Gnar can do here is, like, possibly flash over this hard-to-flash wall. This smoke screen is really cheeky as well, because for a split second there, Peanut doesn't know, or Kingen rather, doesn't know where he can go. And I thought he was going to get away here, but Rich was playing it safe. Peanut can tag a turret shot or 2, has the end of the line available again. And yeah, I don't think there's a lot more that Kane can do. This is great.
Flash comes in. Here's that retaliation you were looking for. Pretty straight up there. Pioshik knows what he wants, and he's going to take it. That's going to be a pretty nice kill that comes in here. King just stares at him dying.
Because this is just at the teleport, right? Like, this is the perfect moment. This is where, you, as a top laner, you're really sad, right? Like, early on, King had the opposite situation where he did get ganked, but he did get the wave. He did get the teleport back, and then he was left alone. Instead, what we see here is Rich is actually going to lose a ton of minions here. It's going to be a 15 CS lead for King, and who might use that to apply a lot more pressure. On the upswing, though, this dive has cost DRX a Drake, but it is just an initial Cloud Drake, right? So as long as they don't give up the second, provided we will be moving towards... If this next one is an Infernal, that'd be lovely, because then we get, like... We get a lot of fun for tanks. I don't know which...
Oh, okay.
Now we might have an Infernal Drake. That's no fun.
Yeah, Infernal Drake for these comps. This is like the one moment where I'm like, nah.
Nah, I don't want that.
Not really liking it, no. I mean, I know Sion does a lot of damage, but like, I don't know. Infernal. Okay, well, we could still have Ocean.
It's possible.
Ocean Soul would be nice.
I think you know, maybe the game is nice to us. We will get an Ocean. It would be lovely. I would not mind that. As
nice little engage here, getting on top. As Becca is just immediately going to turn around. Now Kellen has to run away. Last auto is not enough. And Peanuts here again. Remember game one. This is a pretty similar timing, a bit earlier this time around. As Peanut is going to make it in. Smoke screen used pretty early on this time around, though. We have the teleport now from the mid lane. So we're just waiting for this one. The ultimate will come in and charm up the 80 carry, and that is going to be a double kill. Kellen will survive yet again, and Peanut will pick up a kill on top of Baze 1 as well.
This is looking reminiscent of game number 1, Veldas, with Nongshim just dictating the pace of this early game expertly. And I'm super impressed with how they keep setting up these dives, because like the other one, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work out, but the teleport usage there, Bay, who has the unsealed spellbook, and this does able to get the teleport, whereas Kingen and Sorka don't have theirs available, so there's no opportunity for DRX to turn around this play. And now you have a 2-0 Peanut. This is a man with the highest damage share, I think, in the entire LCK, as far as junglers go.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely first or second.
I think it's second.
Might be second, but it's way too high, is basically what I'm saying. As this starts off really, really nicely. I think if Bao is able to get the final auto there, or has his Q available,
level 5.
and just the level up, he might be able to make it work, but instead, it's a really nice trade, and Bao and Becca play this as well as mechanically you can kind of look for. And I think this is still outplayable, but yeah, with that teleport and the Seraphine coming up, like, you know it's doomed. Like, that's the moment where you're like, okay, we can't get away here. They're kind of forced to stay over there just for because of the fact that if they walk to the left, Peanut will kill them, but then they're choked up, right? Like, it's an easy hit for the Uncle there. And DRX is still ahead in gold, which that's the plate and also the pressure from Kingen, but actually kind of surprising here. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, a couple of kills on the bottom side you would think would amount to more, but they don't get any more plates because they have to back right away after the play. As we have another play down here on the bottom side. Bao is level 6, but flashing on in to try to get that damage before the Killer Instinct comes out. Do they have the damage on the Bao? Even with the Q missing, it is going to be enough. This is just straight up 2v2 kills in the bottom lane. A double kill now for Duckthon, and now everybody's fed on the side of Nongshim.
Unbelievably well played here from Nongshim. Dogdom and Callum, we kind of gave them some praise coming into the night, but these back-to-back plays that they find in the bot lane first, yes, it's a dive, yes, they have some assistance, but here, it's just a straight-up outplay coming out here. No level 6 available here for Becca. They're so far up the lane, and yeah, that's just an amount of burst that comes through there from the Essence Flux combined with just the raw power from Kalin at this point in time. Doctor able to stay alive thanks to Kalin's really nice tanking. And that's
we got more fighting. The double encore comes in. And Sion, he's got kind of an awkward angle, so they're actually not able to follow up on this one. But see, it's a little bit of foreshadowing for what we're going to see for the future. Doesn't amount to any kills. And actually, we do get the Rift Herald picked up here by Kingen. of all people. So still going to be a win for DRX.
Yeah, this game is looking a lot like game number 1. The one difference being that we saw in game number 1, Nongshim got a huge lead, they had a really good teamfight composition, and they still couldn't close it out. And if I was a Nongshim fan, that's what I'd be worried about right now, right? Like, we already saw DRX in that game with a super disadvantageous team comp almost came back. There were a couple of moments where they caught someone off guard, they were able to turn around and over-engage. And those are the moments that scare you as Nongshim. But then I look at this composition and I'm like it's not going to happen this time, right?
And the root and Solka is going to get a nice ultimate off, but it just doesn't matter. The setup with the Seraphine, better than you would expect, and it certainly helps that Peanut is extremely fed. Looks like he should go back and buy at this point in time, but still feeling pretty good. POG with his ultimate running here, looking to tank up this turret, and they will definitely have enough damage to take out that Scion this time around. And with the Rift Herald now up in the top side, there's a lot of damage that could be done to this turret.
I'm pretty sure they could just get first turret blood there. Bao and Becca can definitely defend her on the bot side. And DRX, this is looking reminiscent of what Fred Brian do a lot, or rather what Nongshim is doing, reminiscent of what Fred Brian does a lot, where Peanut just pays all his attention on bot side. And then, it is Infernal.
Infernal Soul.
I don't know about that teleport, buddy. Like, I think you're just gonna die.
Well,
I guess he gets away.
At least he didn't waste it, but still.
I mean, I think maybe our definitions of wasting it might be a little bit different.
What I mean is it still goes through.
And he has spell boost, right? Yeah. No, I'm sorry for being so hard to do. Fellas, you had my back when I
no, it's true. It wasn't
went 0-3.
You could have just walked up.
I mean, you spelled it, right? Like, I feel like you had my back when I went 0-3. This is, again, it's just Peanut when he's looking good. It's just looking incredible. And I think it's something that we weren't necessarily expecting coming into the start of the split because he has been fairly inconsistent for a while now. But when you see games like this, you're like, yeah, I really get it. Rich, the Sacrificial Lamb, generally putting this much attention into shutting down a Scion does not work out. But I'm starting to feel like we might actually reach the point that we've seen once before where Fred Brian had a Scion on top lane, where he was actually getting pummeled. And this is... That's an absurd gold lead, right? Like, that's not okay. Like, that is something that I think a player of King's caliber will actually be able to utilize effectively. And now DRX do have the... Actually, we were not seeing this the entire time. Listen, you know what kills this composition from Nongshim? A 4 Infernal Drake Infernal Soul.
Yeah, true.
DRX. That's actually the answer. It was right in front of us the whole time.
We were so distracted by Scion and his Ocean Soul the whole time.
Sorry, you were, okay?
True.
Like,
I was kind of roping you into this one.
That's okay. I forgive you.
Bay on the Seraphine, generally you're okay, but this is one of those moments where you're like, ooh, I don't know what to do. He's going to have to stopwatch, but POG pretty tanky. Take a look at this. Fed Graves just able to pop that Mundo like a balloon. And now we have the follow-up here. Peanut is just taking names like this is Die Hard or something. He's going to be able to pick up another kill now, 4-0-2. And man, that's another nice little skirmish in favor of Nongshim.
The play from Nongshim Red Force here is so good that it's making Veldas make movie references. That's
insane.
Oh, that's when you know, like, it's really impressive. And I gotta agree with you that Peanut has actually been popping off here, right? And it's him together with Dr. Mankaling that are really keeping it together right now. Rich kind of getting taken out is somewhat expected, right? Like, he is the Sacrificial Lamb. As
Peanut didn't auto the turn, he missed that plate.
Listen, I need to stop. I don't know what I got on me, but like the caster curse is really strong, man. It keeps happening. I don't know what to do about it.
I don't know. We don't have a cure just yet, so just hang tight.
It's a problem for casters all around the globe.
Yeah.
This is like Bay stalling here for a little bit is really nice. I think POG doesn't have level 2 of the ultimate yet. Really overestimates, and this exhaust is also just beautiful. Very, very nice because it does actually mean that there's a lot more damage to be done. The drift comes in, Sorka is just standing there, doesn't have his flash available and just gets blown up by a very angry Peanut. And as a whole, I think this game is really hard to call because in a vacuum, like Nongshim should just win this game 100% from this point in time. Like you have 2 Fed 80 carries, and you have a Seraphine Cyan Alistair competition. That's it doesn't get much more disgusting than that. Whereas your opponent are like, nah, he's good, but he's been dropping in priority for a reason, I think. You have a Mundo who's like, even Pioshik has like a 1-in-3 win rate on it. It's not been amazing. Solka is good on the Orianna, and I still expect him to be like super strong in team fights. And then Bao and Becca, for the first time in a long time, have been kind of a liability in this series, right? Like, and it's not just on them because I think that trading in the 2v2 has been weak, but it's the capitalization that comes out from Nocturne Red Force that's the real problem, right? Like, multiple times in a row, they go for aggressive early trades, and then Peanut sees that and he's like, I'll path towards bot side, boys. Like, get in the backpack, get ready, and make sure that we can blow them up, and it works every single time.
Yeah, it certainly does. They've just been playing extremely well from the blue side. This bot and jungle combo.
Oh, this is a
They might be looking
fight.
for Peanut hanging around this bottom side here. He's got so much damage right now. Nobody's really been able to build up that much armor outside of, well, I suppose the Mundo has got a bit of it at this point in time. But if you look at the mid and bottom side of the map, you're just popping these people. There's just way too much damage with the lethality he already has built up.
Yeah, that's soul point right there. Like, King has just used his Magnar form, right? Like, he has teleport available. Don't contest this now, please.
Oh, they're gonna try to... They're actually trying to get in here, maybe trying to catch Rich, but now the fight will begin as we get the knockup on a Pioshik. There's a lot of damage used on the Mundo. It's not gonna work, but a huge knockup comes in from Rich. And look at this front to back. How can you pull through and do enough damage onto this Nongshim lineup? The answer is you can't. Not from this position. The gold is exactly even. It doesn't matter. They just get absolutely pummeled in that fight. And Nongshim, they're really running away with this game now.
And it is just, it's baffling that DRX go for that. Like, that's why I called the moment that you see King and proc his Magnar, right? Like, and just stay there. They get the Drake already. Like, just let it go. It's like, it's a bummer. Maybe you should have played it differently. But what you don't do is try and teamfight into this composition, because it is just such a big risk for no real gain. Like, there's not even a Barret available here. And look at this combination here, right? Like, look at Callan. Oh, sorry, never mind. It's not even Callan. I thought it was. It's actually Rich.
No.
It's Veldis, you spotted this one. It is the Cyan after all, and
it's Bay's 3-man charm to start it too. I mean, Rich was only able to line that up because, you know, welcome to Seraphine land. Like,
I'm just baffled.
Chronicler's been saying it draft after draft. Like, this is what happens with this pick.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and Bay. Oh, yeah. Honestly, like, I think it's going for Camtech Putrefier, which generally I really like, but in this specific situation, it's really just Pioshik. I don't think it's as good as. But then again, no one on your team like really has AP ratios. I guess Ezreal kind of does, but don't think that's really what you're going to get it for. And Arden in this situation probably would be better, you know, just for giving Peanut more damage and helping Dugdom out a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of lines of argumentation you can take with the itemization there. Putrefier is a really strong item, so maybe just going for more general power. And we do see some sustain coming out there for King, who is trying his darnest to defend this turret. Will be able to. And honestly, DRX, listen, you're still even on gold. You still have a good scaling composition. It's just not as well scaling as Nongshim, right? And like, now the only win that DRX win, in my opinion, is just straight up like outplaying, and it's not looking like that's going well.
Just Bao dying under turret. I mean, he's all alone here. Rakan was back in the base, not even sure if that was the support that could help you at this point in time. Peanut just walks up to him and just shoots him. This is really as simple as it gets. Peanut is just that fed at this point in time.
This might be the Atlas Vindication game. He was never on board with the DRX hype train, and if you see,
he was right all along.
I don't know about that, but I have to say, like, this is kind of a weak series coming out from DRX, because I think that identifying what really was the problem in these two series, where like the hardest scaling comp just generally wins, it happens again here, and this is, I don't. there's been so many of these moments throughout like the entire night where we just, the only thing we can do is just look at it and be like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, why are you there? You're not allowed to be there. With how fat Peanut is and how he's been playing, he's been so in your face throughout the entirety of this game, and you just know, like, Solka, you have no survivability, right? You don't have an arm guard.
Yeah.
You don't have Merc threats or Tabis. Obviously, you wouldn't go plated steel caps on Oriana, but like my point more being, like, you don't have anything. You're just gonna get blown up, and the same goes for Bao. I don't.
Yeah, he's playing the game as if it's like still relatively even, and the Graves is like 1-0 or something. But the Graves was 5-0 before that fight. Okay, like.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like in his brain, it's like just so ingrained this like standard pro game that's relatively close that he like he didn't think about it in that moment.
Yeah, I don't like, even with the killer instinct, I don't think there's ever a world where you'll live there as Bao. And now DRX, listen, it's all or nothing. This is your team fight. If you lose Soul, I mean, you're DRX and it's Nongshim, so I guess the game is like 100% over, but it really should be. Although, if I look at this game state, it's 3 Drakes to 0. Here comes the play.
All right, well, with the teleport coming in here, DRX are now on the run. Oriana's not here. I mean, Solka, now he's actually teleporting to the bottom lane. So really just all in onto this Infernal Soul. As you were mentioning, you kind of had to do. The positioning here from DRX is actually pretty good. You know, they have a lot of these brushes controlled right now. There's not a lot of vision on the Dragon here for Nongshim, so they have to kind of just go one bush at a time.
You can move up here. Kingen doesn't have Maganar available. His bar is empty. He just transformed back.
Yeah, that's going to be damage on a Pioshik alone. As now in the pit, they're going to find Peanut in the back line. They found the Fed member. They're able to finally do it because they get the enemy jungler. And that's going to be the Infernal Drake going the way of DRX. It's not going to win them the game, but that is a massive start to help them stick in this one.
I've just said it, Valdez. Like, DRX, the only reason why I can't go this game over is because it's DRX, and somehow they always find these. Like, how do you get it in this situation? I think it was Becca that just, like, went for the classic Rakan flank behind the pit, placed a control ward there. Oh, if they get this Baron, this game might just be flipped around, Valdez.
All right, well, let's see it. Encore is ready. He's trying to line it up. He's going to find 2, but the damage isn't quite there to take the Baron away, of course. They're now all in the pit, so I think we're just flashing. Yep, that's 3 flashes and 2 dashes. So we're flashing and dashing, and we get the Baron here. DRX, they gain a gold lead with this. They're 1,000 gold ahead. Let's see what they can do with it.
Please back. You don't have a Manal health boss. I would very much like you to return and keep your Baron Buff alive. And yeah, this is exactly why, like, I think why people like Atlas are just not on the DRX hype train, because it feels like they should not get away with this. Like, this is the epitome of how did they keep getting away with this? And in this instance, it's Peanut thinking he's safe, but the rest of the team hasn't really moved up to the point where they actually provide enough safety, because if Kellen and Rich are a little bit further inside that pit, you might be fine. And this is also something where the architecture of the pit actually benefits you. Right? Like, you don't have a choke point that you normally would have as DRX has. This looks hilarious. Those repositions there are pretty pivotal, otherwise you like 100% die. Yeah, this is actually Bao with a killer instinct, because I was about to say he flashed the Encore. If Kellen doesn't go in there, maybe they can like blow him up to 100-0.
Though. I think he flashed
he
Instinct.
He flashed the Encore.
Oh, okay.
And then he killer instinct over the wall, because I was like, wait, what did you just saw? What happened?
It was a little bit of an interesting one, but we figured it out in the end. So
I'm glad you were there with me for the journey.
We got there. And you mentioned Kingen, right? In the beginning of the game, you were saying, hey, I mean, this guy knows how to use his leads. And keep in mind that, yes, still in team fights, the Scion Seraphine is going to be pretty disgusting. But in the side lane, the Gnar that is very far ahead and 2 levels up on the Scion is kind of just going to have his way with him. He will have total priority, because they're going to get the knock up here on a Pioshik plus the Charm, and that's just going to be a dead Mundo just like that. Gets picked off, and that's the amount of CC, I suppose, that Nongshim carry in this comp.
Just 100-0, doesn't get to press his R button, and even in that situation, I don't think the R button saves you. Like, there is enough damage available on the side of Nongshim. We see that Dogdom is building towards what supposedly will be Cyrilda's Grudge. We have the Lord Dominic's on Peanut. Like, both teams, and this is something that especially in the LCK we're very happy about, have actually been itemizing well, right? Like, we see Lord Dominic's coming out as well. Yeah, just even with the Orana ball. I think maybe if you Shockwave there, I don't think it matters. Like, there's more than enough damage available. The one upside is for DRX, like, this doesn't really cost you anything, but it also means your Baron buff did actually nothing. So, state of the game, really, in the grand scheme of things, hasn't really changed.
Yeah.
Who does this benefit, though? And this is where it gets hot. This is where, like, I'm kind of racking my brain, like, I don't actually know. Because, as you pointed out so succinctly, like, the Nongshim team comp in a team fight should always win. But we've already seen that they don't necessarily do that, right? Yeah.
Also, look at 4,300 gold in the lead for little old Gnar in the side lane.
Kingen is so good, man. He's just, like, legitimately...
awesome player.
He's so reliable. And I think that's something that I really appreciate. Because we have players, I think, players like Rascal have, like, higher highs. But... Kingen just seems good in every game that he plays, and if you do give him a lead, it's kind of reminiscent of Khan, right? Where Khan had mostly been relegated to weak side duty throughout the entirety of the split, but you also know that if you put him on a carry and you give him a lead, like, he will run with it. And Kingen is kind of doing that as well. He's going for the Black Cleaver, which I think is kind of undervalued at the moment. Black Cleaver has been buffed repeatedly, and especially into these kind of comps with such a beefy frontline, I think it's a really nice buy. 3-item spike hit here for Bay. DRX, you do need to find the good execution. This is the second team fight. Again, they can't lose any of these because Nongshim will get Infernal Soul. It's not
you
good.
got to be clean 4 times in a row. Let's hope you have that ability. It is DRX, so I kind of believe that they do. This time, though, you can see that Nongshim have the position onto the Drake Pit, and they're the ones with the Fed Ezreal, the Fed Graves. They can absolutely poke down some of the weaker points of DRX's comp. Or even, you know, the front line. Pyosik taking a little bit of damage here. Peanut going to back up a little bit this time. They want to pull it out of the pit first and then go with that. Kingen going to be tanking here. The 2 tanks taking up the dragon damage. Now they're just going to hop out of there. The Shockwave kind of going to go wide, and that's going to be the Infernal Drake going over to Nongshim, the Soul, in fact. And here's the engage, the follow-up with the Encore, and see you later to your Mundo, as well as your Kaisa. That's going to do it for this one, as they never had a chance after that engage came in. The root's going to come down, and the knock-up onto Solka. He will also bite the dust, as Peanut, perhaps it's Kingen, the one member that can actually survive in this position. But with Kellen coming over, kind of feels like his days are numbered as well.
I don't know, he might hit Mega here.
He is going to hit Mega, but it doesn't matter. Peanut is just way too fed. And there it is, the clean ace for Nongshim on top of the Infernal Soul.
Nongshim Red Force, they needed to win this game. They almost threw it away, right, into DRX, but this is why we go on and on about like how important it is to get the soul points, and it might feel like kind of an overdone point, but it just means if your teammate or if your opponent makes just one mistake, like here, right, where they throw both the Mega Gnar ultimate and the Shockwave basically into nothingness, that's it. Like, legitimately, that is just all you need. I feel like maybe King could have gone for a big play on the backline there, but with the flashes available, it is very hard. And this is just, that is Callan with an absolutely monstrous knockback coming out there, meaning that Kingen doesn't get anything done. I don't know why you walk up here. Right, like, you've used your 2 teamfight ultimates. Get out of there!
Yeah, welcome to Scion Seraphine, by the way. We saw a nice little slowdown, slow motion, close-up view of exactly what it can do. Because you charm everybody and then you use Scion's ridiculous crowd control in his kits. And they're all just sitting there, like sitting ducks, waiting to get knocked up. It's perfect.
If only they had listened to the Veld analyst and just picked Scion. But they didn't.
Sometimes
they didn't listen.
Sometimes you get baited by the Kaisa. Kaisa too strong in some teams' minds, I suppose. When actually it was Scion that was the super OP all along.
I can hear some skepticism there. Maybe some mild sarcasm. As
a little bit.
Honestly, I feel like even with the current state of the game, DRX like somehow are going to find a miracle flank, and they shouldn't.
Because it's DRX?
Just because it's DRX. Legitimately. I'm not even kidding. Like, listen, if this is any other team, I'm like, Nong should have this 100%. Their comp is disgusting. Rich has Cleanse right now, which is really nice. They have Infernal Sword, right? Like, they have an amazing front-to-back team fight. Yeah, but it's DRX.
Also, Infernal Soul, we were kind of miming it to begin the game, but it's actually really unbelievably strong. Especially on Nongshim, I mean, you have Ezreal Graves that are just like, yeah, okay, well. And also, I mean, it would have been good for DRX to kind of chip through the tanky front line of Nongshim. So it's obviously also extremely strong here. No surprise, the Ezreal is going to be doing insane amounts of damage to finish off this game by the time we get out of this one. And, you know, Infernal Soul being what it is, right? If you can land your abilities, you're going to do some insane damage. But, you know, we already saw that DRX do have a nice amount of hard engage. You called it in the pick ban with the Rakan last pick. You're like, well, this gives them the hard engage they might need. And we saw them actually win a team fight because of it a couple of Drakes ago. Maybe they can make something happen again around a Baron, around a Elder Drake. That would be, you know, one of their only win conditions at this point in time. Because at this point, even Pyosik is, you know, he's not even safe. He has to flash away from the Encore. If he gets hit by that, they absolutely have the damage to burst through everything that the Mundo brings, and he had to flash and use his ultimate to survive.
It's not a good place to be in. Elder's coming up at 2 minutes. I think as Nongshim, you should play it safer. Elder not nearly as scary to your own, like to the damage that it does to you, as Baron is.
All right, well, no flash available for Pyosik, but he is going to be okay. Spax off of that one. You can see the insane amount of damage that Dokkan is doing now at this point in time. Extremely fed, and now they're just going to go over the wall. Immediately Vision does come in, but Pyosik, can he actually get into the pit is the question. He does not have his flash, and he does not have his ultimate. So that's going to be an easy secure on the Baron. Now trying to get in there is King, and he's going to get a nice Gnar ultimate down. You know, just look at the damage that he's sustaining. It is way too much. They're just all going to get burst to smithereens, and that is going to be another clean ace eventually, unless Bao is able to just be annoying here. He's going all the way over on 3 blast plants. And Peanut, he's not giving up. Peanut will not give up. And does he actually have the damage? Just going to wait out the shield.
Yeah, I'm Peanut, we've seen this before. You and Italy, there wasn't you there. Just let him live. Just let him live.
Yeah, just let him live.
Please do it. Please, Peanut. No, just let him live.
Oh.
Come on, just accept that this is over.
Oh, he tried to kill him with the smoke screen. Okay, there we go. That's going to be the kill.
Oh, boo.
GG.
Honestly.
That's going to do it. That's the end. The Nexus goes down, and Nongshim get an extremely important win over DRX here. And both DRX and Hanwha Life are not secured for playoffs because DRX did not win that game.
That is the face of a man who did not pick Sion. Let me tell you that. And let open Seraphine, and we joke about it, and even though we've been joking about it all day, we've been meaning it, I still think that the Sion as isolation is excusable. But I think giving over Sion and Seraphine together is just like, you cannot.
Yeah.
Like, you're just not allowed to. Like, I legitimately, I do not want to see that again, ever, within, like, next patch, Red Seraphine is getting nerfed. Maybe in the patch or 2, like, Sion is also going to be tapped lightly on the shoulder. I know that there was some nerfs to tanky items coming in the next patch, but honestly, like, one of them, sure, if you give over both, it's like, remember Old Ornn, where it was just like, it's the same thing again, but now there's also someone with an AoE taunt that gives infinite sustain, and you give them both?
Yeah.
And you don't pick a tank buster?
They should pick, like, support Galio in that comp, too. That sounds like fun. It's like never-ending CC. It's really disgusting if they actually got that. But, I mean, they already got the 2 pieces of that pretty gross combo. And, you know, and this is part of the LCK nowadays, right? The teams that are on bottom can defeat the teams that are on top. Gen.G lost 2-0 to Live Sandbox. They didn't have a great day, but Live Sandbox had a great day. Today, Nongshim come in and they take a 3-game series against DRX. And yes, DRX didn't play awfully today, but some of their drafts were very questionable. And most importantly, Nongshim just had a awesome day, right? Like, especially on the bottom side.
And that's, we've been joking about draft style. I think it's a really easy topic to kind of get hung up on. And yes, it was a draft problem, but we've also seen teams with subpar drafts win games. And that is the big difference with Nongshim today that we didn't see from them in the last couple of matches, is like, they legitimately were playing really well. Yes, there was some mistakes left and right, but like the early games, the decisiveness from Dogdom and Callan to go in for those aggressive trades, Peanut coming in again and again and again with the punishes, that early game macro where even though, yes, DRX picked up a lot of objectives, like they were actually snowballing proactively so well, is something that this is similar to what I saw with Liv Sandbox, where yes, you know, it might look kind of questionable. Obviously, Atlas very happy with the fact that DRX just lost because, let's be honest, they are inconsistent. They show it here tonight again. But the takeaway for me is that in this season within the LCK, the bad teams have been improving more so than in any split that I can remember in the recent past, right? Of course, there's Damukia. They're not really, we don't really call them part of the LCK because it's just on their own. They don't really apply, like normal rules don't really apply unless it's, you know, for global events, then they are very clearly ours because
I mean, they also did lose to Fred Brion in round 1.
Well,
so
yeah, okay,
that happened.
But like I joked about this before, but I feel like that is the event that started it all. You know, it put us on a different timeline, and now we're like just in a universe,
a parallel universe. We weren't supposed to be here, but here we are. Like randomly, teams from the bottom will come up and destroy the top teams.
Actually, play really well.
Yeah. No, they're really good. I mean, they have pieces of their comp that are just of their team that are just so good, right? Like Peanut and Kellen and Duckdom especially just outperforming and having an awesome day today. So we have the highlights ready. We can hop into those and see what happened again. Note that Sion got bullied a lot. Didn't matter. It didn't matter at the end of the day.
Continuing your quest, I see.
Yeah, just trying to hammer it home, you know.
This is the good thing, like the thing I really like about this, to follow up also beautifully, are just the 2v2 power of Callan and Doctor making great use of the level advantage they have there, with Back and not having the ultimate available and Callan and Doctor both having it. It's just, Nongshim didn't win this game just, like, yes, their draft was good, the draft was better, they got edges they weren't allowed to, but they played proactively throughout the entirety of the game. Peanut was setting up so much plays left and right. And that is
encore.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
And that is the easiest thing in the world. Sion's job is just
Rich, never tilting. You know, I think after that set game, you know, there was some jokes. I think justifiably so.
Yeah.
But then to come back with a game like this is also really nice. I feel like you do get bullied in early game, right? And like to be so tilt-proof, and this is what I'd like to call the DRX factor, where they just randomly like still find an opening that shouldn't be there, but then it is. But the more I see of this current meta, the less I like teams that give up cloud, like soul points. Like just, you can't keep doing it. And look at Callan here. Like this is just, wow.
And then the shockwave onto an Ezreal. Nope, that's not gonna do it. And then they step up.
They go back in.
Go back in.
But
that's
no
it.
Mega no.
See ya.
No Mega no.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Not a lot to say about that one. This is, at this point, of course, one could argue that the game is already basically over, but you got to play it out. Rich and his friends played out very well. He, you know, he had not the greatest game, but he came back very, very well. Yeah, and then this final fight, it's just, that's just nothing you can
watch
do.
the damage that comes out from Ezreal and Sion.
Just like this, there's some nice moments here, right? You get the knock up, but look at these health bars as well.
Yeah.
You know how we've been like you've been on your Sion journey. I have been on my Seraphine journey. Yeah, my Seraphine crusade for a lot longer, and we see it again here. Right? Like, how does this champion ever get through draft? It's not allowed. Stop doing it, please. It makes me sad. This was really cute. I like this.
Yeah.
This is a
Peanut
nice.
could have emoted more.
Yeah, he should have. I think he should have also let him live. Honestly, like I think this is a style point loss.
Look at Peanut's face; he's so focused. This guy. I'm not letting him out.
I was kind of expecting. Ah, there we go. I think that we missed, like, I think the explosion was after that initial fight, right? Where they're like, actually, like, oh, we did it. We got him.
It's definitely the game-winning fight the one before, or the one on the Baron even. And this is what I was talking about. Infernal Soul, Ezreal. It just eventually makes you look incredibly silly. Crazy damage numbers, even way far and beyond Sion, which is not always the way it goes. Also, Peanut getting very fed had huge damage numbers. The Seraphine and the Sion didn't do a lot of damage, but they absolutely did their job to just line them up for the carries, and that they did.
Line them up, knock them down, and this means, as you already said, it means two things. One, DRX, 100 Life, not locked in yet for playoffs. Are we assuming that they will make playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah. Mathematically, they're not locked in yet. And Nongshim actually still have the opportunity. There's so many of these hero stories that are still possible.
Nongshim could make it. Live Sandbox could make it. Anyone really could clinch that sixth spot. We're not sure yet. But guys, if you have the analyst desk ready, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Is the one picking up the match victory, and they are still keeping their solid spot for the 6th place competition in the playoffs. Game number 3, Sion, the Lucky Charm actually went into the side of Nongshim Red Force. So Sion, has been a very solid pick in the current meta, 11.4, and Seraphine was there for CC chain follow-up as well, and Graves and Ezreal were the carries for do damage on the side of Nongshim Red Force. I think DRX banning away that Rel was actually maybe a trap card for them, so they allowed Nongshim to take both Seraphine and Sion. Once I saw that Seraphine first pick, I think DRX had to take that Graves away from Nongshim because Seraphine is a champion that can augment, the power of Graves in the jungle. And this is a flex pick for both mid and support, which means DRX, if they want to play really hard in the laning phase, they had to take away the strong jungle pick Graves, and which means Pyosik didn't need to play Mundo jungle as well. And Kai'Sa, because DRX thought this champion can win lane. Now on the bottom lane, they were confident enough to take it as an R1 pick. And DRX banned out a lot of AD carry champions, whereas Nongshim banned out a lot of jungle picks. And that wasn't actually in favor of Nongshim Red Force in the end. Right after the pick and ban, we were not sure if Ezreal can do damage on that Dr. Mundo, but, well, Ezreal was able to get super fed after winning multiple teamfights on the bottom lane. Kellen was able to hit level 5 thanks to that minion, the materializer. And he was backing away, and then he activated his MD and he hit level 5, and that was really coming in clutch, which opened up more space for Dokdam. Headed for that kill. Maybe Bao and Becca could get their level up, or maybe they could get some HP back after locking down that kill. But Kellen, with that smart play, he was able to level up. And then we had follow-up coming from Peanut and Bay as well. Because Kellen was right there, still alive, he was able to re-engage to lock down the kill as well. And after picking up multiple picks down on the bottom lane, Ezreal was able to be one of the main carry on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Now let's take a look at the second highlight where we saw a wombo combo from Nongshim Red Force. It was really awesome to see that engage with that flash from Rich. 3-man encore, and then flash ult follow up from that Sion, and then Peanut taking the detour. He was able to land his ultimate as well. We have to keep in mind that Rich was not fed at that point in this game. He was actually having a rough time But Zion is such a great team fighter. Even though he was not hitting the power spike, he could still contribute to this fight really well. And prior to this fight, Nar was not... Nar actually turned Mega Nar, which means he was Mini Nar in that fight, which means DRX is not in a favorable spot to take the fight, whereas Zion can always contribute and get a lot of work done by himself, regardless of the state in the game or the champion. Also, props over to all the Nongshim players because they were doing a fantastic work in every role, in every team fight. So regardless of the fact that Zion is super fat or not, this champion can do a lot of work. We have to keep in mind this is truly a lucky charm, and the LCK and the POG will go over to Peanut on Graves. He did die once in that game, but still 11-1-7 is his KDA scoreline. And at the end of the game, we could hear Peanut saying sorry to his teammates. Maybe that was because of that one that happened in this game. And this is the power of Graves' Seraphine duo. They have the CC, they have the damage output to clean up the kills. I think this Graves with that build is really good with Peanut, a player, because he can go in all in with the Gale Force as well, and because Peanut is the playmaker on the side of Nongshim Red Force, he needs this kind of tool to go proactively. Khan was also doing a fantastic game, Seraphine as well. And Graves was able to pick up all the kills and then pay it back in the end. 9 votes and 5 votes went over to the side of Peanut's performance, and Nongshim Red Force took down DRX after a long series. So let's hear from the POGs. Congratulations on your win. Hello, thank you. You guys are the first team to break the 4-win tie in the LCK, and this is a good sign for your post-season contention. So Kellen, how are you feeling? We weren't feeling well, maybe I was not feeling well, but I'm glad that we won. I'm a little bit, you know, flustered that we actually won and we actually defeated DRX. And Peanut, what about you? Yeah, back in the LCK, I really wanted to do interview. Maybe I was like, I will never be able to do interview in the LCK, but I'm glad that I finally made it. How do you feel talking to Kuro over here? Well, I mean, I wish I was able to talk to him on the interview stage earlier in the split, but it's a bummer that I made it too late because yeah, Kuro saying Peanut always actually sending him a message, I'll see you on the interview desk, but he never made it here. But I'm glad that he finally is here to have interview together with me. Do you have any message over to Kuro? Compared to other analysts, I think he is not good at interviews, you know? I hope he can kind of get better at interviews, you know? I hope he can bring up some better kind of wordings and vocabularies for these kind of official interviews. Wish you the best of luck, Kuro. Kellen, after winning game number 1, Nongshim actually dropped game 2, so how were you able to stay focused till the end of game 3? I just focused to do as I usually do. I just wanted to stick to my original playstyle. And Peanut, today you were playing up against Pusik. He was having a great performance recently. And you know, in first round Robin, we had a very fun moment with this Udyr versus Nidalee in the end of the game. So I'm pretty sure you wanted to get your revenge, right? Yeah, I was the first kind of victim to his Udyr in the LCK, but still, I mean, I always want to take down every opponent. But because I performed so bad earlier, so I wanted to kind of redeem myself later on. So I'm glad that I was able to get the POG in game 3. Game 1, DRX picked Jax into Cyan, and Rich was maxing W in order to counter that pick. So was that something prepared during the pick and ban? Do you want him to just like hang on the top lane? How did the players react to that Jax pick? During one scream, we saw this Cyan Jax matchup. So our bottom duos also knew how to play in this kind of comp, and also because our bottom duos are in a great form, you know, Rich also relied on them. He trusted them, so he could just stay in top lane. Speaking of the bottom duo, we had some awesome turret dive on the bottom lane.
첫 번째 경기 말씀하시죠.
In game number 1?
아, 네. 저때 한번 정글 아래여가지고.
Well, there was this time where our jungler was on the bottom side of the map, so we wanted to go for a dive.
다이브하기 전에
Prior to that dive,
다이브하기 전에 미리 딜 교해놔가지고.
we won the trade really well, so we was able to connect that into a dive.
다이브를 하루 안에도 너무 많이 성공하셔서 그냥 다이브라고 하면 내가 몇 번 잘했던
Because Longshin Red Force had many successful turret dives. Well, Kellen took some time to figure out whether it was game number 1 and game number 2 or 3. And Longshin Red Force was actually very well known for their team fight ability, but today Longshin Red Force was really strong in the laning phase as well. So was there any feedback about the laning phase? No, nothing special.
전체적으로 그냥 기량이 올라가는 느낌인 건가요?
I guess Longshin is just slowly getting warmed up, right?
잘 모르겠습니다. 네.
Maybe, I don't know.
그러면 다음 질문들로 좀 넘어가 보도록 할게요. 이 세트 어쨌든 좀
In game number 2, the result and the performance was not ideal, and you mentioned, Peanut, that game number 2 you were underperforming. And we could see the reaction from the players because we have the POV on the bottom of the screen. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after losing game 2? I went through my mistakes by myself, you know, some of the mistakes that I made. And regardless of other mistakes that happened, I was the one kind of making most of the mistakes. And I told my head coach that I think we should better just ban away that Kindred because our opponent is popping up on this pick. And that was the last minute call from me, but I'm so glad that our coaching staff also kind of adjusted our pick and ban, listening to my opinion. Then in game number 3, you guys were able to play Seraphine Graves on the mid and jungle duo. And you guys were able to have a very smooth game. Was that because of the Cyan pick? Yeah, pretty much. Because our bottom duo, I don't know how I should put it, but they have these days when they always win the trade. I guess they was one of those days. So we were in a very good spot to go for turret dives. So yeah, we were having some good day overall.
자, 그러면 이 세트 얘기를 계속 해보면 많이 아쉬워.
Moving on to game number 3. What was the focal point to, you know, come back stronger in game 3 other than the Kindred ban? Was there any advice coming from the coaching staff? Maybe Cyan? I think the key point was Seraphine and Cyan. And in my first jungle path, we were able to get Gnar. I was able to pick up a kill on Gnar. That was really lucky. Because of that, we were able to get ahead in the early game. But later on, you know, it was going back and forth. But the most important thing in this game that we were able to play around the bottom lane and we were able to pull off the dive. And we had a lot of kind of fights breaking out on the bottom lane. And because DRX is a team that plays around their top side of the map, was that your original plan to deal with their kind of playstyle? Or was that something for the later phase team fight?
깨져서 한타고도 되게 좋을 것 같다 생각.
Because we won the lane really hard, we were pretty sure that we can win the team fight as well. And because of the Sion, it's really easy to or comfortable to win team fights later on. And Dokdam and Kellin, you guys are on the up and up. You guys are always performing to the best level. What do you think about that?
아직 많이 부족하다 생각하고.
I think we have to improve a lot. I will keep grinding. Peanut, what do you think about your bottom duo? I think I'm a really honest person, and I say this really often. Compared to the top tier teams that have a very strong bottom duos, other than them, I think we defeated all the other bottom duos in the split. So if we can overcome and get stronger than the top tier bottom duos, I think I can always say like our bottom duos are like the best. I mean, they're already so good, but I can say like they are so good. Then Peanut, what about you, yourself? Me? Before the split began, I thought I could perform better. Because last year when I went in for some coin flip plays, a lot of them worked, but not this year, you know. I failed some of them, so that's a bummer. But I guess I can say I'm pretty decent, you know. And you guys will be facing up against Damwon Kia this Sunday, and you have to push the momentum to fight for that last playoff spot. How are you going to prepare for that series? I will leave no regret in that series. Thank you. And Peanut, would you like to add on to that? Yeah. I hope Khan will go easy on me. And we will do our best. I mean, not only the Damwon series, you know, every matchup that is left is so important. I want to take it slow, you know, I won't get too excited or too depressed by a single result. I will keep grinding till the end of the split. And this will be the end of the interview from Kellin, Peanut, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the great translation there of the analyst desk. And the interview was pretty cute to see Kellin kind of blushing after Peanut's like, yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good, you know.
It might be the best bot lane if they get a little better. And Kellin's
yeah, I mean, you know, after those plays, I suppose the sky is the limit. But we're going to take a look at the play of the day and see who it was. I have a sneaking suspicion about who it could be. And yeah, you know, Seraphine, she's got a really powerful ultimate, guys. And if she hits multiple people, it looks real cool, just like this. And it was from downtown, very far away, that you're able to engage with this amount of power.
And it's just the layering as well, right? Because it's the Seraphine ulti into the Flash Sion engage, into a collateral damage and a doubled up like Seraphine Q. And this is mid lane Seraphine, right? So this is just an unreasonable amount of damage coming in here. And look at that. I think they can sidestep it. Little do they know. Orianna dancing as well.
The Orianna twirls her way into her death.
That's bleak, man.
Yeah, feels bad for Solka. You know, you mentioned the Orianna. The Orianna was the second pick by DRX in this draft. It did nothing.
No.
Zero.
Imagine what happened if they locked in this Sion. It would have been a different world. Because Sion, today, is 3-0.
Sion 3-0 and Seraphine 1-0 as well. So
but
see how that goes.
That one we knew, right?
Yeah, that one was inevitable, I suppose. We have the standings ready, so we'll see where we're at after this matchup. And, you know, as we mentioned before, DRX don't win, so both Homalife and DRX do not gain the seed just yet into the playoffs. Of course, they're right on the cusp of it, so if either of them win a game, they're almost definitely going to make their way in.
I want to see the maximum amount of ties we can get for KT, Nongshim, Afrika, Liv Sandbox, and Red Bria. Like, we can get more ties, guys. This is possible. I don't know how. I don't know what exactly needs to be done, but I think T1 is relatively safe, and obviously with DRX and Humble Live not qualifying yet, like there is still scenarios where T1 doesn't make it. But I think with 2 more wins than like everyone else training behind them, they should be fine. However, KT, it's legitimately do or die, and these matches tomorrow, both of these are super important. Like the first one is obviously insanely hype, and I'm really jealous that you guys get to do that one, because that one is real good.
It's always a banger. Gen.G versus T1. We'll see what they post on Twitter as well, before and after.
But that second one is super relevant because both these two teams, they need to win.
Yeah.
You want to keep the dream alive.
They need the win to get into playoffs, and especially because they're competing against each other for that last spot. So it's big, and there's a lot on the line. But that's going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for watching once again, and we will see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.